next to the large red stars on the slaughter star monolith where the paragons entering the would be displayed, a ranking glimmering with a brilliant gold color could be seen as it showed the most powerful paragons to have entered this universal construct and defeated others. When a being first stepped into the slaughter star monolith for battle, they would randomly be assigned to another creature at the same rank as them. There were only 3 possibilities after that: victory, defeat, or death. Most times, it was actually death, as those coming across each other in the slaughter star monolith would more than always lead to slaughter. If a being was able to call out his defeat before his death, though, he would be sent out of the monolith for a deadly price. Those who didn't face death but admitted defeat would have their power stripped by more than half, as they found half of their origin and soul power drained from them. Death was more preferred for all those battling, as it gave one of the perks that many who entered the monolith sought out for: enhanced strength for their grand Tao of slaughter, and something that was considered an enhancement of the soul by those frequenting the slaughter star monolith. The origins and souls of the defeated beings inside the monolith would be absorbed by the victor, their souls being heavily enhanced as they would quickly make way towards assimilating the grand Tao of slaughter. If one finished assimilating it, its strength would still be enhanced even further as the prowess one could display only increased. To those frequenting the slaughter star monolith, the enhancement of the soul allowed them to advance through Daos faster, and this was something that Noah had already come across in the terms of boosts that granted him percentages to increased comprehension and assimilation of all Daos. But beings within this universal construct were fighting for their lives and honor just to grab small percentages to increase their comprehension through slaughtering and absorbing the strength of others. Within the universal construct, every single life form walks so freely because an absolute rule existed within it that nobody could harm another. The only battles filled with death and destruction happening when one entered the crimson slaughter star monolith that stretched to skies. This created for a unique environment where one could routinely see sages, great sages, and monarchs associating with each other. Noah's eyes shone as they looked over the monolith and the rankings of the paragons across many universes that had left their names on it. The golden luster of the rankings made it seem extremely mesmerizing, as the honor to be listed on it was the wildest dreams of many rising beings. The beings that took the first few spots in the paragon rankings were extremely striking, their origins being something that caused Noah to look at them closely. 1. Elalia of the Grand Light Elysian Universe. 2. Bionic Prototype #59 Automaton Universe. 5. Galaxy Devourer, in Salix, Thonian Universe. 10. Paragon Hero, Tecton, beings coming from many different origins, each one with their own unique powers. The Monarch and Great Sage rankings were no different, as they were filled with beings from varying universes. But something unique that Noah noticed was how much of the ranks were dominated from beings in the Elysian, Thonian, Liberated, Automaton, and a few other universes. These universes produced powerful beings that excelled over others in the same stage. Noah continued to glance at the lists and the enormous monolith consisting of too many stars. Moving his 10-meter draconic body in the surroundings as very few people paid heed to him, he only received glances as a dragon was somewhat unique. With many of the beings in the universal construct currently not having heard about or seen Noah's shocking actions of standing up against the very same hegemony that anchored this very same slaughter star monolith, not reaching them, as it was mostly the powerful creatures within the Animus universe. The areas around Noah were bustling as lifeforms of all types and sizes weaved around, some enthusiastically talking to each other while glancing at the enormous monolith that stood at the center of everything. Monarch Lavago was on his 10th winning streak at this moment. The monarch from the microbial universe couldn't hide this time around. Ha! You're watching the wrong thing. Let me tell you, the battles between paragons are the ones to always watch. I obtained a breakthrough in understanding a Tao I was stuck on just from focusing on the battle between Paragon Nightwatch and Grant. A buzz of words and activities continued to occur throughout as Noah's eyes absorbed them all with bright eyes, making his way across the thrones of unique beings as he went towards the enormous slaughter star monolith. In a region littered with beautiful clusters of planetary bodies, the hegemony of laughter floated in the midst of space as he was looking at a model of the very same slaughter star monolith that was anchored across many universes. It looked like he was staring at an illusory image of a tower consisting of many circular red stars, an innumerable number of white dots surrounding it, as these represented the many creatures that had entered through the gateways of the universal construct. At this time, Ambrose was staring at a particular dot of light that had entered and began making its way towards the enormous glimmering tower. Unlike all the other white dots of light, this one shone a bright red as it matched the energy signature of a being Ambrose had marked from the moment he met him. After trying to discern destiny again and again while sensing where the tides of fortune were twisting to, Ambrose found himself moving with much more care even as he saw the dwindling universal fortune. As he looked at the red dot of light get closer to entering the Slaughter Star monolith, his eyes shone with a dominating light as he spoke with a cold voice. Yes. Enter the monolith of slaughter and death. Let's see how long you will last there. Rumble. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Everything within the Slaughter Star monolith could be overseen by the hegemony of slaughter. This was because he was the one that bound this universal construct, and he was the one that knew of most of its mysteries. One was the fact that every creature that entered the monolith lost the full control of their soul. Such an important part of them becoming tied in following the will of the universal construct as whatever result occurred within a star in the monolith, their soul would either pay the price or rejoice. Most people believed that they obtained the soul strength of the enemy they killed as they stacked up increased comprehension and assimilation of their Taos while enhancing the strength of their own soul. But what they didn't know was the fact that the portion of the soul of the defeated they got was only 50% of it. This was a shocking secret that only Ambrose knew, with the origins and souls of all those defeated having the distribution of 25% going to him, 25% to feed the universal construct, and the last 50% going to the victor of the battles within the monolith of slaughter stars. Rumble. Ambrose stood within a unique location as he observed the red light that represented Noah get closer to the monolith. Let's make a spectacle out of you, why don't we? To make sure no others ever dare to rebel against my authority again, the eyes of the hegemony shone with light as his essence poured out, giving commands to the universal construct in anticipation for a unique combatant. With every step that Noah's primordial ruination clone took towards the vibrant slaughter star monolith, he absorbed more and more of the exuberant amount of galactic filament cores that he had obtained from the great sages of Galaxy B48. Within his origins, tens of thousands of galaxies were being formed every second as he had long since crossed the threshold of 1 billion, already making his way towards 4 billion galaxies at this point as he gradually stepped out of the lower ranks of galactic filament. With his body rumbling with power and strength, he bypassed the many structures filled with sages and great sages, many of them eating and talking amongst each other as they stared at the shocking scenes occurring across the many stars of the Slaughter Star monolith. His body took a single step as he teleported forward, appeared right in front of a star as the crimson light released from the construct blasted into him, his hands going forward and touching the shining red light as he disappeared. It was that simple to enter the Slaughter Star monolith. One just had to touch any of the boundaries of stars to be pulled in. THRUM. Noah felt a unique sensation on his body in origin as a red light wrapped around him, bringing him into a world of blood red as a voice resounded out. New entrant detected. What name shall you go by? A static voice with no emotions rang out, Noah replying to it in kind as he answered blandly, Tyrannical Dragon Emperor. Rumble. Tyrannical Dragon Emperor. Good luck and happy slaughter, SHA. The crimson light then wrapped around him as he was teleported somewhere else, his bright eyes finding the changes in surroundings as he found himself in an expansive red landmass and mountains that stretched for miles, not a single aura in sight within this location. At this moment, he was within one of the innumerable number of slaughter stars, just waiting for his opponent to appear. At the same moment, outside of the Slaughter Star monolith where millions of beings were watching the battles unfolding within the red stars, most of their eyes were focused on the battles of well-known powerful great sages or monarchs and paragons. Yet at this time, a great sage noticed an unusual scene in the corner of his eyes, drawing his attention from the high points of the monolith as they came all the way down to the small red stars that displayed the battles of great sages. All of the stars displaying the great sages should have been the same, yet there was shockingly a star that was expanding and becoming bigger amidst the small star of the great sages. What's that? His words brought the attention of another great sage beside him as their gaze followed his. Another exclamation rose as even more eyes were drawn in. Scenes such as this continued to occur as sages and great sages dwelling in the taverns and other exquisite buildings around the Slaughter Star monolith turned their eyes towards a singular expanding star that was near the bottom of the monolith, being an oddity as it was surrounded by the small stars of great sages. What did it mean when one star was made higher than all others? Of course, it was to draw attention to it, and attention was drawn as many powerful eyes looked towards this red star at the bottom of the tower that they would have normally never bothered with, their eyes landing on the figure of crimson-black tyrant dragon waiting for its opponent majestically. When their eyes turned towards the name of this challenger listed on the star, many were shocked. Unranked, Tyrannical Dragon Emperor Animus Universe, an unranked great sage, fighting within the Slaughter Star monolith for the first time? Why would his star be expanded? Rumble. Exclamations rose among the many whose eyes were drawn, focusing on this star with enthusiasm as they wondered for what reason it was highlighted among the innumerable number of red stars. Within a castle abode that only powerful monarchs could reside in close to the Slaughter Star monolith, a monarch's attention caught this scene as the great sages and sages that were dining with him had begun looking towards it and discussing, it's an unranked contender, they should just be paired up by a weak great sage ranked 5 million or something, still doesn't explain why his star is being put on the spotlight. The light of the powerful monarch shone as his eyes also landed on the red star, constricting as he recognized the figure somewhat. Monarch Odo recognized the arrogant demeanor of the tyrant dragon he met in the Stardew Valleys as he looked towards him with shining eyes. The arrogant dragon that was saved by the universal hegemony that stood against his master had actually appeared within the Slaughter Star monolith, and his appearance was highlighted by the universal construct. What exactly was happening? A rumble. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 953. As perplexion and confusion spread among the hearts of many, a change finally occurred as within the star. That the one calling himself the tyrannical dragon emperor was in, a brilliant red light shone out as it signified the other opponent. At this moment, the contender to appear within the star was chosen. The appearance of the opponent to the unranked tyrannical dragon emperor caused many people to drop their drinks and caused the food in their mouths to fall out. This was because the difference between their ranks was so vast that they thought they were seeing things wrongly. 999, Sun Devourer, Rada's Scorched Universe. For the first battle of this unranked contender, he was somehow fighting against a being that was within the top 1,000 of all the great sages that had participated in the Slaughter Star monolith since its conception. What? This, the top 1,000 of all great sages that had entered the universal construct. Did one truly grasp what that meant? What level of strength such beings had? How far they excelled among those on the same level? When matched within the Slaughter Star monolith, beings would be placed against those around the same rankings as them. An unranked contender would normally be matched against another unranked or a being ranked in the millions. Yet, holy shit, the Sun Devourer, Rumble, the opponent of the tyrannical dragon emperor, revealed itself as it was a beast made entirely of scorching sunlight, its limbs seeming like clusters of magma as it looked towards the tyrant dragon in front of it fearlessly. This was because on the body of the Sun Devourer, one could distinctly see the manifested galaxies that numbered over 40 billion forged galaxies. Being truly at the peak of the great sage is just 10 billion more galaxies. And he would become a monarch. Now this will just be a massacre. A consensus spread out amongst all those watching as they shook their heads at either the extremely bad luck or something else they didn't know as they watched the battle of an unranked great sage and one that was within the 1,000 strongest out of the many universes that the Slaughter Star monolith stretched to. The Sun Devourer glanced at its prey in disdain. It had lived for over 300,000 years and devoured countless suns, its strength being enhanced to the point where it had been capable of nearly forging the required galaxies to reach the rank of a monarch. All it needed was to comprehend and assimilate more Daos to forge his galaxies even faster. For this to happen, its soul had to continue being strengthened and baptized by the enemies it faced and defeated within the monolith, and the opponent he faced at this time didn't seem to be anything much as for the number of galaxies forged. It only seemed to be less than 10 billion, against a being such as him that neared the rank of a monarch. What could this little dragon in front of him do? THRUM. The Sun Devourer that was made entirely of light bellowed out as the temperature of the area increased to a frightening degree, the sky seemingly melting from the sheer pressure of this beast alone. The sages and great sages watching shook their eyes at the sight of the Sun Devourer's power as they pitted the dragon that was staying still. Maybe even possibly frozen in fear under their eyes, a creature born from a sun that is as large as a galaxy from the scorched universe. Even normal peak great sages aren't a match for him. This is just, sighs and ridicules could be heard all around as in response to the fearsome pressure being released by the Sun Devourer. The one that labeled himself as the tyrannical dragon emperor opened its draconic jaws and called out a single word that rang out clearly in the ears of all those paying attention to his red star: fireball, rumble, brrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr size, and they materialized so quickly while shooting towards the sun scorcher like innumerable bullets. The miniaturized suns were intensely golden as within, there was a terrifying glimmer of red that represented an essence others would never guess. The sky used a flame-based skill against the sun devourer. Many looked at the scene incredulously as the barreling miniaturized suns reached the body of the sun devourer in an instant. And this creature had a look full of contempt as it opened its huge jaws and devoured the miniaturized suns as they came. Brrrr, tens of suns tinged with an essence that even universal hegemonies feared were actually devoured by this creature. The scene settling down as the crimson color the sun devourer released seemed to become even more pronounced. It looked towards the tyrant dragon with utter arrogance as it voiced out while beginning to move, "Stupid lizard, let me barbecue you and show what flames really are." A rumble. The sun devourer majestically went towards Noah with a body brimming with power, and yet in the next second, his body came to a stop in mid-air as his expression rapidly changed, from arrogant and excited to shocked, and then to utter fear and despair. Its expression changed very quickly as it sensed from the terrifying suns this being threw towards it and it devoured. Their essence had corroded his origin in nearly an instant as a terrifying red essence now covered all of his forged galaxies, with his origin being annihilated before he could even do anything. His look of shock and despair landed on the dragon as for the first time since it appeared within the star, the Sun Devourer ranked at 999 of all of the powerful great sages within the Slaughter Star monolith really looked towards the tyrannical Dragon Emperor. It noticed a domineering gaze of utter confidence and strength, of a devilish smile on its draconic head that looked towards it like a prey this entire time, bzzzzzt, to the shock of all those watching and even himself. The body of the Sun Devourer that was shooting out came to a stop, despaired, and then exploded out into a shower of bloody flames a second later. A glorious red light of slaughter shone a second later to proclaim the victor of the match. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 954, Shock, Stupor, Horror. Sages and great sages stood up from their seats at the inexplicable scene where a terrifying peak great sage that had forged 40 billion galaxies exploded into a shower of bloody flames seemingly from the mere domineering gaze of the tyrant dragon. Rumble, this, impossible. He is unranked. Many sages and great sages were worked up as some monarchs paid more attention to the red star that was expanded in the lower area of the Slaughter Star monolith, watching the scene of an unknown combatant that had met a top 1,000 great sage out of the many from vastly different universes that came into the Slaughter Star monolith. And this tyrant dragon actually wiped such a creature out with a single attack. It was the miniaturized suns. A great sage stood up excitedly while shouting, the eyes of others lighting up as they seemingly understood something and looked towards the now dominating gaze of the tyrannical dragon emperor. Respect and fear. This unranked contender was actually so bold enough to use flames against a being born from the scorched universe, lacing his flames with something so destructive to even great sages as the Sun Devourer perished seconds after taking in the suns. The creature could actually not live up to its name as a Sun Devourer. Rumble, the red star that the tyrannical Dragon Emperor was on shone with a lustrous red light, shooting up from the lowly location at the bottom of the monolith as it pierced forward rapidly to stand near the very top of some of the largest stars in the ranks of great sages. Only a few hundred stars were above him as after defeating a being in the Slaughter Star monolith, you took their old ranking. That meant that the tyrannical Dragon Emperor went from being unranked to being ranked 999 in his first match. Holy shit, this reality caused many beings to break into utter stupor, staring into the red star where at this moment, Noah was enjoying the boons of defeating a being within this universal construct as multiple prompts showed themselves in front of him with the defeat of the Sun Devourer. A pristine red soul essence coming out of it rushing into his origin as he felt his mind buzz in excitement, soul strength enhanced by 20%, 2000% increased comprehension and assimilation to all Taos, 20% to the power of the Tao of Slaughter. BZZT, his origin and soul buzzed as it was like he had overdrunk on the best possible food, the essence of slaughter swirling around him as he felt as if a foggy mind was clearing up. He sensed the thorough strengthening of his soul as he wondered which area of his strength it would improve the most, the first test being affirmed as while he continued to call out galactic filament cores from his expansive space and absorbing them. This process seemed much smoother and faster as the forged galaxies within his origin exploded out even more. The increased strength of something as wondrous as the soul had many of its own unique effects, causing Noah to look forward to obtaining more of such a beast as he let out a majestic roar while looking for the next enemy. The defeated Sun Devourer's essence seemingly all turned into the pristine red essence that sunk into him, leaving not even cores or skill books behind as the unique universal construct truly drained everything from those defeated within it, leaving nothing behind. But cores weren't an issue for Noah at this moment as he collected them from his subordinates spread out across multiple galaxies in the bloody battlefields cluster and then had his main body duplicate them using the feature of the cosmic treasure. He was even absorbing such duplicated cores in this very moment as he waited for the next opponent within this Slaughter Star monolith, the galaxies within his origin edging towards the 10 billion mark as he planned to push his strength greatly this time around. Rumble. as he didn't express his will to leave the Slaughter Star monolith after his last battle. The space in front of him fluctuated as his next opponent made his appearance, the contender this time being someone just as powerful, if not more than the Sun Devourer. 912, Amalgamation of Blood Sanguine Universe. The appearance of the new combatant drew cold breaths from many, a creature that was towering over 1 mile in length appearing as it looked like a defective humanoid that was just clumps of blood that came together grotesquely. The amalgamation of blood that drains all of its victims. This guy isn't getting a fucking break from the powerful combatants. The bigger question is, who did he anger? To be ranked with everyone in the top 1000 for all his battles so far, WAA, the focus of many being sages and great sages surrounding the Slaughter Star monolith was kept on the red star where Noah was in, their eyes bound to keep on watching this star as the battles to occur on it were going to be fantastic. Rower. The bellow of the grotesque amalgamation of blood rang out as Noah looked at it domineeringly with his sharp eyes, seeing the clumps of blood that made this creature who boasted nearly the same number of galaxies as the previous ones. With 40 billion galaxies vibrantly powerfully, it would be a terrifying opponent for anyone to face. Yet, I'm the fucking Bloodlord. Rumble. His draconic body moved forward as it released a wondrous red light, the bloodline of the vampire progenitor releasing a horrendous aura as it made the roaring amalgamation of blood freeze in place momentarily. Blood. Normally, Noah had a level of control over such a thing as the holder of Bloodlord and being a vampire progenitor, but when this was applied to a creature that was literally just clumps of pure blood, the effect was magnified by tens of times as he could exert a much greater level of control that could decide the pace of the battle before his target used the strength of their origin to break his influence. This freezing of this amalgamation of blood for just a few seconds was enough for Noah to arrive in front of it as well, pressing it down with his authority of blood. His terrifying body and jaws expanded to bite down on the body of the amalgamation of blood while casting, Devour, BZZZT, like a black hole. His jaws took in large portions of the 1 mile long body of the amalgamation of blood, beginning to swallow it whole as it turned into a river of blood that was just rushing into his jaws. The powerful great sage could not even resist as its body trembled, finding to its utter despair that its very essence was seemingly rebelling against it and following the orders of the being in front of it. Before it could regain its movement and shake off the oppressive aura that wrapped around every cell of its body, over half of its body was devoured as when its terrifying origin was finally able to break free of Noah's influence over its body. The strength it could display was minuscule as the jaws of the tyrant dragon simply finished absorbing it whole. Burp, email protected. There was shock and silence as many watched this scene in a stupor, the monarchs that had begun to pay attention to Noah's red star watching closely as the image of this tyrannical dragon emperor was imprinted into everyone's mind. The eyes of the tyrant dragon shot out glorious beams of light as it stared in the direction where many were viewing the star from. Its voice reverberating out majestically, "Why am I only being matched with weaklings? Where are the powerful fighters across the cosmos I was promised?" Rumble. The domineering bellow of the tyrannical dragon emperor rang out grandly after defeating 2 creatures in the top 1000, many beings staring at this arrogant dragon whose name really matched it well. Like this, Noah's primordial blood clone began to raise a great deal of trouble while enhancing his strength in the universal construct that a hegemony was manipulating. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 955. The face of the hegemony of slaughter was particularly cloudy as even after exerting a great deal of pressure to cause the randomized matching of the universal construct to adhere to his will on one specific being, he still wasn't getting the expected results against the puny being that was ruining the plans of his influence in the animus universe. Is his universal fortune that much bigger? That I cannot even discern the best way to deal with such a small creature. As many thoughts swirled in his mind on exactly what to do, Ambrose lifted his face as he looked at the space a few meters away from him and the unique space he was in where he could view an illusory image of the universal construct. At this space, a spatial light weaved out as a humanoid figure that held a sharp white horn on his forehead appeared. His face held a light smile as he nodded towards Ambrose with shining eyes. "You've come across a problem even you cannot fix, Ambrose?" At such a time as well, Rumble, the being that came emanated power just as vibrant as Ambrose, being another universal realm hegemony. Ambrose nodded towards this being with a sharp light as he turned his eyes towards the illusory image of the universal construct while replying, "Just a minor character that is backed by the small hegemony in the animus universe, you don't need to worry about him, Salerno. He seems to have a very specific golden destiny for this cosmos, as many of the things that I do end up helping him or showing him in a better light. The powerful hegemony admitted what he was observing as Salerno, the newly arriving hegemony, nodded with a sharp light. The animus universe is the last fulcrum. We need to have the slaughter star monolith fully anchored, and it is close to completion too. We cannot let it be jeopardized. Rumble. A shocking conversation was about to occur between two beings of powerful stature, a conversation that actually consisted of immense secrets and plots to which very few were privy to. It was such a closely kept secret between certain hegemonies that any talks between it didn't even occur in the bounds of any universes, but in their own domains hidden in the folds of space. It would be a shame if such a closely guarded secret was to be heard by someone else. A shame indeed. POV shift. The feeling of power released from my origin. The now 8 billion galaxies that continued to be forged endlessly as core after core was drained even as I faced opponents within this construct. The now 574,037 Tau galaxies that were branded with the marks of antiquity, that were releasing pressure 5 times that of a normal galaxy. The essence of the cosmic Tao of ruination, and the many Tao essence flowing through my body constantly with endless mana bringing it all together. This feeling of limitless power flowed through me as I felt every second of it, and even then it didn't seem enough. Why am I only being matched with weaklings? Where are the powerful fighters across the cosmos I was promised? WAA, my voice reverberated out to all those watching, but more so to the hegemony that was pulling the strings and setting me up with peak great sage creatures that gave too many benefits when they died. The feeling of the enhancement of the soul was still one of the best things I've felt in a while, even better than drinking from the golden rivers flowing in the starry space of my universal core, even better than the feeling of sex if I'm being honest. I wanted more of it, so I bellowed out, and the reply I got, THRUM, the third opponent. Since entering the slaughter star monolith, it was a human with a clear white robe draping over him, his identity displayed clearly above his head with his appearance. 500, Carbon Zigan Cerulean Universe. A great sage with a calm expression, his number of forged galaxies exceeding 41 billion, as he didn't have any blatant weaknesses like the Sun Devourer or the amalgamation of blood I could exploit. A genuine great sage nearing the monarch stage, his bright blue hair flowing beautifully as the light of slaughter around him swirled with power. In his hands, a mage's staff with a brilliant blue crystal shone with immense power. As this enemy would prove to be somewhat of a challenge, with the boons from defeating him being even more stupendous if good. THRUM, the feeling of initiation of the many Tao essences within my body flowed again, but I didn't move towards the enemy yet. It's as good a time as any. I could feel the golden swirls of fortune and destiny all around me at this moment, giving me the go-ahead to do something I pushed off for a few hours now. Of course, it had to do with the fact that a ridiculously powerful being was chosen to appear in front of me, and how I had a specific ability I could utilize in such a situation to benefit me in a major way. I could have done it since the moment my eyes landed on him, but the wondrous destiny and fortune I had come across recently told me it was not the best time to use it yet. At this juncture, right before I faced a powerful peak great sage, the golden lines I could read with ease now shone brightly as a smile broke from my face. It was time for another addition to boost my strength, because you see, I wasn't nearly as powerful as I should be. Protagonist's bookmark. Rumble, maddening invisible essence from a ridiculous trait flowed out, the target selected already, as I was curious why destiny chose this time as the most opportune one for me. This body of the primordial ruination clone initiated the skill, but it was a portion of the soul of my main body in the dark universe that lifted her off and crossed spacetime, entering the primordial cosmos in seconds as it delved into a certain universe, and then it delved into a fold in space that was hiding a terrifying hegemony. It was of course the hegemony of slaughter. His magisterial stature that nearly reached mine, looking at an illusory image of the slaughter star monolith as he discussed something with, actually another hegemony. Very well, let it begin. Let's add another cosmic Tao to the list, this time being the cosmic Tao of annihilation. It was time for protagonist's bookmark to shine again. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 956, Annihilation. In an isolated space where two beings thought they had utter and complete privacy, the animus universe is the last fulcrum. We need to have the slaughter star monolith fully anchored, and it is close to completion too. We cannot let it be jeopardized. The new hegemony with a glimmering white horn on his head spoke as my consciousness and soul delved into Ambrose. The ability of protagonist's bookmark was truly something else, or even the consciousness of experts that had long since began collecting marks of antiquity saw nothing wrong as they continued their conversation. I know If the great sages within the monolith cannot take care of him, I will draw him out with the massacre of the creatures he wants to protect so dearly. Ambrose had a ruthless expression when he said this, my mood becoming colder as I dug into his consciousness and soul looking for what I wanted. The origin and soul of a hegemony was extremely unique. Finding the huge portions that represented the Taos this being accumulated over the years was not hard. Inside Ambrose, there were 3 clusters of Tao essence that shone with a terrifying might, 2 of them being cosmic Taos, while the third was the grand Tao of slaughter that was rising up to nearly become the same size as a cosmic Tao. My aim was of course the Tao that palpated with black and red color, the cosmic Tao of annihilation that this being worked so hard to achieve and comprehend. Let me just take that for myself. THRUM, the 1-minute timer for protagonist's bookmark began counting down as the horned hegemony replied to Ambrose, for him to give you this much trouble already, he must be destined to become at least a paragon if not an influential hegemony of this cosmos. Be ready with the expectation that you might continue to fail, rumble, yes. After all, the fortunes of a cosmos are absolute. If his universal fortune is that important, I won't let it jeopardize the completion of the last fulcrum in the animus universe. The best possible scenario is for us to carry out the universal amalgamation with the monolith fully anchored to the animus universe. But we can always start without it. Ambrose's face was shining with a brilliant light as he spoke, my mind half divided to their topic of discussion while also reveling in the absorption of a new type of essence. As a cosmic Tao, annihilation was a tier below ruination, but it was still something of great importance. The full 1 minute of the bookmark was required as a portion of my soul had already begun to condense a brilliantly shining cluster of light that would represent the comprehension of a cosmic Tao. We will cause gaps if we do not anchor the universal construct to all targeted universes fully. That would be antithetical to our goals. We might even draw the attention of the Oathkeeper and the other fools with him. Ambrose listened carefully to the words of the other hegemony, his hands plucking the strings of destiny around him as he spoke mysteriously. I have a plan to take the eyes of the Oathkeeper and others when the time is ready. I'll occupy them with a blood feud that hasn't occurred for over 2 million years now. BZZZT, a shocking amount of information continued to be released from the conversation of 2 hegemonies, but the timer on protagonist's bookmark had finished as my soul was pulled out from Ambrose and began to rush back towards my main body. The time for me to utilize the bookmark was truly perfect as destiny foretold, but the duration of it was too little, as even though I gleaned a shocking amount of information that stunk of conspiracy and hidden conflicts between hegemonies. It still wasn't enough, WAA, but this wasn't the most important thing right now. At this moment, it was the vibrating ball of light that was returning with the portion of my soul that represented a cosmic Tao. It moved countless light years and arrived back into my main body, with my soul welcoming it with excitement as the comprehension of a cosmic Tao began. BZZZT. The origin that held a vast amount of galaxies trembled, the ruination essence floating within and in the depths of the 500,000 Tao galaxies still reigned supreme, but another cosmic essence began to bloom at the center of the origin. Others had to be extremely lucky or be born as unique existences like the universal Emperor Slime. With Paragon having a slim chance of obtaining small comprehensions in a cosmic Tao, as only hegemonies had lived long enough to be able to study them, yet I would just need to meet any hegemonies or paragons that comprehended a cosmic Tao, and I can then add it to my long list of Taos every month after the cooldown of protagonist's bookmark. How fair, how balanced, rumble. The new essence within was birthed successfully, feeling my strength elevated to another level as the sheer fact of holding the essence of 2 cosmic Taos made every cell within my body bubble in excitement. In the stat panel, information was added as a new cosmic Tao appeared along with the percentage of 25%. In but a moment and I successfully comprehended 1/4 of a cosmic Tao. I would boast about my genius if it wasn't all due to the ridiculous capabilities of the protagonist's bookmark that was even applicable to universal hegemonies and cosmic Taos. Even more information freely flowed into my brain on the cultivation of annihilation, as well as a skill tree blooming as it was sorted out and displayed to me in but a moment. Galactic filament, bearer of annihilation, to reduce entirely and completely, even to the point of erasing its existence, that is the essence of annihilation. The bearer of annihilation is a skill tree focused on the extremes of annihilation, with mainly offensive skills worthy of a cosmic Tao. Abilities include Chains of Annihilation, May 5th, Galactic Devastation, May 5th, Destroyer, May 5th, and Apocalypse, May 5th. Chapter 957. He has a cosmic Tao. It felt like a significant amount of time had passed since I looked at a skill tree given from other sources, the current one on annihilation being something that piqued my interest as I went through the details of the skills. Chains of annihilation, 5/5. Chains as small as a rope or as large as stars can be thrown out to wrap around one's enemies. All those chains take 50,000% increased annihilation damage and minus 10,000% to all elemental and Tao resistances. Galactic devastation, May 5th. The annihilatory force of thousands of galaxies covers your entire body. This force being applied with every physical attack thrown out, as it can only end in utter annihilation. When cast successfully, a single punch can shatter entire galaxies. Destroyer, 5/5, a passive ability that grants the bearer of annihilation 20,000% annihilation damage to all attacks, 20,000% increased laws and Daos penetration, and 20,000% splash damage to all abilities. Apocalypse, May 5th. The essence of ruination descends in the surrounding few miles. Anything and everything within being ravaged by a manifesting apocalypse that uses the essence of annihilation as the base end pulls upon the other Daos of the user to complete a true apocalypse. The more Daos the user has, the more apocalyptic this ability becomes. Current damage modifier 55,000%, beautiful. I couldn't help but nod with admiration at the skills, intent on trying out all of them right now as the battle between the primordial ruination clone was ongoing with the peak great sage at this moment. My eyes wandered around the skills of the new skill tree a bit more as I focused on the term, splash damage, under the description of the destroyer passive, my thoughts really being affirmed as splash damage was considered a type of damage that afflicted those in the nearby vicinity of the cast skill, causing a chain reaction of damage when fighting large groups of things. The skills made me look forward to the next group battles as my eyes returned to the primordial ruination clone that was currently fighting against the being from the cerulean universe. Many more thoughts swimming in my mind on the secrets that were being whispered by two hegemonies and what would be happening next in the Animus universe. It seems he has finally met his match. The sages and great sages watched the battle between the tyrant dragon and Carbon Zigan of the cerulean universe with bright eyes as they saw a wondrous fight erupting forth. Skills of devastating effects being displayed from both combatants. Carbon Zigan was a genuine cerulean warlock, being under the tutelage of one of the beings most proficient in mana and magic, the hegemony of the blue seas. His vibrant blue staff shot forth terrifying elemental storms with every wave. But the tyrant dragon withstood all of them as he didn't seem affected. Ruination Galaxy Spirit Bombs. THRUM, it was like watching an expert mage weave the most suitable skills as a second there. His resonant voice rang out softly. Duality of ether and chaos. Rumble, space tore apart as from within, tendrils of ether and chaos interweaved together. Connected by the dense essence of the Tao of slaughter that this being emanated out these terrifying strikes back with the force of over 41 billion galaxies as they threatened to smash the scales of the tyrannical dragon emperor. The fight actually seems more balanced? But just who is this tyrant dragon that is capable of going toe-to-toe with someone in the top 500 of all great sages fighting in the Slaughter Star monolith? It doesn't matter who he is, just that his brief shot in the light will fade away soon. Rumble. Before the words of spectators could even end, the majestic tyrannical dragon emperor ripped apart the tendrils of ether and chaos connected by slaughter, its roar reverberating out as from it a magisterial essence had begun to emanate out, that, tinged red and black, carrying with it immense power of decimation and destruction. It was the essence of a cosmic Tao that far surpassed Grand Daos is impossible. He has a cosmic Tao. Even monarchs stood up from their seats at this shocking scene, watching as someone at the level of a great sage somehow comprehended and was currently showing the essence of a cosmic Tao. What many didn't know was that amidst the dense essence of the cosmic Tao of annihilation, an even denser and more powerful cosmic Tao of ruination was laced with it, as with the obtainment of another cosmic Tao, Noah could freely release the essence of ruination that was masked by the Tao of subterfuge and have a shocking excuse for how much power it would show. This was how Noah planned to bridge the gaps of power, the gaps of tens of billions of galaxies that beings such as the one in front of him had already forged over the hundreds of thousands of years they lived. Every month, he would just learn a new cosmic Tao on top of everything else, as he wondered who in the same rank as him could stand against him. The bellow of the tyrannical dragon emperor was heard by all as it fully announced itself, its jaws forming a devilish smile as it looked towards the cerulean warlock that had lost his confidence. He called out softly, "Apocalypse." Rumble, Chapter 958, a supremacy war for the bloodline races. Ambrose stood up abruptly the moment Noah released the essence of a cosmic Tao. A cosmic Tao. His eyes flashed with an intense light as a second later, he saw this being actually utilize this essence expertly as a skill was cast with it. The surrounding miles of the area where Noah's tyrant dragon and the cerulean warlock were located and suddenly trembled, the earth and skies beginning to crack as if it was a piece of glass. Destructive anomalous essence of universal laws beginning to run rampant as the essence of many Daos turned wild, threatening to swallow any beings within it as Ambrose called out the name of the ability himself, Apocalypse, a skill he knew all too well as it was one that he designed, even though what was being displayed right now was a much lesser version of it as its full power could not be displayed with a great sage, yet, it was still a skill that only he should know what is. His expression was cloudy as beside him, Salerno had a serious expression as both of these powerful hegemonies looked closely at Noah and the terrifying essence of a cosmic Tao he released. It's as if he has studied the cosmic Tao of annihilation for thousands of years, his comprehension in it not being low. Ambrose's expression became utterly grim as he seemed to have made up his mind when Salerno's words rang out, his cold voice reverberating out, "I'll give the command for my influenced forces in the animus universe to move against the remaining dragons. I'll spark a war and draw him out of the bloody battlefield's galaxy clusters and have him assassinated by monarchs or paragons. If even that fails, Hegemony Dark Shadow will have to directly make a move and break his oath, having to hide from Oathkeeper and the others just until the universal amalgamation is complete." A shocking conclusion just moments after he observed his target to actually be such a genius that he had already comprehended a cosmic Tao at the stage of a great sage. Salerno nodded with a serious expression at this as he voiced out strongly with immense conviction, "As it was, so it shall be." At such abstruse words, Ambrose nodded back as he spoke with even more conviction, "As it was, so it shall be." Rumble. Swirls of destiny erupted out thereafter as the tides of time continued to churn. Apocalypse. THRUM. The surroundings shook fearfully as my bright eyes reveled in the shocking destruction I could call forth, though I wasn't done as in the next moment, galactic devastation, and chains of annihilation, were also cast. WAA, all over the scales of my draconic form, a layer of annihilation galaxies tinged with the essence of ruination appeared, my sheer might causing the air and space around me to creak as all around me, thick black-red chains erupted out while rushing towards the cerulean warlock. The answer was that this difference could be breached when such a vast array of things were put together. Rumble. Even as his blue staff shone with a brilliant light, the grand and lesser Daos he used were torn down by the cosmic Tao essence that was swirling around in abundance, the shocking effects of Apocalypse only increasing as the area around us had turned into molten earth that spewed out scorching Tao essence of destruction, ruination, annihilation, and many more Daos that I had fully assimilated. In the skies, space continued to shatter and splinter as even more unstable destructive Tao essences thundered out, all of them centered around the cerulean warlock. As in the midst of all this, the chains of annihilation were able to wrap around his legs as they very quickly wrapped all around his body. His expression was ashen as his mouth was about to open. Was it to admit defeat? But my draconic body had already flashed on top of him as with the might capable of shattering an entire galaxy with a mere punch provided by the exuberant amount of annihilation essence of galactic devastation. My claw smashed into his body as any layers of defense were torn with muscles and bones being turned to paste. Boom, splat, a deadly scene played out within this wondrous red star, yet another enemy lying dead as a pristine red essence leaked out to reinforce my very soul. This beautiful scene was shown to many, but nobody more important than my main body in the dark universe that had a light smile as the scenes of the primordial ruination clone's immense strength were simply too wondrous to not enjoy. It would also come in handy in the days to come as while the battle in the Slaughter Star monolith ended. My main body pulled out Valentina's golden mirror in the dark universe to once more talk with the exquisite hegemony. Ambrose plans to start a war between the paragons and monarchs of the bloodline races. All to most likely draw me out when he sees that even his machinations in the Slaughter Star monolith won't work out. The dark hair on this ridiculously gorgeous woman that had lived who knew how long cascaded down her shoulders, her expression serious as she looked at me through the mirror with eyes that threatened to swallow anyone whole. "You hold more universal fortune than me. What does destiny tell you, ho? Leaving the decision of it to me? I'll gladly take it." I glanced at the strings of destiny and fate flowing all around me, pulling on a few of them as my enormous swirling universal fortune vibrated all around me. Let's see, just what was in store for the future to come? Chapter 959, A Supremacy War for the Bloodline Races. 2. The information received from destiny wasn't exact as it didn't show you a certain future, only showing you whether it would be a beneficial or harmful future to you, among other things. It was why when I looked at Valentina and Ambrose for the first time and thought of protagonist's bookmark, the strings of destiny first led me towards Ambrose as the most beneficial candidate, as well as the time not being ready until I was notified it was just minutes ago. Destiny was mysterious and hard to work with. When I utilized this Tao at this moment and gleaned the many possible paths and futures that could occur, I only saw benefits ahead on many of the paths. The golden essence of destiny fluctuated on my body as I turned towards the golden mirror where Valentina was waiting patiently. Even with the war, everything should still go the way we expect. Ambrose's influence over the animus universe will continue to be reduced until, her dark eyes blinked slowly as they could pull in any poor weak soul, a light smile appearing on my lips as I replied while thinking about the shocking conspiracy that most likely involved many hegemonies, about the universal amalgamation that Ambrose was talking about with another hegemony and what the true purpose of the universal construct spread across multiple universes was, until Ambrose resorts to something drastic if things go our way. After that, destiny seems to involve many moving pieces as I cannot discern too much yet. Her eyes shone with a brilliant luster as she nodded and spoke while letting out a harumph. The forces of the mixed races, mythical Helios races, golden crows, and galaxy-devouring serpents shall be assembled and set off for war towards the draconic lands. Then, rumble, waves of fortune and destiny erupted just from her mere words, and I gave her a slight nod as I continued to observe the situation. Within the bloody battlefield's galaxy clusters, my subordinates and clones continue to sweep across the peripheral galaxies, with the last few galaxies that have great sages as the strongest experts falling in the next day. In the past hours, as the primordial ruination clone finished clearing up one galaxy, my clones and the other experts from the dark universe continued to sweep across the smaller galaxies where only sages and great sages of the bloodline races stood. These galaxies were cleared out as Ambrose's influence was forcibly destroyed, no more beings going into the Slaughter Star monolith and propagating slaughter in these regions. The main goal would be to take control of all the entrances to the Slaughter Star monolith that was anchored around the bloody battlefield's galaxy clusters, and this would require power at the Monarch realm and even Paragon realm for the galaxies at the very heart of these bloody clusters where the most slaughter was occurring. That power of Monarch and Paragon levels, while it wouldn't be too far away, this was because it had barely been a day since the siege on the bloody battlefield's galaxy clusters began, and I had already jumped from 1 billion to nearly 10 billion forged stars. That was in less than a day. With the use of cores from defeated enemies, Monarch was only a few days away from my grasp. So when it came to a war between the bloodline races at the scale of an entire universe, I could understand why destiny favored it for me. The loot that could be obtained from it ranged all the way from great sages to paragons. A war, he would truly allow the natives of an entire universe to fight amongst themselves just to achieve his goals. Despicable, Valentina's body raged with anger as the wrath within her eyes seemed enticing, her words ringing in my mind a few times as they made me think of Ambrose's actions and my own. One could say I was the reason for all this, as my introduction and subsequent need for Ambrose to get rid of me was what led him to the idea of initiating a war between the bloodline races just to draw me out. One could say I was responsible for many of the deaths to occur in the coming war between mythical beasts and wondrous creatures that might have continued their lives in the current state for many years to come, but the dragons would still be subjugated and getting bullied for all these years. And Ambrose still had his devious plans where the universal construct he lay into this animus universe was for his own purposes, where there was a plot that even Valentina or powerful beings that I've only had the names of like Oathbreaker had no idea about. If I hadn't come into the animus universe and began breaking apart his influence, his goals would have been achieved much faster as the universal amalgamation he talked about with the other hegemony would have been carried out even sooner. And as they spoke with their own words, it would have been perfected with the animus universe. I was currently stopping this perfection with my standing against and shattering Ambrose's influence. And this single action of mine could be the initiator to save the lives of quintillions as it stands in the way of something that many powerful hegemonies weren't aware of. Maybe that was all the case and it stood true, or maybe I was just selfishly moving with my own goals as my actions wrapped around the creatures of an entire universe. Cause and effect. No matter what initiated it, the river of time continued to churn as destinies were intertwined and many beings moved with their own goals. A universal war. I let these words roll out of my mouth as Valentina cut off the connection of the mirror to do what she needed to do to get the forces of 4 bloodline races under her influence ready. Ambrose was most likely making his own preparations with the 5 bloodline races he influenced, each of them acting as players who moved an innumerable number of pieces on the huge chessboard that was the animus universe. Rumble, my body thrummed with power as a devilish smile couldn't help but sneak out, my eyes reflecting the golden glow of universal fortune all around me that continued to increase while marks of antiquity continued to form. What a wondrous future lay before me. Chapter 960, Legion's March Chapter towards the Draconic Holy Lands. The animus universe held a great deal of creatures in history, much of the history being extremely painful in the last 100,000 years after the influence of a certain hegemony descended. The paragons and monarchs of 5 bloodline races fell under the influence of Ambrose, with the other 4 managing to come under the influence of Valentina as they staved off the complete domination of the universe under one being. At this time, the forces of all of these bloodline races on both sides were moving with extreme haste, a shocking war on the horizon as the two sides moved with their own goals. The paragons of the 5 bloodline races under the influence of Ambrose continued on their path of seeking greater strength under the hegemony of slaughter, moving under his commands as most recently, he had kept to his words as commands to wipe out the subjugated dragons and cleansing the opposing races in the animus universe through slaughter was given. A shocking set of commands, but those under the influence of this hegemony still followed them as this was what they had done for the past 100,000 years. Why would they suddenly stop now? As for the other 4 bloodlines races under Valentina, their hearts were filled with a light that called for justice and liberation, filled with a longing for freedom where their actions weren't controlled by beings above them, but they had to seek protection under a hegemony as their paragons denied Ambrose's influence. Valentina coming into the spotlight as they took the light of this hegemony to cover them for the past tens of thousands of years. Now, she had let their paragons know that Ambrose was set on slaughter, giving commands to massacre dragons at this very moment as he commanded his forces to start war. Paragon Skylar of the galaxy-devouring serpent race gave a light sigh at this thought as he floated in front of a galaxy cluster, his body magnificently shimmering in the starry space as he was larger than most planets. The terrifying figure of the galaxy-devouring serpent emperor watched the area in front of the galaxy cluster that was known as the Serpentine Holy Land, a cluster of many galaxies that uniquely formed into the shape of a serpent in the starry space. At this moment, millions of galaxy-devouring serpents were moving out like shining lights from their serpentine holy land and falling into ranks as they were putting together the legions that would soon set off. Monarch-level serpents stood in front of each of the forming legions, and one would find the wondrous sight of not just galaxy-devouring serpents, but also dragons moving among their ranks. This was because, as Valentina mentioned before, the 4 bloodline races each held many dragons they were able to save within their ranks for the last tens of thousands of years, living with them all this time as a few draconic monarchs and paragons would be among those fighting with them at the forefront of the war to defend the rest of the dragon race. Skylar, why gaze at everything from so far away? Quinny, the enormous serpentine paragon had a lost look as he gazed towards the fate dragon at the level of a paragon just like him with love and affection. A strong bond existing between these two beings as they grew very close over the last tens of thousands of years. Paragon Quinny came close to Skylar as she nudged him softly while turning her gaze towards the forming legions as well. It feels like the war was just put on pause over the last tens of thousands of years, with the creatures of my race just continuing to be massacred in faraway regions as we were helpless to help. Rumble. Waves of fate and destiny swam around this genuine fate dragon, her eyes shining with light as she gazed towards a certain direction where 2 monarchs were overseeing the formation of a legion that consisted of an equal number of dragons and galaxy-devouring serpents. Now it has been started again, and just like before, the crux lies with the deaths of the dragon race. I always wondered why it was so in the past, but I've finally been able to glean something in the past few months. Oh, Skylar looked towards Paragon Quinny with love as he asked, the fate dragon nodding as she looked towards the 2 monarchs that shone gold and purple while giving commands with serious faces far in the distance. Yes. It even involves our 2 daughters. The future isn't as grim as we believe it to be, with a powerful champion having been chosen by the hegemony of summoning to aid us in the coming war. I see a line of connection between that champion and Ava and Olivia. It puts us all at the junction of change at this moment, and that champion will lead the way. Paragon Skylar's eyes shone brightly at this as he turned to focus on the same legion his wife was looking at, observing his 2 daughters that he had raised with great love over the last tens of thousands of years, identical faces, one with bright gold hair and another with shining purple hair, both emanating a shocking level of strength at the level of monarchs, twins. Currently in their human forms, they were dressed with regality and majesty as they held great status within the Serpentine Holy Land, emanating a unique power of the bloodline that consisted of 2 supreme bloodline races. The progeny between one of the paragons with the purest bloodline of the galaxy-devouring serpents and a paragon with the pure bloodline of a fate dragon. From the words of Quinny, they shared some sort of destiny and had a part to play in the war to come. Chapter 961 Legions March. Chapter towards the Draconic Holy Lands. 2. Aside from the legions forming in the Serpentine Holy Land, similar scenes were occurring across the galaxy clusters of the mixed races, the mythical Helios races, and the Golden Crow race. Within the mixed races that occupied the largest clusters of galaxies within the Animus universe, one could find the Animus races like the Obsidian Panther race, the Calamity Bears, and the races that bore mutations like the variant Oculothorax as well. Currently, the Paragons and Monarchs of the mixed race were coordinating with each other across their holy lands and moving out created legions of entities, sages, and great sages towards the draconic holy lands. You then had the Golden Crow race that lived around a cluster of galaxies filled with scorching suns, these beings releasing an air of regality as their legions looked like a lineup of golden majestic figures that crossed the starry stars. There was a certain Golden Crow that was acting as a servant to Valentina, watching all of these scenes while clenching her fist at the fact that she wouldn't be able to help no matter how much she wanted to. Lastly, among those moving out with their legions there was the mythical Helios races, where creatures like the colossal Helios Leviathan came from, the Helios races being animus that lived in wondrous blue galaxies that were majorly filled with bodies of water. These places were the most comfortable to them, but they would still venture out when they needed to at times like these. Currently, a vast array of beings could be seen moving out from the blue galaxies, as some were as small as 10 meters, with the largest of the Helios races being as large as planets. The Royal Colossal Leviathan race was among the many leading groups taking the legions forward, the race of the great white mythical sharks and luminous piranhas not being far behind as they created for a dreadful army that marched forward. These were the races under the influence of Valentina, and they were now finally making a grand move to bring an end to the tyranny the influence of the hegemony of slaughter brought as they went against the 5 bloodline races under his influence. The Nine-Tailed Fox race, White Tiger race, Chelan race, the Phoenix race, and the Golden Cyclops race. Innumerable legions crossed the chaotic void of the Animus universe as waves of destiny and fortune continued to emanate throughout, as many beings began moving about, each with their own goals and aspirations. A day passed, word came from Valentina that the forces of the bloodline races under her influence had begun moving, most heading towards the draconic Holy Land, while a segment would come to the bloody battlefield's galaxy cluster to reinforce the monarchs and paragons within the galaxies and the innermost regions of these clusters that surrounded the universal construct. In the past day, the outer galaxies of these clusters, where great sages and sages were the highest powerhouses capable of entering, had all fallen under the hands of those holding the title of my vassals, their enhanced mana reserves making them move tirelessly across galaxies, as of course, having a single one of my clones move with them helped in taking down the forces of these galaxies quickly. The takedown of these galaxies and the myriad of great sages within them meant a great deal of loot as well, which, when duplicated with the cosmic treasure, the reality of me continuing to absorb galactic filament cores continued throughout the day, the result of taking down tens of great sages and duplicating their cores before absorbing them, caused a wondrous scene of the tripling of the galaxies I held within my origin in the last day. 30 billion, rumble, 30 billion illusory galaxies floating inside of you was a surreal thing to even imagine. If you had told the normal Noah Osmond, who had yet to even become a Ranketh hunter in the past, that he would have such a power, the power to shatter not just stars, but entire galaxies, well, I wouldn't have even known what to say, but this was the current reality. Where somehow a being like me now had a vibrantly shining origin that swirled with a beautiful array of 30 billion stars, nearly 1 million of them having been formed into Tau galaxies. I wasn't the only one ascending in strength as the vassals below me got their share of the duplicated loot. Many more great sages being born as beings like the Emperor Penguin and Kazuhiko made their way towards forging a few billion galaxies. It was a tremendous rate of strength, and one that was further fueled on my side with the horrendous increase in soul strength that I continued to receive as the Primordial Ruination clone continued to face enemies in the Slaughterstadt monolith. In the past day, the Primordial Ruination clone had long since finished going through opponents in the hundreds, where the last enemy he faced was a Thonian with 46 billion galaxies, who was rank 87th out of all the great sages participating in the experiment of slaughter within the Slaughter Star monolith. Enemies such as these caused soul strength to break any boundaries I knew, as the enhanced power of 2 cosmic Daos was enough to stand against any other great sages. I was looking forward to having the clone continue until I observed whether I would be able to enter the top 10 of the great sage ranking of this universal construct, but this was when the golden mirror on my main body shone, the voice of a particular hegemony ringing out from it. The forces of the 4 bloodline races are converging towards a certain location before heading towards the draconic Holy Lands together. I can send you the coordinates and images of these places for you to transfer there directly. Legions consisting of a vast number of races of beings ranging from entities to monarchs. Legions that held powerful animus that I could finally be able to contract the two that I was capable of after advancing to the galactic filament realm. During this universal war, why don't I get myself 2 monarch-ranked animus to join my ranks? Rumble, Chapter 962, Let Them All Swear Fealty. Inside Galaxy B48, it was here that the vast majority of my vassals would be setting off to go towards the area that legions of the bloodline races were gathering at. Noah gazed upon the many beings floating in the starry space before him, a light smile on his face as all of them were clones of their original bodies. Before they set off, the peripheral galaxies of the bloody battlefield's galaxy clusters had been cleared and had order established as within. The original bodies of Barbados, the Emperor Penguin, and all of the others could be seen left behind within these galaxies. They were told that for any who wished to participate in the coming battle, they would have to send 1 or 2 of the clones they could utilize, their main bodies remaining within the galaxies they took over as they worked with the dragons that lived there before to simply defend if any forces from the enemy bloodline races came. The other reason to only allow their clones to come was the fact that Noah and his forces would be among the beings targeted the most, so it was to purely prevent the real deaths of many beings around Noah as only their clones would be setting off. Everyone ready? THRUM. His boisterous voice rang out as the question caused explosive waves of mana to erupt out from the vassals before him, their eyes shining with glorious light as they were looking forward to what was to come with great enthusiasm. The lineup of beings that began with him a long time ago, like Kazuhiko, Steel Mikhail, Emperor Penguin, Barbados, Elena. It gave a nostalgic feeling when one thought about where they came from and the positions these beings reached now. The even more interesting case was the terror of ether behind them that was the size of a planet, Noah's eyes locking around the terror who seemed to show him slight annoyance and approval at the same time. The other terrors standing beside it as their auras were some of the most oppressive out of everyone here. With all of these beings and more in the picture, the primordial ruination clone wasted no time as dense mana of teleportation erupted from it, covering him and the many beings around him, even to the planet-sized terrors. The destination of this light dot was a colorful chaotic void where a myriad of supreme bloodline races waited. The animus universe was extremely vast, the distance between the clusters where the holy lands of different races resided being even more vast. Even with paragons in the lead, the legions of the 4 bloodline races under Valentina's influence only neared the draconic holy lands after a day. The innumerable numbers of bloodlines races currently waited a distance of a few light years away. This was because there were still reinforcements to come, the paragons of the 4 races being told to expect the welcoming of a being directly sent forth by the hegemony of summoning. Such a thing caused many beings to look forward with high hopes, wanting to know just what type of support a hegemony that could not directly against beings lower than her level could provide. Rumble. As the primordial ruination clone shuttled through the folds of space with multiple subordinates to soon arrive in front of powerful creatures of the bloodline races, Noah's main body had Valentina's golden mirror in hand as he sent her words that ensnared her attention. I have a proposition, THRUM. Oh, the eyes of the hegemony looked towards Noah, who was smiling in unknown light at this moment, a mischievous light in his eyes as he continued. I have a way to greatly enhance the strength of all the forces of the 4 bloodline races, a way to make sure that very few of them will face death and even ensure victory against the enemies they will stand against. Valentina's eyes turned sharp at these words as she stared at Noah with languid eyes and replied, You didn't think to mention this until now. Well, of course there are some conditions applied, with the condition for this being that they bind a portion of their soul to me. Nothing much really. Just a small portion, Noah replied with shining eyes as he looked at Valentina, this hegemony's eyes turning even sharper as she spoke once more. This has to do with your newly created Tao that gave you so many marks of antiquity. This hegemony was able to get right to the point as Noah nodded in appreciation, his gaze staring out in the distance as he continued. A small portion of their soul is required for them to be connected to me, and I can confidently promise that their increase in power would be at the minimum twice as strong, with this number varying on the higher side. The eyes of the hegemony opened wide as Noah found the expression cute, her expression becoming thoughtful as she asked carefully, How many beings can you connect with and enhance their power? I'm sure there are many more limitations than you were not mentioning. She looked over to him for an answer as she saw him scratch his head sheepishly while replying, There is no limit to the number of beings I can connect with, whether it's 10 or 10 trillion, it doesn't matter. Boom, Chapter 963, Let Them All Swear Fealty. 2. It felt like a thunderclap had rung in front of Valentina as she looked into the mirror in shock, many things lining up in her mind as she thought about the overabundance of marks of antiquity this being condensed in so quickly at that. She looked towards this outrageous being that had a sheepish smile. shaking her head in utter disbelief as she thought about the logistics of how this would even be possible. This must require a great deal of essence from you. Even my Tao of summoning is just a construct I've established where I can learn of the beings that use it, but I can't exert any control over them or anything like that. How can you handle the mana output of connecting to so many beings? Does the level of the being matter? Can you enhance a paragon just the same as a sage? Can you? A barrage of questions erupted from the hegemony as she tried to discern the extent of Noah's shocking revelations, but Noah merely waved his hands to stop her as he spoke. No need to overthink any of this. Trust me when I tell you I have my ways to do what I say. No matter the number, I can do it. Rumble, all I would need is to use your authority. Let the races you influence know that as the helper you are sending, I can offer them an immense increase in power if they simply let go of a portion of their soul and pledge their fealty. That is the name of the Tao I created, the Tao of fealty. Noah was speaking freely as he waved his hands, making visible the marks of antiquity that were still forming even now as he spoke. Let them all swear fealty to me, and I can promise this war will be won. Valentina's eyes shone with a bright light at Noah's words, letting the term fealty roll off her tongue as she looked at this being that her destiny told her would lead her to victory. At the being whose actions increased her own universal fortune. Well, we've already come this far. Let's see what this is all about. It was at this point that the hegemony of summoning made an action that would open the floodgates of a shocking practice for the coming future, an action that to her held a form of significance to her, but never would she think they would be the stepping stone to something much larger. Valentina's eyes shone brightly as her essence moved, using her unique power as she spoke, her voice being sent down to all the paragons and monarchs within the legions of the 4 supreme bloodline races. The tyrant dragon coming your way is my apostle. He comes bearing a gift of great strength from me if you choose to take it. But it will require for you to make a sacrifice. Rumble, her voice left her isolated realm as it traveled vast distances and stumbled into the minds of their targets. Her eyes then locked with Noah's main body in the golden mirror, expectant to see exactly what would happen as beside this mirror, illusory screens showing the scenes of the clustering legions were already present. Paragon Quinny held great expectation purely based on what destiny told her, but she was even more moved when a few seconds ago, the voice of the hegemony of summoning said the being she was sending down was an apostle that would come to offer them power, having to sacrifice something in order to take such power. This powerful fate dragon turned towards Skylar as she gazed towards a certain region where a spatial light was fading away to reveal the beings within. Would you take the offered power, my dear Skylar? The galaxy-devouring serpent paragon thought carefully as he replied slowly, his eyes honing on the newly appearing figures as he was more intent on seeing this chosen champion that his wife had mentioned shared a line of destiny with his daughters. It depends on the price. Rumble. Their appearance took many creatures back as they noticed most of these creatures were on the level of a great sage, that was an abysmally low level when it came to which powerhouses would truly control the results of the coming battles. Many of the paragons and monarchs expecting being within their level as support. Was there a mistake? Even Skylar couldn't help but turn to Quinny to see if even his wife had gotten something wrong from destiny. A champion? An apostle? The being in front of them that only seemed to be at the peak of great sage. Rumble. Many thoughts swirled in the minds of the most powerful being within the bloodline races, but it wasn't long before something shocking appeared in front of their eyes, the body of the supposed champion that the hegemony of summoning sent floating away from the group as his draconic body shone with a bright red-black asunder. Accompanying him was a figure of a chaos dragon who was looking towards the powerhouses of the dragon race with shining eyes that swirled with plans of their own. What appeared in front of the eyes of the creatures of the bloodline races after these two beings came forward was a prompt that was brought to fruition as immense mana began to leak out from the body of the tyrant dragon, a prompt similar to the one that many in the dark universe had received, this one being molded differently as Noah was capable of twisting a few words to match the current situation. THRUM. The prompt spread across the vast chaotic void where many legions of the bloodline races stood waiting, a shocking future about to break out before a universal war began. Chapter 964, The Queen Dowager's Reappearance. The chaotic void of the animus universe was very similar to the dark universe, being filled with utter darkness all around until one came across glimmering galaxies, lone black holes and vibrant quasars. In a certain region of the chaotic void just a few light years from the draconic Holy Lands, vast legions of 4 of the supreme bloodline races clustered together as they looked at the support they were waiting for this whole time. The myriad of mixed races that held a great deal of fantastical creatures were led by 11 paragons and hundreds of monarchs, a clan of dragons. also being in their midst as they were led by a Chaos Dragon Paragon. On the side where the mythical Helios races stood waiting, a planet-sized king shark was conversing with the water dragon Paragon as 14 Paragons lay behind them. On another side, you had the golden crows that shone like luminous suns, a lava dragon Paragon leading a clan of fire dragons being seen within their ranks as there was the presence of 10 Paragons in their region. Lastly, there was the galaxy-devouring serpents that were led by Paragon Skylar and 13 other Paragons, one of them being the fate dragon Quinny that Skylar fell for when she first sought refuge with their race. So each of the 4 bloodline races had a draconic Paragon among their ranks, as they were the saved remnants of the dragon race who weren't subjugated by the other 5 bloodline races acting under the directions of the hegemony of slaughter. There were also tens of monarch-level dragons as when Noah first appeared. His eyes honed in on them brilliantly as he felt his goal of getting his hands on monarch-level beasts to be close. With Tiamat by his side, Noah stepped forward from the group as the two of them took the gazes of everyone, while Noah erupted with mana to cause the essence of fealty to spread towards all the beings he could see. Tiamat also erupted with her own action. It was an act of making a grand announcement, one that she could now make freely as she held no reservations, and Noah had given her the go-ahead as they had to now utilize her identity to their advantage. They had to utilize her unique power as the progenitor of dragons to bring the remaining paragons and monarchs on their side as they further strengthened them through the Tao of fealty. Rumble, the chaos dragon form of Tiamat, trembled as it began to peel and change. From it, a delicate light of red and black erupted, shining with even more glorious colors as from the chaos dragon, numerous heads began to erupt as the form of a 10-headed dragon that was unique to a single being came to light. Alarm and shock began to erupt from the eyes of many of the paragons, the prompt asking them to become vassals momentarily being taken out of their minds as the erupting figure of the 10-headed dragon reminded them of a being long ago, or IAR. The roar was reminiscent as well, ringing out across the chaotic void as this roar carried with it immense bloodline power. It was the power of a being that was the progenitor of a race. A rare being even among the supreme bloodline races, as there were some that had lost their progenitors over the ages. The progenitor, the queen, Rumble, the legions of the supreme bloodlines turned chaotic at this moment of Tiamat's reveal. The paragons of these bloodlines races specifically understanding what was happening as they recalled the form of the first being to fall under the attacks of the rebelling races under the banner of Ambrose. It was the queen that controlled numerous regions of the animus universe, the progenitor who was closest to dominating and leading all of the 9 supreme bloodlines. Tiamat, Paragon Skylar called out in shock as his partner, the fate dragon Quinny, who was beside him, was trembling uncontrollably while staring at Tiamat's figure. At this moment, Tiamat finished roaring out gloriously and establishing her visage as she looked around the bloodline races, her eyes landing on the draconic paragons on the side of the mixed races, the golden crow race, and the mythical Helios races. Little sister Quinny, why aren't you coming over, THRUM? The fate dragon, boasting power at the level of a paragon, shook as her eyes shone brightly, her figure turning into a streak of light that crossed the vast distance and instantly arrived in front of Tiamat. Instantly, WAA. This was a taste of the shocking power of a paragon, even Noah's heart shaking as he didn't even catch the movements of this paragon. He only saw her appear right in front of Tiamat beside him. Paragon, the prerequisite before one formed their own universe. A stage that very few beings broke out of in their entire lives. This was the powerhouse that came in front of Tiamat as her eyes looked teary, having an expression of someone that was seeing someone they thought was gone a long time ago. Big sister, Quinny called out with shining eyes as she was the first draconic paragon to speak to the long thought to be dead progenitor of dragons. Chapter 965, not to me, but my master. When Tiamat lost her life many years ago, she didn't know how everything played out thereafter, as the being she was closest to could have been alive or dead. Finding one of the closest beings that she could consider her little sister still alive, calmed the constant rage this queen of dowager always felt, but her expression returned to regality after her heads nudged Quinny's enormous body lovingly, her body wildly releasing her bloodline aura once more as she spoke towards Quinny lightly. We'll catch up later. For now, we have to finish the task of Master, Rumble. The paragon Quinny received another shock as her head followed Tiamat's gaze to Noah's direction, many thoughts flashing through her mind as even destiny had not prepared her for this. She had gleaned from destiny that the champion of the hegemony of summoning would lead them forward and provide strength, and that there was some form of a deeper connection with his daughters, but never would she have thought her long-assassinated sister would also come with this champion. There were too many surprises. WAA, with a paragon by her side, Tiamat's aura bellowed out wildly again as the overpowering strength of her bloodline she could utilize as the progenitor erupted out, her voice ringing out for all to hear in the nearby space. Your progenitor has returned, and you still do not rush towards her and bow, thrum. These words struck the minds of every dragon as their bodies uncontrollably moved, their blood following the will of the progenitor as from the legions of the four races. 3 paragons flew out with faces full of stupor, followed by tens of monarchs and thousands upon hundreds of thousands of more lower-level dragons that spilled to millions. They all rushed towards her position as they called out in shock and reverence, "Progenitor, Queen Dowager." Their bloodline thrummed with power as they came forward, the fantastical scene of many beings bowing towards one playing out as Tiamat nodded. As she gazed upon the kneeling dragons, she turned her eyes towards the many paragons of other bloodline races in the surroundings as her expression became solemn and she spoke, "I owe you all a great debt for taking in my race when they were attacked, and I won't forget that. Currently, the same races that betrayed us and chose wanton slaughter are starting a war again, and we need to hold a great deal of strength in order to triumph against them and the hegemony standing behind them." Her 10 heads moved enticingly as she spoke, her eyes landing on Noah at this point as her voice reverberated out, "That brings us to the words you all saw a minute back. Words asking to swear fealty in exchange for immense strength. Rumble, I can tell you that this is a favor from the hegemony of summoning, and from the champion standing beside me. Nothing will be required of you as you will only gain endless benefits from it, and I will showcase just how much power you can gain by answering the call of fealty." Her commanding gaze swept out to all of the paragons of the bloodline races as she then turned towards the bowing dragons still looking towards her with disbelief and reverence. Her level that emanated an aura of a great sage didn't matter to them as they only felt the purest bloodline power, their eyes locking onto her authoritative figure as she spoke towards them with a commanding voice, "O you of the dragon race, answer the call of fealty. Bow not to me, but to my master, Rumble." Her commanding words and gaze took every single dragon as they followed her gaze to hand on Noah's figure of a tyrant dragon, a certain prompt appearing in front of them once more, in exchange for a portion of immense power. Bind a portion of your soul to the apostle of the hegemony of summoning and become a vassal. Do you wish to swear fealty to the tyrannical emperor, a portion of one's soul, a significant affair, and one that all the dragons committed to after listening to the commands of their progenitor that they had to obey? Quinny stared at her big sister she thought to be long gone and the champion that destiny buzzed about as she trusted her instinct, seeing the gaze of her husband, the paragon Skylar, from far away as she sent a reassuring message towards him, "I swear fealty, boom, I swear fealty." The moment Quinny began, the monarchs and lower-ranked beings followed as the total number of dragons regardless of their levels who were participating in this war that spilled over the millions all swore under the lesser Tao of fealty. The moment they answered the call, essence erupted out so gloriously that even the dark chaotic void was lit up brightly. Quinny was the first to experience it as her essence of a paragon trembled, feeling a unique power fill her body as the most immediate thing she felt was the explosion of her mana reserves, thrum. This paragon reeled in shock as her overabundance of mana reserves as a paragon exploded out, actually becoming increased by tens of times as aside from this, various sorts of small boosts she didn't fully understand caused her strength to edge ever so higher. A small example was the Ruination Guider ability that he created long ago. Ruination Guider, when selected, all the beings considered as subordinates of the Master of Ruination gained 20,000% increased comprehension and assimilation of all laws and DAOs. All those that became vassals gained access to a ridiculous amount of boosts as their origins and essence were ballooning up the crazy levels. WAA. The paragons of the 4 bloodline races watched this scene with sharp eyes as they saw a storm of essence erupt out from the dragons, their bodies letting out vibrant power as draconic roars began to reverberate out gloriously. On this day, the powerful figures of the draconic race answered the call to fealty, Noah getting his hands on 4 paragons and many monarchs as vassals. But he wasn't done as there were still hundreds of millions of powerful beings that formed the legions currently all around them. His illustrious eyes staring towards the 4 bloodline races as he wanted them all as vassals before this universal war began. Chapter 966 Phenomenal. The moment that monarchs and paragons answered Noah's call of fealty, his main body in the dark universe exploded in a shower of golden light as his universal fortune exploded, but an even more lustrous explosion of golden light that was the marks of antiquity eclipsed this. The astounding marks that even hegemony sought after with much fervor coalesced by the thousands instantly, rushing towards him gloriously as he took them all in and branded them onto his galaxies to birth more Tao galaxies. With this, his strength exploded up even higher as back in the Animus universe where the primordial Ruination clone stood in front of the masses of dragons pledging fealty. His aura became even more oppressive, but it wasn't even Noah that stole the show. but the presence that the fate dragon Paragon Quinny released along with the 3 other draconic paragons that had stepped out from the ranks of the bloodline races, RIAR, draconic bellows erupted out as their bodies felt like they were filled with boundless strength. Quinny looking towards the figure of Tiamat and Noah in awe as even she had no words for what had happened. He truly seems to be at the level of a great sage. She looked towards the being that her big sister called Master, the being that also held the title of the Apostle of the Hegemony of Summoning and the title of the Tyrannical Emperor. For someone of his level to be able to provide her such strength and cause her mana reserves to explode, she didn't even know what to make of it as she utterly believed what she had gleaned from Destiny about this champion. This thought also reminded her of something as her sharp eyes looked towards her 2 daughters not too far away that had also sworn fealty and become vassals under the commands of Tiamat. I have to make sure what Destiny showed as a possibility is completed. They ought to be connected to him in a much closer sense. Rumble, unknown thoughts crossed the mind of this paragon as Tiamat's boisterous voice reverberated out. Can you see? The senses of paragons and monarchs should be able to easily pick up the changes on the bodies of the dragons who just swore fealty at this moment. Their eyes honed in on the Apostle of the Hegemony of Summoning as many thoughts crossed their minds, also paying attention to the fact that beside him, the figures of a golden crow, a galaxy-devouring serpent, Oculothorax, Calamity Bear, colossal Helios Leviathan, and a devilish-looking blue-haired child. With the enticing call of increased strength for them to survive the coming war paired up with the fact that the being they were giving a portion of their soul to was someone connected to a hegemony and even the progenitor of dragons, they didn't hold any aversion as soon enough. Gorgeous lights began to bloom from the hundreds of millions of powerful figures spread out across the chaotic void. It was truly a glorious scene in the darkness of the chaotic void. Lights began to shine and brighten up slowly among the ranks of bloodline races who read the prompt and then chose to swear fealty, the brightening of a few lights very quickly changing to thousands, and then very quickly being entire regions of the chaotic void where the legions were clustered doing the same thing. Slowly but surely, they were all pledging fealty as they sought to gain more strength. What was occurring now was truly monumental and game-changing. There would be many winners from it, but nobody would be as big a winner as a single being whose body was brightening up more brilliantly than even a sun. At this moment, even Valentina would be appalled if she knew Noah had long since surpassed the measly 1 million marks of antiquity that she had collected after so many years, tens of thousands of golden marks forming around him every single second as more and more beings of the bloodline races pledged their fealty. At this time, Noah's figure as a tyrant dragon was blazing with immense power that bordered the very peak of the level of great sage, his mind vibrantly buzzing at the level of power that only kept shooting higher. With this, his eyes shot out beams of light as he looked at the situation around him, the significance of it not being lost to him as he could use it to his advantage in a myriad of ways. With this single action of using the authorities of Tiamat's identity and the hegemony of summoning, he had obtained monarchs and paragons as his vassals. Such a thing meant that at this moment, he could utilize these beings and even command them, just as long as he didn't ask them to take their lives or do something over the top. But his eyes honed in on the 4 paragons of the dragon race as they shone even brighter, these creatures being the ones he could fully utilize them most as aside from their identity as vassals. They were also beings carrying the blood of the progenitor that was under a master and summon relationship with him. He was especially focused on the paragon Quinny, who seemed to be looking at him with the sharpest eyes. Golden waves of destiny waving off of her in the region behind her as Noah paid extra attention to her. But with such a force within his hands in the coming war, Noah planned to catapult himself into the rank of monarch and even possibly paragon. After all, it was a universal war filled with monarchs and paragons, with many of them having the opportunities to fall and become loot. And with paragons and monarchs he could give orders to, a catapult straight through paragon might not be an impossibility from this universal war. It would be the first time out of many, and it would mark the rise of the terrifying being that would later come to be known by many titles. Some would call him the hegemony of ruination, others the hegemony of tyranny, others the hegemony of conquest, and others would even fearfully utter the dreadful title of the Antiquity of Mana. Chapter 967. Let's get wild. A hegemony was a being that had seen many things in their life, and yet Valentina found herself constantly awed at the actions that a certain being always took. Her eyes were glimmering with lights as she watched the scenes of the legions of the 4 bloodline races pledge their fealty to him through illusory screens that showed everything occurring in the vast chaotic void. She saw the explosion of mana as all those that pledged fealty found an explosive increase in strength. And it was more so geared towards their body releasing an overabundance of essence, as the core of the boost was their own abilities and potential being raised to the utmost limit. It was like giving water to a starved desert and continuing to feed it. It would eventually sprout lush plains that would change the entire landscape. Valentina thought that the Tao Noah had created worked in this manner, where he somehow granted them immense reserves of essence, and they then utilized this to become their strongest selves. She actually wasn't too far off with these thoughts, as Noah's 5% of power he could provide to paragons was mostly negligible, but the mana, even in its lesser form, it was a stupendous reward that acted like a tonic to the paragons, as if they were provided with what they needed to perform at their utmost. As the thought of this unique phenomenon passed through her mind, she had a scandalous thought rise up that would cause anyone of her caliber to look at her like she was crazy. If he can grant such a boost to paragons, how would it be if a hegemony pledged fealty? Rumble. Destiny and fortune turned tumultuous around her at the mere mention of this thought. Valentina very quickly shook her head at such a thought as she returned her attention to the many illusory screens that were coming down after the storms of mana died down. She was a hegemony, a being much too high in status that even the thought of such a reality should be an impossibility. The thought seemed so ludicrous that it went out of her mind just as quickly as it arrived. Her gaze on the movements of the bloodline races after minutes passed while they went through the period of shock and adapting to their new power. After many had undergone the process of swearing fealty, Paragon Quinny had been communicating with Tiamat constantly as she wanted to gain more information on what had happened to her big sister and just who was the champion they had just sworn fealty to. Her eyes shining with blazing light from every word that Tiamat spoke about Noah. When Tiamat mentioned how she was connected to him through the contract of the Tao of Summoning, Quinny's eyes became even brighter, as if she had finally answered a hard question. Her head turning towards her two daughters as she called out resoundingly, "Ava! Olivia! Come forward!" The voice of the draconic paragon rang out in the ears of two gorgeous women that were in the lead of an enormous legion of galaxy-devouring serpents. Their curves wriggled in the darkness of the chaotic void as the two monarchs appeared next to their mother, apostle of the hegemony of summoning. "I sensed a connection of destiny between you and my daughters. Please, use them as you wish." Rumble. The demeanor of the paragon towards the being that was actually in the great sage's stage was as such, actually being respectful, as Quinny couldn't help but be this way. After all, the being in front of her was the apostle of a hegemony, the champion to lead them, and also the master of the Queen Dowager of Dragons. The master of the progenitor. What did this make him? Maybe the paragons of the other four races wouldn't bring themselves to talk in such a manner to Noah currently, but the terrifying Quinny found it natural, as aside from her status as a vassal, she knew the ranks within the dragons very well, as the master of the progenitor was someone worthy of respect. This was because the bloodline of a progenitor was so pure that they must have willingly allowed the contract under the Tao of Summoning to happen, and even now she was choosing not to break it, where even with her identity she took the role of a summon. It must mean that such a position was extremely pristine. So pristine that a progenitor of an entire race chose to take one. Quinny might not be able to take it, but she could at least set up her daughters to be able to take these positions when the apostle in front of her rose to enough power to be able to form a contract with them. Noah's eyes opened brightly as Quinny's words, staring at the faces of the two stupefied women that looked towards their mother with utter disbelief. "Oh?" Noah's resonant voice rang out with dominance, as he wasn't the least bit faltered with the pressure of the paragon that nodded towards him while giving a cold look to her daughters to obey. "Yes, it would be their honor to possibly be contracted with you when you rise in strength." Noah's eyes shone brightly as he nearly laughed, his main body glancing up to look at the swirling rivers of universal fortune above him, as he thought, wasn't it making things too easy for him? Whether it was through the protagonist trait or through his immense universal fortune and destiny, two monarchs were somehow landing on his when he made this a goal for this universal war. Nonsensical. What a protagonist trait, what marvelous universal fortune, what a way to start off this coming universal war. Chapter 968, Let's Get Wild. 2. Noah had a bright smile as the figure of his primordial ruination clone nodded, glancing towards the two women who were the daughters of a paragon as he used unfathomable light of destiny and fortune to gaze at them. He nodded his head in understanding as he saw the fortune of these monarchs, their curvaceous looks not entering his eyes as he truly cared for their power. He glanced towards Paragon Quinny and then looked at the powerful Paragon Skylar from far away that was looking towards their direction with worry, realizing these two beings were actually the product of a galaxy-devouring serpent and a fate dragon. Just what would their power be when he made them his summons and gave them the essence of two cosmic Daos among many more things to utilize? Just what would happen when he merged with them and utilized the power of a monarch with his boosts and skills? It would mean he would be getting his hands on monarch-level cores of beings that had condensed over 50 billion galaxies. His breakthrough into this rank coming too damn soon. Very well, Rumble, why wait until later? It can just be done now. A light of amazement passed through the eyes of Paragon Quinny as she sensed the essence of the Tao of summoning erupt from Noah, forming two unique contracts that shot towards the figure of her two daughters. Even Ava and Olivia were surprised as these two twins looked at each other with exasperated looks. One had shining golden hair and the other had glorious purple hair. Their faces entirely similar as they both looked towards their mother and then at the figure of Tiamat that seemed to be staring at them coldly, under the gazes of their progenitor and their paragon of a mother. The two monarchs sighed as they accepted the contract that the stupefying being in front of them was somehow able to form even as he already held an overabundance of summons. Their eyes also danced with a sense of excitement as similar to their mother. They knew that for their progenitor to choose to obey and keep this being as a master, there must be something special. Just what was it that caused him to be an apostle of the hegemony of summoning and deserve the title of the master of the progenitor of dragons? Rumble, a gorgeous array of colors erupted out between the figures of Noah and two monarchs. He was within the level of great sage, the two of them at the monarch stage. Yet, a contract was being formed where he was the master and they were the summons. It was something only possible because of Noah's archaic contract, WAA. The bodies of the twins carrying some of the purest bloodlines of two supreme races glimmered with light, feeling a strong light reach the deepest corners of their origins as they felt an astoundingly strong consciousness connect to them. This dreadful consciousness felt vast and endless, and what was more terrifying was what it began passing through to them. It was endless mana. With identical expressions, they stared towards Noah in awe as their mother nodded when seeing such a look, their father far behind them with shaken eyes as he felt like he just lost his daughters to a thug ly met. The twins looked at each other as they felt the outpouring of mana, and Noah glanced at them voraciously as he wanted to get a taste of the power of a monarch. WAA. Power bellowed out of him as the many paragons focused on his position. Their eyes opening in a stupor as they saw the aura of a cosmic Tao rising from Noah and going on to envelop his new summons, a cosmic Tao on a great sage. Such a thing was extremely horrifying. As only the most genius of beings at the paragon levels would be capable of comprehending a cosmic Tao, the Tiamat of the past being one of them. Even at this very moment among the legions present, there was a handful of paragons that had comprehended a cosmic Tao. Paragon Skylar that led the galaxy-devouring serpents being among them as he was currently comprehending the cosmic Tao of devouring. The twins felt the outpouring of essence as they couldn't help but transform, their glorious forms being released as their auras seemed to climb crazily to the very peak of the monarch rank. The forms of the twins became apparent to all. The beautiful scene of a draconic serpent with glimmering golden scales and sharp wings appearing alongside another draconic serpent with shining purple scales and even sharper wings. The forms of the mixture of dragons and serpents melding together into something breathtaking. Frightful bellows were released from the two monarchs as any of those in the same level and below felt their hearts tighten, Noah's eyes shining brightly as he knew with this, he could actually begin farming monarchs when this war began. Good Rumble. He nodded his head towards Quinny as he admired the might of the twist Ava and Olivia, his overpowering demeanor turning towards the billions of creatures of the bloodline races around him. A majority of them were made up of entities with a fraction being sages and great sages, and then even smaller amounts of monarchs that went to the thousands. And the paragons that led them that were less than 50. Noah glanced at this monstrous force and the paragons that could still smash him to bits if they moved against him as he admired their power and waited for this rank himself, his voice beginning to reverberate out as he, a mere great sage, took his role as the apostle of the hegemony of summoning to lead these powerful legions into battle. Chapter 969, A Universal War. The resonant voice of the tyrannical dragon emperor erupted out. A few light years away from here lies the draconic Holy Lands where the hegemony of slaughter has promised to massacre the remaining dragons within their very homes. Rumble, his voice echoed on the deepest depths of the hearts of dragons that let out powerful roars. Their blood boiling as the return of their progenitor with this powerful being meant a grand future awaited them. Our goal is to stop this if it hasn't started, or to avenge all the fallen if the massacre has begun. But the result of this war will remain the same: freedom for the supreme bloodlines. Freedom from tyranny, freedom from slaughter. WAA, those that have pledged fealty know that they will have nothing to worry about during this battle. You all can let loose and go wild. A world-shaking aura spread out with Noah at the center, his aura just continuing to billow upwards as his main body was getting smashed with marks of antiquity at this point. The numbers of powerful beings that had sworn fealty within the legions being too many. Even those that hadn't accepted it, they would have the option to do so in the future as soon as they thought about pledging fealty. Let's go, Rumble. The apostle of the hegemony of summoning gave the go-ahead for the legions of the 4 bloodline races to begin moving, legions filled with powerful beings up to the levels of great sages, monarchs, and paragons. Most were already his vassals, very few paragons and monarchs not fully committing to fealty, as Noah would simply wait for them. During the battle, when they became exhausted, Noah would wait for them then, as he would send the prompt right then and there, THRUUUM. The numbers could have very well been in the trillions or quadrillions if beings below the ranks of entities were among the legions. But only those considered the strongest, which were entities and above, were brought. The 4 bloodline races that stood with the hegemony of summoning prepared their legions as they neared the draconic Holy Lands, while the 5 bloodline races that sides with the hegemony of slaughter had long since prepared their legions as horrendous actions were occurring within the draconic Holy Lands. At the same time, news of the reappearance of the progenitor of dragons spread out from the legions to even the beings left behind in the Holy Lands of the bloodline races, Tiamat's reappearance becoming widely known in a matter of time. This was just one of the many events and changes that would come from the universal war of the Animus universe. A war brought about not by the hands of its natives, but foreign hegemonies that chose to reside here. It was the universal war that would accelerate the already absurd rise of a nonsensical being. The draconic Holy Lands were the largest clusters of galaxies and planets among any of the regions of the Animus universe, the strongest dragon race having ruled here in the past with utter regality and strength. Yet at current times, their forces were splintered and scattered, some of their most powerful paragons and monarchs being among the ranks of the 4 bloodline races following the hegemony of summoning, others in the bloody battlefields galaxy clusters fighting bloody slaughter daily, with very few being left within the draconic Holy Lands, as they were currently occupied by the forces of the 5 bloodline races under the influence of the hegemony of slaughter. The 5 bloodline races under Ambrose were the first ones to be told to prepare for war and do something even more dreadful, where there were terrible scenes of rivers of blood currently freely flowing in the chaotic void where these legions stood waiting. The legions, of course, consisted of the 9-tailed fox race, white tiger race, Chelan race, the phoenix race, and the golden cyclops race. Across the vast expanse of the chaotic void, the terrifying images of a planet-sized paragons in the forms of a majestic 9-tailed foxes could be seen, and the regal kingly auras of white-furred tigers releasing galaxy-shattering auras permeated throughout, resplendent-looking legions of phoenixes carrying all sorts of flames, of the Chelan paragons that looked like mythical creatures about the most far-reaching fantasy, of the enormous golden cyclops that looked like humanoid golden statues that brightened up the chaotic void. All of these beings floated among the rivers of blood as they looked forward, sensing movements in front of them as it began as minuscule as a buzz, and gradually grew to become deafening as the auras of many frighteningly powerful creatures could be felt. Woo! The eyes of the many paragons on the side of the 5 bloodline races felt their eyes constrict in a somber tone as they began to feel the auras of their coming enemies. And they were startled to find the strongest auras of paragons were overpoweringly immense. They would find out the reason for this soon enough, but it was the arriving legions that a certain champion led who would find themselves in even more shock and stupor as they saw the scenes of the displayed legions of the bloodline races under the influence of the hegemony of slaughter. Noah's tyrant dragon figure was at the very forefront as his summons were behind him, paragons following right after, as they were the first to come across the horrific scenes of the river's blood that flowed silently in front of the 5 bloodline races. Decapitated heads of majestic life dragons could be seen still be, pulsing with essence. Ruptured wings of enormous planet-sized earth dragons, and the torn limbs of ether dragons, chaos dragon, all sorts of dragons. There was an uncountable number of them massacred as their bodies formed rivers of blood across the chaotic void, the words of the hegemony of slaughter actually coming to be true, as the large number of dragons remaining in the draconic Holy Lands were butchered by the 5 bloodline races. Butchered and then displayed in front of those coming to save them. Chapter 970, A Universal War. 2. Not too long ago, a great sage that had stood up to the authority of the hegemony of slaughter had told every being watching him in the bloody battlefield's galaxy clusters that anyone who followed the commands of the hegemony of slaughter and unjustly killed those of the dragon race would face his full wrath. He had said this as many beings gained a sense of apprehension, but they looked at his rank as a great sage and ignored his words, where they followed the command sent by Ambrose when it came. The command told them to cleanse the draconic Holy Lands of all dragons, to kill the race of beings in their own homes, a cruel action, a genocide. A nauseating action that did not befit the marvelous races of the supreme bloodlines that once ruled the animus universe in peace and harmony, yet when you had a terribly powerful being in the lead as he gave commands to those who he influenced and listened to him blindly, such atrocious actions can bloom in an isolated area of space. The hegemony of slaughter was watching the scene of dismembered dragons in large numbers as the sheer amount of slaughter had granted him numerous marks of antiquity, slaughter that was enough to cause rivers of blood to form in the chaotic void as it created for an abominable scene that Ambrose had come across too many times in his long life. To him, it was merely slaughter, it was the norm and even something he spread across many universes of the primordial cosmos. If he doesn't fall here and this battle is not won, we shall send a hegemony after him and we simply start the process of universal amalgamation early. Rumble, he spoke while looking at the illusory screens displaying many scenes. The other hegemony beside him, Salerno, replied with sharp eyes, I've alerted the others just in case. You know that once we do this, we cannot go back, Ambrose. I know. The eyes of the hegemony of slaughter were cold as he continued, but we cannot move forward without this. Reaching the rank of antiquity is too hard to reach. And nobody has been able to comprehend the cosmic Tao of ruination to be capable enough to leave this primordial cosmos. Rumble, the universal amalgamation will begin. The process of accumulation is all we have to do is wait until the completion. After that, as it was, so it shall be once again. Salerno's eyes shone brightly at the words of Ambrose as he nodded, a smile appearing on his face as the two powerful hegemonies watched the legions of the strongest forces of the animus universe meet under their influence, a war about to break out as immense slaughter would take place, regardless of who won this universal war. Ambrose would take another step in his Tao of slaughter as any being killed on either side meant more for him. Salerno couldn't help but smile at this scene as he thought expectantly of the future. You are right. As it was, so shall it be. Rumble, two hegemonies watched from their own isolated space, and a lone hegemony of summoning watched from her own isolated space as the scenes of the massacred dragons within the draconic Holy Lands became clear. You dared, off in the distance. Tiamat's body was trembling with untold wrath as she saw the rivers of blood and the dismembered bodies of dragons strewn about. They didn't just massacre them, they wanted to make a spectacle out of them. As after the massacre, they laid out the innumerable numbers of bodies in the chaotic void for them to see, Paragon Quinny trembled with rage as her eyes shot out gorgeous fate flames. This fate dragon glancing at the planet-sized nine-tailed fox Paragon that was in the lead on all the forces opposing them as she called out with a dreadful voice, cowards. Cowards with no honor. You did not used to be like this. The supreme races used to be noble. The bellows and angered cries of dragons reverberated out as the legions filled with billions arrived to see the distasteful scene of rivers of blood and the dismembered heads of dragons displayed clearly. Noah's body palpating with the essence of a cosmic Tao as he was the one to move forward and stand in front of all the legions, glancing and taking the eyes of all the paragons of the five bloodline races unto him. Under his command, everyone else stayed back as he floated forward, an eerie silence descending onto the battlefield as while surrounded by billions upon billions of powerhouses, a lone tyrant dragon went forward across the chaotic void, appearing where the dismembered bodies of dragons formed rivers of blood as he looked at them silently. At this point, the marvelous scene of his only figure being in the middle of two terrifying armies could be seen, his draconic head rising up as he stared fearlessly into the eyes of the paragons of the five bloodline races that looked towards him with shining eyes. I told you all before that anybody who follows the commands of the hegemony of slaughter to carry out such senseless genocide would perish. His voice was like a clap onto the ears of every being that participated in the massacre of the dragons in the draconic Holy Land in the last day, their hearts shaking slightly as a harumph came from the planet-sized nine-tailed fox whose body began to burn brightly, his voice smashing towards Noah as a second later, multiple auras of monarchs and multiple paragons rose up. Let's see how you accomplish that. It felt like time came to a stop, those watching from all sides focused with intensity as the appalling scene of tens of monarchs and the auras of five paragons appearing out of nowhere, all of these being instantly materializing and surrounding the lone figure of the tyrant dragon. It felt like a high-level teleportation skill, and it allowed for the instantaneous appearance of multiple monarchs and five paragons to suddenly appear and surround the being, honoring the rivers of blood of dead dragons. The scene was dreadful, to say the least. The paragons were from each of the five bloodline races, a nine-tailed fox paragon that palpated with arcs of deadly crimson light, a chelan and white tiger who glimmered with an aura of purity and strength, and the vibrant auras of a golden cyclops and a resplendent phoenix that made it seem like a shining sun had appeared. These paragons acted quickly before the Universal War even began, as the hegemony of slaughter had given them a very important message out of everyone. Their one and only target remained the being that was the tyrant dragon, calling himself the tyrannical Dragon Emperor. To achieve this, an ambush of 5 paragons and tens of monarchs was set up and waiting just for this moment, all of them targeting a single great sage. Chapter 971, A Dreadful Cosmic Treasure targets monarchs and paragons. 5 paragons. They instantly appeared around Noah as their auras blazed out wildly. Paragon Quinny's eyes open in a stupor, as in this instance where it felt like time was moving in slow motion. Her body burned with the light of fate as she began to move forward. The other paragons among the 4 bloodline races did the same, as they looked forward in utter shock at the fact that their enemies would be so dishonorable as to send 5 paragons and tens of monarchs against a single being, a great sage at that. What they failed to notice was how all of Noah's summons and even his subordinates that he brought from the bloody battlefield's galaxy cluster remained still. Even in such a scene, their eyes weren't filled with even a hint of worry. The same could be said to the being surrounded by the 5 paragons himself, his eyes exceedingly calm as while the space-shattering strength of paragons and monarchs shot towards him, the body of the primordial ruination clone called out softly, "Plot armor. Life realm. THRUM, one body, one soul. Rumble, chains of annihilation. Apocalypse. WAA, a myriad of abilities were activated at once. The terrifying auras of the newly contracted Ava and Olivia, 2 monarch-level dragons carrying the blood of 2 supreme races, their auras entirely disappeared as they went to fuse into Noah, his aura beginning to rise intensely. At the same time, Life Realm moved like a flash of light as it covered the paragons and monarchs rushing towards Noah, this particular Life Realm being tinged with the essence of 2 cosmic das and being activated while under the power of a monarch-level Noah that was fused with 2 genuine powerful monarchs. It was entirely black as nobody could see what was happening within the Life Realm. The attacks of terrifying paragons and monarchs landing on Noah's body the moment that this Life Realm covered them, those watching and those rushing towards Noah only seeing a flash of light as all the figures of Noah and his attacks became enveloped in a black realm. Boom! The chaotic void splintered as Paragon Quinny's advancement to try and help Noah was stopped by a white tiger paragon. Such scenes continuing to occur in the next second as many paragons clashed, a sense of surprise struck every single paragon from the side of the 5 bloodline races as they felt shocking impacts from the enemy paragons they faced, finding them utilizing shocking power as their bodies glimmered with the light of many skills. These beings had no knowledge of the boost that these paragons had just taken by becoming vassals of a certain someone. Time seemed to still be moving very slowly, all these events having just occurred in the span of fewer than 3 seconds as at this moment, our eyes turned towards the situation within the black realm that nobody could see through, the realm where the attacks of 5 paragons and tens of monarchs landed on Noah. RUUUMBLE. The attacks came from all sides, smashing onto the scales of the tyrant dragon as they should have ripped apart everything they came across and caused the body of this great sage to be nothing but ash in just a second. Boom. Yet, the attacking paragons and monarchs felt the force of attacks they threw bouncing back at them, their eyes opening in utter shock and even a sense of horror as they saw somehow not even a scratch was on the body of the tyrant dragon. Boom, there. Bodies were pushed back from the repulsive force as they smashed into the small area of the life realm Noah had intentionally made small, the paragons reacting the fastest as even with the shock. They still moved to attack the majestic figure of the tyrant dragon that was staring at them coldly, as if their attacks would never be able to reach him. What power could defy the strength of 5 paragons? What power could actually make it so that the damage of 5 paragons and tens of monarchs was nullified to nothingness, should such a thing even exist? It seemed to break the very balance of power as 5 paragons could not reap the life of a single great sage. Rumble. No answer would arrive on this day as Noah kept his cold and domineering look, his eyes shining brightly as a certain cosmic treasure was transferred from his main body and into the body of the primordial ruination clone. The cosmic treasure had many features, with Noah being able to utilize them even without it being present. But when it was present, the features could be utilized by the cosmic treasure itself as their extent became utterly horrendous. Noah gave a simple command as he let mana freely rush into the cosmic treasure, turn this entire area into a sea of ruination. Keep a constant and continuous casting of the feature of ruination rupture generation all around us. Yes, Master, RUUUUMBLE. The master of the cosmic treasure gave the command, and the cosmic treasure obeyed. Just what was a cosmic treasure? Why did even the strongest of universal hegemonies seek one yet never find one their entire lives? Ryip, the answer was something that 5 paragons and tens of monarchs were about to experience firsthand, something that should have been entirely impossible, and yet it occurred nonetheless. The very space they were on began to rupture. The ruptures did not reveal chaotic void, but something that none of them had ever come across in their lives, something that only hegemonies would occasionally stare at from a distance as even they looked at with a sense of carefulness. It was the generation of ruptures that held the very essence of the sea of ruination that tore apart anyone that did not have this essence coursing through their bodies. With Noah at the starting point, ruptures were constantly and continuously cast as they appeared to fully cover the entire small region of the life realm. Every single area of this realm instantly turning into the sea of ruination. What this shocking reality would cause was something that should in no way be possible, something that utterly ignored the balance of power. It was a magisterial scene that nobody would be able to see, a dictatorial reality of such grandeur and majesty that it should have been recorded and shown to generations of beings across the primordial cosmos. It was the decimation of monarchs and paragons that was dealt by a mere great sage, a great sage that offensively wielded his cosmic treasure fully for the first time. Chapter 972 lay waste to monarchs and paragons, dreadful, a horrendous and simply overpowering feeling of terror. That was what a current monarch was feeling, the surrounding area they were in being something that would cause even hegemonies to pause in fear. It was the appearance of a space not within the bounds of the cosmos, a place very few beings knew as the sea of ruination that devoured everything stepping into it. Bellows rang throughout as at this moment. Time still felt like it was moving in slow motion. The terrifying majesty of the magisterial tyrant dragon reigned supreme as from it, enormous chains of annihilation originated as they wrapped around the bodies of tens of monarchs and the 5 paragons. The area also trembled with destructive elements as apocalypse was cast, turning this area into one of utter chaos and instability as no teleportations could be performed. The paragons that were truly powerful, even they found themselves struggling as the moment that the entire area of the small realm turned into a sea of ruination. Any of those moving within that had not comprehended the cosmic Tao of ruination would feel like they were in a quagmire where even movement was nigh impossible. So even though they were insanely powerful beings trapped in a small life realm they could most likely break with just a punch, they actually could not reach the barrier of this realm to break out as they could not even move their bodies towards it. It was because at this moment the destructive and annihilatory quality of the sea of ruination was fully displayed, grinding down and beginning to destroy the very soul and origins of the monarchs and paragons. All of their mana was rushing towards protecting themselves, trying their best just to not allow their origins to break down as the ruination sea all around them continued unabated. They could not defend, they truly could not defend. The paragons had such tremendous strength that had not even been properly displayed at this stage. But even they could not move as this terrifying quality of the sea of ruination was what made possible for the next absurd event that would allow for a chaotic future to occur. Tens of monarchs and 5 paragons that were locked in a realm, their bodies not even being able to move as the sea of ruination made it so they could only try to defend and nothing else. All that was left after all these factors was death, an outrageous and nonsensical death as the mighty paragons that took the task to assassinate the tyrant dragon to gain the favor of the hegemony of slaughter felt their origins crying out fearfully, ruination essence fully filling up their most sacred place to the brim as it began to be broken down. The monarchs fell first one after another, crack. The manifested galaxies numbering in the 100 billion that all paragons could achieve. One such origin was seen fracturing as a paragon faced their death, a paragon, a being right before the stage of a universe. A being that had forged 100 billion galaxies and just missed the last step into the universal realm that very few beings ever made. Such a being was actually killed by the machinations of a great sage, the instant that the figures of monarchs and first paragon fractured and had their origins destroyed. Gorgeously shining cores that shimmered with the light of billions of galaxies appeared. And the moment they appeared, the sea of ruination that was pervasive in all the areas moved away from the cores to make sure they weren't destroyed or touched by the ruination essence in the slightest. Another paragon fell. No, a roar came from another as he screamed out in sheer disbelief and rage, but the ruination essence entered his throat even faster as he perished a second later. A 9-tailed fox, a white tiger, a chelan, a phoenix, and a golden cyclops. 5 paragons of each race. 5 beings of utmost power in the level below universal hegemonies, all of them, fell in the next second as the black realm that nobody could see the events of became silent. Noah stared at this scene coldly as not a trace of emotion passed in his heart. He domineeringly glanced at the scene of glimmering loot of monarchs and paragons floating beautifully in between the sea of ruination that the cosmic treasure was controlling with such terrifying efficiency that not a single core was even touched and destroyed by ruination. All the ruptures receded, a wondrously shining cosmic treasure appeared and sank back into Noah's origin. The fused souls of the twin monarchs Noah merged with to show an even greater output of power at the monarch realm just in case could not even speak as their minds buzzed with the scene they just observed. They sank even further into Noah's consciousness as they felt a terrifying fear from the ruination sea that had receded. The area becoming calm once more, Noah waved his hands as he collected numerous monarch and paragon level loot, sending it into his cosmic treasure for duplication right away. The body of the primordial ruination clone consequently then disappeared, and an identical body appeared that was just another clone to replace it. The life realm that was created in less than a minute began to shatter and recede as if nothing ever happened, as if tens of monarchs and 5 paragons had not just died within. The many paragons, monarchs, great sages, and billions upon billions of sages and entities watched the black realm that had slowly begun to shatter just less than a minute after its formation. Such a thing meant the great sage that had created it had of course not been able to hold on for even a minute under the salt of 5 paragons. Vile. How far have you fallen to tarnish the name of the bloodline races? Paragon Quinny voiced out boisterously at this, everyone waiting with anticipation to see the dismembered body of the tyrant dragon as 5 paragons and tens of monarchs came out victorious. After all, this was a natural result. Rumble. The chaotic void became silent as when the small black realm shattered, it disappeared to reveal the single figure of a tyrant dragon overlooking everything with utter disdain and regality, a dragon releasing such utter majesty that he seemed to become the center of attention among the billions of creatures present here. He stood there alone with nobody else in sight. Chapter 973, Utter Majesty. Utter Power. Utter Tyranny, Sofu, K.N. Dictatorial, that was the only way to describe such an utterly dominating scene, a scene nobody expected to see at the end of this. He stood there alone, not a single paragon or monarch being seen around him. Paragon Quinny became quiet and blank. The billions of beings from all 9 supreme bloodlines became quiet. The great sages, monarchs, paragons, everyone from both sides of the myriad of legions became blank as their minds buzzed with incredulity and awe. Not a single soul spoke or said a word. Far away from them, a hegemone's fair body was trembling as her face shone with awe and mysticism. Valentina felt the space around her trembling as she nearly lost control of her abundant essence. Not having any words to say as she was utterly quiet as well, in another region even further away, 2 hegemonies were also watching the illusory screens displaying the scene, Ambrose and Salerno looking at the scene with blank faces as even they were quiet. 5 paragons and tens of monarchs ambushed a great sage. When the dust cleared, only the great sage survived. Rumble. Those most affected by this were the paragons of the 5 bloodline races, their eyes searching every nook and cranny of the crevices of space around the magisterial tyrant dragon for signs of the paragons and great sages that salted them, but they found nothing. Yet they found nothing. In the midst of all this, the tyrant dragon opened its jaws as its terrifying voice reverberated out for all to hear. I told you all it would not matter whether you are a great sage or paragon, I would kill all those following the orders of the hegemony of slaughter no matter their rank. Shock, stupor. The paragons in their high and mighty stature were saying nothing, their eyes flashing with apprehension. The magnetic eyes of the tyrant dragon looked towards the billions of creatures that were in front of it, not a single one of them moving towards him. That promise, I will keep. I will make sure that everyone who caused these rivers of blood and butchered innocent dragons dies in the worst way possible. 5 paragons and tens of monarchs just ambushed me. Why don't more of you come right now? Trhum. Words of utter arrogance and might rang out, openly calling for the monarchs and great sages that wanted to assassinate him to come forward. Not a single being moved. You received a command from your favorite hegemony of slaughter to kill me, yes? Here I am, come and kill. Still, nobody moved forward, not a single soul. Before the paragons and monarchs figures out what happened to cause the disappearance of 5 genuine paragons and tens of monarchs, they would not move as such a thing made this magisterial scene of a single great sage standing against an entire legion of billions of beings, and not a single one moved against him. His mere demeanor and words were enough to stop them all. What might, what majesty, what tyranny! Since you all are simply cowards, then you can watch. Thrum. He told them that since they could not move, they would have to watch. What exactly did he want them to watch though? To understand this, we have to go back to when Noah teleported the body of the primordial ruination clone and replaced it with the normal clone that everyone was looking at currently. The primordial ruination clone disappeared into the ruination realm that had a time ratio of 1000 to 1, or 1000 minutes. There was only 1 minute. Or we can say 60 seconds in the outside cosmos, within the ruination realm, the primordial ruination clone that had the boost of 100,000% in realm progression pulled out the duplicated cores of monarchs and paragons that were just taken down in the artificially created sea of ruination. THRUM, the monarch level cores buzzed with tens of billions of illusory galaxies, while the paragon cores were without a doubt each holding the image of 100 billion galaxies. Duplicated cores from 5 paragons and tens of monarchs now lay in Noah's hands, as the only question that remained was just how high would he be able to reach with these things in hand. The answer could only be experienced as the primordial ruination clone began to absorb the monarch level cores first, pushing the formation of galaxies ever higher within the ruination realm. Such a process would take some time, where the forging of cores in his origin and completely absorbing an entire core taking few minutes. But with the time dilation of the ruination realm, every passing second outside was 1,000 seconds in the realm, or 16 minutes. 1 second within the cosmos was 16 minutes in the ruination realm, meaning that however many billions of cores that Noah forged within his origin when he finished absorbing the monarch and paragon level cores in just minutes would be expressed in seconds for those watching his body in the outside cosmos. This was what Noah told them all to watch. The atmosphere around the magisterial-looking tyrant dragon clone raged as after its words, the eyes of billions of powerful beings focused on its expansive where a manifested cluster of galactic filaments could be seen. Their attention was drawn here. They saw the vibrant 48 billion galaxies that represented a great sage just below the realm of a monarch, and their eyes shook when in the next second, the inconceivable scene of over 1 billion galaxies suddenly appearing within the manifested origin as the pressure this being released increased by another level, rumble, a preposterous scene, over 1 billion galaxies forged in a second. It was not something one could see as a reality, the eyes of many constricted at such a scene as they then began to tremble, as before even another second passed, another 1 billion galaxy materialized in the fantastical manifested origin of this being, before they could even blink. Yet another 1 billion appeared. As to their dismay, they realized the 50 billion benchmark that represented a monarch had already been passed, yet the unimaginable would continue to occur as every single being watching was in for an incredible show. Chapter 974, merely jumping across stages. The stages of power were widely known among the truly powerful beings. Many knew that to be considered a monarch, you had to surpass the threshold of 50 billion galaxies and open up the next gate of purification, having your origin and soul refined by 50%. At this moment, this phenomenon took place at a very rapid pace as a few billion galaxies were formed in seconds, a being very easily stepping into the ranks of monarchs. In the universal core of the dark universe, the space above Noah's main body splintered and cracked as extremely pure primordial essence rushed out. This was a phenomenon that only occurred when one crossed a certain threshold, and Noah had just now met it as this essence was coming to purify Noah's origin and soul, granting him even more boosts. The boosts were of course to all parameters, as when reaching the rank of a monarch and forging over 50 billion galaxies, a being could open up their origin to receive more primordial essence up to 50%. 50% for a total of 500,000% to all parameters. It was the reason for the tremendous strength that monarchs displayed over great sages. And Noah had now opened the floodgates to it in seconds. As in inclusion to this, one must also keep in mind the ruination essence purification of 15% Noah also had. It was boosts on top of boosts that were bound to birth something wondrous, and he was achieving them in seconds. At the same time, in a region of time-space deep in the universal core, a clone called out the real bodies of Noah's first 8 summons aside from the newly contracted twins, beginning the process of elevating their stage from great sage to monarch as their galaxies also began to grow at a fast rate. This created for the continuing incredulous scene in the animus universe where in front of the bloodied chaotic space of the draconic Holy Lands, one being caught the eyes of billions. In the middle of the opposing legions that held billions upon billions of powerful beings, the dreadful scene continued as with what seemed like the passing of even less than half a second, 1 billion new galaxies would be forged in the manifested galaxy of the tyrant dragon as in a matter of just 10 seconds. The number of forged galaxies were 63 billion. From 51 billion that labeled him a monarch to 63 billion forged galaxies, it took less than 10 seconds. The scalps of many beings tingled fearfully at such a scene as they knew if it truly continued, a sense of fear began to permeate in the camp of legions that were the enemy of the tyrant dragon as they watched this scene in utter stupefaction. Rumble, 10 seconds passed, another 10 billion galaxies were inexplicably forged. The tyrant dragon let out a tremendously powerful bellow as pure power emanated from it. this roar waking many of the beings up from their stupor as they fully took in the sight in front of them and what it truly meant. You can't. Among the ranks of the legions of the 5 bloodline races, some monarchs fell to their knees when looking at the scene. One particular monarch couldn't help but mutter when he looked at the scene and remembered how he and all his compatriots had risen through the ranks and forged their galaxies, how it had taken them a grueling amount of thousands upon thousands of years to do it. You can't just do that, THRUM. They found the scene in front of their eyes unbelievable, but it just kept on going. Another 10 seconds passed, and the total number of galaxies they could see were already at 83 billion. Even Paragon Quinny and the powerful bloodline paragons that were the followers of the hegemony of summoning looked at the being they knew with many titles in shock, as even they could not follow along, only following with eyes that nearly popped out of their sockets at the reality that just did not stop. 90 billion, 100 billion, RUUUUMBLE, the chaotic void quaked. There was a moment of silence as it seemed everything had calmed down, as if all that had just occurred was just a mirage. But, Rohair, the bellow of a tyrant dragon that released an aura much higher than a paragon, woke everyone up as it was ascertained that what had just occurred was real, from 48 billion galaxies and all the way to 100 billion galaxies. From great sage to a monarch, and now, on the cusp of a paragon. Impossible. A paragon of the 9-tailed fox race muttered with utter disbelief. What exactly was the stage of a paragon? It was a being that had achieved 100 billion forged galaxies, a prerequisite for one to have in order to even stand a chance of establishing a universe, an insurmountably hard stage to reach. Such a rank was extremely pristine and hard to reach as the further one progressed after 50 billion galaxies. The harder it was to form more galaxies and even reach the prized 100 billion. This was why among the 9 supreme bloodline races, the paragons were renowned and well known, because there were so few of them. Yet, the being in front of them had made it look too easy. Unbeknownst to them, even more primordial essence began to pour out over the main body of Noah in the dark universe, his aura being elevated to even greater proportions as at his current stage where 100 billion galaxies were fully forged, 75% of his origin and soul could be purified. It was an additional 25%. And there was a remaining 25% to bring the full circle of 100% purification of body and soul. For a being to be able to achieve 100% purification, there was an extra step that had to be taken after the formation of 100 billion galaxies, and this was the step that prevented the masses from ever even achieving the requirements of stepping forward to touch the realm of a universe. His eyes turned sharp as his attention returned to the astounded beings watching him from all angles, his gaze waving around to the paragons and monarchs of the 5 bloodline races as his eyes released beams of powerful light, with a figure showing a manifested origin of 100 billion galaxies, with his aura ever continuously rising with the constant purification his main body was releasing. His voice emanated out as it was the nail in the coffin of this grand event. It is merely advancing from great sage to paragon in seconds. No need for you all to be so shocked. RUUUMBLE. Chapter 975. A blood debt must be repaid by blood. Valentina quite literally had no words at this moment. Her vibrant dark hair flowed down to her shoulders as she silently looked at the scenes displayed in the illusory screen before her, not knowing what to make of it as her hands unconsciously reached the golden mirror where she could contact a certain person. Her dazed eyes couldn't help but unconsciously reach for the mirror and input her mana into it, a voice ringing out from it a few seconds later that brought her back to her senses. What's up? A tad bit busy at the moment. THRUM. In the mirror, the magisterial scene of an incredulous amount of primordial essence swimming around Noah and delving into him was apparent, his HC showing a glorious manifested origin of beautiful 100 billion galaxies. Valentina could only stare towards this figure in shock as words didn't even come to her mouth. A vast distance away from all this was the isolated space where 2 hegemonies were floating in front of a huge illusory image of a particular slaughter star monolith, these 2 beings having their gazes currently attracted to the same scenes that many powerful beings of the animus universe were currently seeing. How is this possible? Salerno was looking at the scene with sharp eyes as Ambrose had a dark expression, his voice coming out coldly as his eyes honed in on Noah's figure. I told you their universal fortune is somehow so high that it possibly even exceeds mine, which is an impossibility by itself. This is also why I thought it a possibility that even if all this might fail, we needed to have hegemony Dark Shadow ready to act. Rumble, but it is too soon. Salerno replied with sharp eyes as Ambrose nodded, both hegemonies agreeing on the issue as at this moment. We can only wait to see the results of this, and whether what we're seeing now is truly true. Yes. They could only wait to see the results of this shocking universal war, with a shocking amount of essence raging around him. The being in question causing everything was completing a myriad of things at once, as in the stupor of everyone having their eyes on him, few had begun to notice that the body of his summons had also been erupting with the number of forged galaxies, and there was a special significance to his summons breaking past the ranks of great sages and heading towards Paragon. The two summons of interest were of course the ones holding the greatest identities among Noah's summons, the unique blue slime and the Queen Dowager that was the progenitor of dragons. In the descriptions when Noah first got them, it was listed for Tiamat that, when she completes the process of her rebirth and regains all her memories, she will awaken her comprehension in the cosmic Tao of annihilation. It was also written for the blue slime that, when it fully becomes a universal emperor slime, it will naturally awaken the cosmic Tao of annihilation. Both had such shocking identities that when they reached full maturity, they already had glorious perks handed out to them as such a time was approaching. At this moment, as they went towards the rank of Paragon with galaxies forging in the billions, as Noah elevated their ranks in a time-space of the universal core of the dark universe, preposterous scenes beginning to occur in the chaotic void of the animus universe where the many legions were gathered, ROAAR. A bellow tore across the chaotic void after Noah silenced everyone by telling them it was merely the advancement from Great Sage to Paragon, many beings turning their eyes towards the direction of Noah's summons that were just slightly in front of the legions of the four bloodline races. There, the magnetic image of the 10-headed dragon finally became apparent for all, this figure having been overshadowed by the majesty of Noah's arrival and actions as it only now just registered in some people's eyes. It was the figure of the Queen Dowager's manifested galaxy, showing it reaching 100 billion. A figure of the progenitor of dragons regaining her full power close to what she had before is in the next second. The cosmic Tao she had comprehended previously bloomed from her origin. Above her, the chaotic void splintered and fractured as the essence of a horrendous cosmic Tao leaked out, her 10 heads roaring out gloriously as they opened to swallow this essence, creating for the shocking scene of a 10-heading dragon devouring the essence of a cosmic Tao. As seconds later, a pressure began to leak out of her as her many eyes blazed with intense light, the essence of a cosmic Tao vibrantly emanate from her as while she released a shocking amount of pressure and power, her gaze turned towards the planet-sized nine-tailed fox that was one of the leading figures of the legions of the 5 bloodline races. A being she very well knew as she was one of the last she saw 100,000 years ago. "My dear friend Klaus, it has been a long time since you backstabbed me and began bullying my race, Rumble." Her gaze was domineering as it was filled with regal draconic authority, each of her heads shining a brilliant color as this creature attained her power at the Paragon level and reclaimed her cosmic Tao right after. Her eyes were full of anger as while she stared at her many old enemies and the rivers of blood they had created for a show before them, she bellowed out while beginning to move towards the planet-sized nine-tailed fox Paragon Klaus at shocking speeds. "A blood debt must be repaid by blood. WAA, you and all those behind you, there will be nothing but annihilation." The Queen Dowager stepped back on the spotlight after many years, her glorious power about to be shown to everyone again as they recalled exactly why she was the one who stood at the forefront of the bloodline races all those years ago. Chapter 976, A Blood Debt Must Be Repaid by Blood. 2. As Tiamat and Noah took the spotlight in the eyes of many beings with their advancement, there was one creature that made their advancement that was just as shocking as the two of them silently as his blue eyes blinked with a myriad of emotions. The small figure of the blue-haired boy with an illusory cerulean blue crown floating on his head looked towards Tiamat's blazing figure that was now a streak of light shooting towards the planet-sized nine-tailed fox Paragon Claws, her body beginning to expand by hundreds of miles as she neared the size of a planet herself. There was also Noah, his master, who had swapped the normal clone when the eyes of all beings turned to see the shocking re-emergence of the draconic progenitor back to the primordial clone. The clone that could release an even more stupendous amount of power, his body beginning to blaze with strength as he was about to attack with a stellar array of skills. The small blue figure that was watching all of these scenes in question was of course the blue slime, a creature that was actually the last of its entire race as its bloodline had been hunted down by the powerful universal hegemonies of the entire primordial cosmos. The blue slime always had a childish mindset as even while being locked up for tens of thousands of years within the great sage Aeon Tower of the dark universe, such a time was a blip on what could be considered a young emperor slime, at this time as its stage reached Paragon. As 100 billion galaxies were forged within its origin, this creature became a genuine full-fledged universal emperor slime as the cosmic Tao of annihilation descended to wrap around its body. At the same time, the small face twisted as the eyes of the blue slime shot out arcs of light, the inheritance of the cosmic Tao not being the last thing as with achieving duothud. A cluster of many bloodline memories rushed into its mind as a great deal of information bloomed. Just why were the Universal Emperor slimes hunted by hegemonies and those below them? What did they do to deserve such treatment from beings of their primordial cosmos? The face of the blue slime was calm as the memories came. Its childish face releasing a breath as a light of responsibility filled its eyes. It was the responsibility of an entire race upon its shoulders. Its 100 billion galaxies were forged as the cosmic Tao of annihilation shone on its body without attracting the attention of others. The eyes of this now universal emperor slime honing in on the many paragons and monarchs of the 5 bloodline races before them. THRUM. Power began to undulate on its body as the cerulean blue figure also moved, the paragons of the bloodline races not even knowing what was coming as they were marked for devouring and annihilation. Aside from the universal emperor slime and Tiamat, all the other summons had also reached 100 forged galaxies. Even the newly contracted twins Ava and Olivia that received similar treatment to the others after Noah unmerged with them when the primordial ruination clone went to the ruination realm. When the rest of the summons reached the rank of paragon and achieved full duonthude, they underwent glorious transformations, none more so from the unique variant oculothorax that was a mutation to begin with there being very few creatures like it that were so focused on the soul. The oculothorax had transformed into a terrific golden winged eye at this moment, its gaze releasing a deadly flash of soul light everywhere it looked as it neared the size of a star. It planned to release deadly rays of soul light to shatter the souls of all the coming enemies as it also thundered forward. The kingly calamity bear, galaxy-devouring serpent, golden crow, colossal Helios leviathan, obsidian panther, each of their bodies thrummed with power as they turned into streaks of lights that shot towards the myriad of legions. In the distance, Paragon Quinny was looking at the images of her daughters in shock and incredulousness as she never would have thought the fated destiny that she saw would lead to this. The gaze of the tyrant dragon responsible for it all looked at the things around it and the auras of many paragons overflowing throughout, light wrapping around its body as the strength of a paragon was utilized by Noah for the first time. His body just made the intent to move forward. And he found himself moving even faster than all his summons and even Tiamat, who was about to clash with the planet-sized nine-tailed fox, his terrifying figure appearing in front of a legion of golden cyclops an instant later as their eyes expanded in terror at his appearance. The paragon of the golden cyclops race that led this legion bellowed out as his body glimmered brightly, a shocking impact occurring at this moment as many impacts like this began to resound across the chaotic void. Noah and his forces had led the way, and the allied paragons of the 4 bloodline races were shaken out of their stupor a second later as they charged forward to fight for the war of freedom for the bloodline races. Freedom from the control of a certain hegemony, freedom to choose to do what they wanted without receiving commands from someone that didn't truly care about them. Klaus, the Queen Dowager, was filled with rage as she clashed with one of the paragons that led the way to the rebelling against her, the planet-sized figures smashing into each other as the impact was far-reaching. Meanwhile, the golden cyclops paragon that clashed with Noah was smashed back from the sheer pressure and power of the stupendous primordial ruination clone. Noah looking at the paragon looking towards him with incredulity as his eyes expanded to cover the enormous legion of hundreds of millions of being within the ranks of entities. Sages, great sages, and monarchs along with this paragon as he began casting skills, apocalypse, galactic devastation. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. The chaotic void shook as it trembled and cried out in pain. What followed thereafter was mayhem as skills capable of affecting large regions of space were cast from Noah, who had now reached the rank of a paragon. Chapter 977 What is a paragon? After a certain stage, abilities cast by certain beings start to affect things on a horrifying scale. A simple fireball cast by an F-rank hunter and a fireball cast by a great sage would be vastly different in power on what they could produce. And the same thought applied to the skills Noah was using currently as he reached the rank of a paragon. The 100 billion galaxies that swam rapidly within his origin shone with a glimmer of light every time that a skill was cast, the might of this origin displayed with every cast as the moment that apocalypse and ashes to ashes, dust to dust finished being cast, the legion in front of Noah became faced with something utterly inconceivable: rumble. The nearby surroundings turned tumultuous as the chaotic void became unstable, deadly elemental essence and destructive Tao essence of all types that Noah comprehended emerging out as the instability of space made it seem like everything was about to shatter and come to an end. It was apocalypse. But the even more frightening thing was the latter cast skill. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. With the cast of this skill, it felt like the chaotic void had a roof that had descended down and was putting its weight on their backs, every single being within the region feeling unexplainable might crushing down onto them as if they couldn't defend themselves. The result was a horrifying one, a skill that made it seem like the weight of the entire chaotic void was crushing onto your body from all sides. Rumble, when these beings tried to withstand the horrifying weight of ashes to ashes, dust to dust, they found their resistance lasting only a single second for the weaker ones and just a few seconds for the great sages, before their bodies could not defend against the annihilatory essence of the ability that was now backed by 2 cosmic Daos and the strength of a paragon. If they could not defend themselves, it would naturally be as the skill was titled, WAA. The eyes of many beings turned towards Noah's direction as they felt an inexplicable chill, their eyes landing just in time to see this tyrant dragon emperor domineeringly gaze upon a legion as the body of the golden cyclops paragon with it trembled, but the bodies of all those below him began fading away in a terrifying manner as their skin and bones became ash, rumble, a large number of sages and entities, hundreds of great sages and 4 monarchs, their bodies simply looked out towards the tyrannical dragon emperor in despair as they found their origins dissipating as they turned to mere ash and dust in the next second. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, at the mere end of it all, time would affect all things, and Noah had truly caused the life essence of all those under the area of the skill's effect to age until they turned to ash. Those watching felt a tingling sensation as even when the golden cyclops paragon looked around it to find the area where the legion he led should be, was empty. Deep terror welled up within this paragon as his body glimmered, yet even he could not escape as chains of annihilation even faster than it wrapped around him. The icy figure of the tyrannical dragon emperor descending onto it, the expressions of the paragons of the 5 enemy bloodline races was utterly gloomy at such a show of power from a being that had recently advanced to the rank of a paragon. The one known as Paragon Claw, seeing this shocking scene at the corner of his eyes as he bellowed out to the other paragons on his side, "Do not let that tyrant dragon paragon reign free any longer, otherwise we will not be able to bear the casualties. Swarm him!" He released a loud bellow of a command as the planet-sized Tiamat he faced wrathfully spat out beams of destructive essence from her 10 heads, this 9-tailed fox race paragon not even being able to take his eyes off of her for a second. As for the paragons who heard his words and didn't have opponents, they gritted their teeth as all of them began to rush towards the tyrannical dragon emperor. But even the larger number of paragons didn't seem enough as at this moment. The strength that the paragons of the 4 bloodline races displayed had become simply horrifying as they were the ones who had sworn to become vassals. When they faced enemy paragons, they were dominating the pace of the battle as they shockingly found themselves to be gaining the upper hand. The vassals at the stages of Sage and Great Sage showed an even more drastic increase in strength as the mere 5% of power they could borrow from the being they swore fealty to at this moment was something others of the same rank could not handle, so even though they had many more legions and experts, the 5 bloodline races found themselves facing heavy losses just seconds after the battle began. It was all due to the strength of vassals. Noah's very own subordinates thundered down towards these legions as scenes of them and others who were vassals of the tyrannical dragon emperor were imprinted in the minds of every single being in the allied 4 bloodline races, who then recalled the call of fealty that many of them answered. It was at this time point that those who did not answer the call of fealty and were seeing the tremendous strength of those who did answer the call display. It was at this time that they called out to the tyrannical dragon emperor and willingly pledged themselves. "I swear fealty, RUUMBL." Storms of essence raged as among the billions of powerful beings in the legions under the influence of the hegemony of summoning, the rest of them pledging to become vassals as the universal war became even more chaotic. A glorious scene of over 10 paragon who glimmered with glorious and powerful light, each of them swarming with manifested galaxies. All of these powerhouses were like spears of light thundering towards a single tyrant dragon that looked over everything with a gaze of exceeding coldness. A gaze that subjugated all of them to death, as within the area of this chaotic void, only ash and dust would remain. Everywhere this tyrannical dragon emperor gazed down upon, for this war to determine the direction of the animus universe, unimaginable events would unfold as they would be the springboard to affect not just this single universe, but the course of multiple universes. Chapter 978, What is a Paragon? 2. As a myriad of beings pledged fealty and a shocking universal war broke out, Noah's main body continued to float silently within the universal core of the dark universe. He was currently within the innermost realm where his homeworld used to be, floating in the skies as his fingers stretched to touch the swaying golden trees below that held bright and fate apples. Tens of thousands of marks of antiquity continued to condense and be drawn into him as he automatically branded them to his normal galaxies to form new Tao galaxies, his white robe fluttering behind him as he seemed like an ancient saint blessing the skies with his presence. It was such a drastic contrast to the terrifying war that his primordial ruination clone was going through. Noah, glancing at Valentina's golden mirror that was floating in front of him as he plucked and began to eat a fate apple, golden fate essence erupting out as he spoke calmly. Paragon to the universal realm, what can you tell me about it? On the other side of the golden mirror, Valentina was still shaking her head at the sheer incredulousness this being displayed, only coming to as the vast experience of a hegemony returned to her face. She seemed ready to ask him many questions on exactly how the hell the things he was doing were even possible, but she held herself back as she had communicated this being long enough. And she knew that he would just say something to boast again, so she instead breathed out her frustration as she glanced at the image of Noah that looked like an ancient creature descending into the common world at this moment. If you were already looking to the path of a universe after you've jumped across Monarch and gone all the way to Paragon, you have to understand first exactly what a paragon is. Rumble. Valentina adopted the demeanor of an experienced universal hegemony as her dark hair waved lightly, her voice continuing to ring out. A paragon is a quintessence of excellence. A thing that is seen as the perfect model for the achievement of obtaining 100 billion galaxies within one's origin. A being can be regarded as a paragon. But this definition and rank is not to express and admire those capable of being titled paragons, but to further elevate the rank of a universal hegemony, as this title of a paragon was a mere prerequisite for someone to form their universe. Before even proceeding to such a stage, one had to achieve a tremendous level of excellence. Rumble, yes. Becoming a paragon was just a prerequisite, one that very few beings met in the primordial cosmos, and even fewer beings ever went past this prerequisite to a realm of beings who affected entire universes. What many creatures struggle with after achieving the rank of paragon is that they have no way to proceed forward, to the point that it has become a known saying that only those destined could actually become universal hegemonies. Paragons will remain in their rank until the end of their lives, nearly just a bit over 1 million years after the galaxies within their origins run dry from the inescapable cage of time, something that even universal hegemonies could not escape from, much less paragons. Planetary bodies had a factor of time as they would be destroyed sooner or later. Galaxies had a factor of time as even they would be destroyed. None of them could escape the cage of time, even those studying the law of time or those studying the cosmic Tao of Chronos. Even these beings could not escape the destination of time, even though there was a legend that the answer to the question and deadly devastation of time lay in the aforementioned Tao of Chronos. That is a talk for another time. To try and beat this time limit of 1 million years, all paragons seek to do a single thing that meets another prerequisite to form a universe, and that is for them to form a cohesive and singular unification of all of their 100 billion galaxies. For a universe to be born, all the galaxies within a being's origin must be connected, and all 100 billion connected galaxies together can give birth to a universal seed. When this universal seed blooms, a universe is born within their origin. Noah listened with shining eyes as golden fluids ran down his mouth with every bite of the fate apple, his eyes shooting out beams of golden light from Valentina's words. First it was 100 billion galaxies, and then these galaxies all had to be connected as their connection would establish a universal seed, and then this universal seed had to bloom to birth a universe. But the connection of 100 billion galaxies is one of the major obstacles all paragons come across, and this was where the saying that only those destined will ever connect all their galaxies and birth a universal seed. I held a decent amount of universal fortune and destiny that I was able to slowly connect all of my galaxies in 400,000 years. 400,000 years. A genius like the hegemony of summoning took nearly 500,000 years to go from paragon and become a universal hegemony. That was me having a tremendous amount of fortune and destiny, allowing me to connect a maximum of 250,000 galaxies each year until I reached all 100 billion. Others are not as lucky as I am, their rate of connection reaching less than 100,000 a year, as they would need over 1 million years to fully birth a universal seed, and they would be long dead at that time. This is also the reason for the mentality of many of the paragons you come across, especially the ones that followed the words of Ambrose and chose to be influenced by him. They are beings with a limited time span, most of them knowing that they will die without ever reaching the realm of a universe. Unless they attach themselves to someone of such a realm and increase their universal fortune and destiny. Unless they increase the rate they can connect their galaxies daily as they beat the 1 million cage of time. Rumble. Noah's eyes shone brighter and brighter as he was enlightened to many things, his gaze going down onto his own 100 billion galaxies as he wondered just how many years would it take for him to birth his very own universal seed. Chapter 979. Like hegemonies, I must influence the cosmos. The mindset of many paragons was actually an extremely despotic and dangerous one. It was beings that knew exactly when death would come for them, and the vast majority were condemned to death as if they could forge connections at the rate of less than 100,000 galaxies per year. They would never advance forward, as only death would be their friend. This was why hegemonies were able to successfully influence the most powerful beings on universes and bring them under their influence. It was all for that slim chance of increasing their destiny. But when it came to Noah, his universal fortune was already so massive that it even surpassed beings that were already in the universal realm. With your oversized fortune, you are much different from others, as since it took me nearly 500,000 years to achieve a universe, it should take you half that time, if not 1/4 of it. I wouldn't even be surprised if you were able to fully connect all your galaxies in less than 100,000 years. Valentina's voice rang out as if it was heard by paragons, and even other hegemonies' screams of unfairness would have rung out all around. Noah was so damn balance-breaking that even the hegemony of summoning told him that it was likely a guarantee for him to reach universal realm within a set period of time, and Noah wanted to find out how long it would take. His main body stared at the glimmering origin that held 100 billion galaxies. Focusing on a single one as his essence bubbled forth, and he commanded just this one galaxy to form a connection with another one nearby. Bzzzt, they shone with a bright, asunder as a unique feeling wrapped around Noah, his eyes watching a thin line stretch from one galaxy to another as the moment they connected. It was like a chain reaction, as it caused even more lines of connections to bloom out. Jumping from one galaxy to another is 2 into 4. 4 into 8, the numbers of connections continued to jump crazily as even Valentina had begun to look at Noah closely through the golden mirror. Rumble, his origin buzzed with strength and power as thin blue lines constantly connected glimmering galaxies, the number very quickly surpassing Valentina's daily maximum limit when she was a paragon, as it soon hit over 2,500 connected galaxies, and within seconds broke past the point of 5,000 connected galaxies. This daily rate was 8 times Valentina's as every year. It meant Noah could connect close to 2 million galaxies. The body of the hegemony of summoning shuddered, as even though she expected it, seeing it herself was just terrifying. She shook her head in condolences to all the paragons out there that found it hard to connect their galaxies, the paragons that did not have the talent, as they could only connect less than 100,000 every year. Noah's origin let out a pulsating blue light at this as the blue lines of connection stopped there, his origin simply shining with intense blue light as the connections made his strength feel even more solidified and out of this world. His eyes constricted as he found no matter how much he focused to try and form more connections, nothing would work, as it was like a barrier existed that he could not cross no matter what he did. A barrier that would break down when 24 cosmic hours have to pass before one can forge more connections between their galaxies, and this cannot be bypassed even with space-time treasures. But Valentina had an exasperated expression as she watched Noah casually form connections that indicated a rate of 2 million per year, a fact that meant this being would only need 50,000 years before becoming a universal hegemony. Valentina looked at this like a ridiculous and incomprehensible thing, something that any other hegemonies would cry out at as to them and many paragons. It was a negligible amount of years, yet when Noah came to this conclusion, his face scrunched up in unhappiness as he found it was actually too long. He was still just a man in his 20s. He hadn't even lived past 100 cosmic years, much less the concept of 50,000 years needing to pass before he could fully connect all 100 billion galaxies. When Valentina saw this dissatisfied expression on his face, she felt like she couldn't take it anymore as she shook her head and turned her eyes to the shocking battles that just began in the chaotic void of space of the animus universe. She couldn't look at this being any longer, lest she wanted an inferiority complex to arise within her at how astounding he was on all sides. Noah's body also got out of the range of the golden mirror as his body floated down from the skies and landed into the golden swaying trees that bore fate apples. His expression thoughtfully as he stared at the 100 billion galaxies within his origin. Even though they were manifested on his body, there was a chunk of glimmering rainbow-colored galaxies that nobody could see within his origin. It was the Tao galaxies that were branded with the marks of antiquity, Tao galaxies that were filled to the brim with the essence of the cosmic Tao of ruination. Noah's eyes turned his attention towards them as his heart beat faster, his mind telling him to try something. To try something with these Tao galaxies that only ever appeared within the universe of a universal realm expert. All of the Tao galaxies within Noah's origin brightened up, and there was currently an incredulous number of 23 million Tao galaxies within his origin that he had branded with marks of antiquity. 23 times the number of Tao galaxies that Valentina had been able to form since she became a hegemony. Noah's eyes shot out beams of light as he gave a command, sensing the unbreakable barrier that would only ever allow him to form connections with thousands of galaxies shatter away with the might of the Tao galaxies, pulsing rainbow-colored lines shooting forth from each of the 23 million Tao galaxies and smashing into 23 million normal galaxies, bzzzt, a storm of essence raged around Noah. As his strength was elevated to an even greater degree, his origin buzzing with might as when he blinked again, he saw that the lines of connection had fully formed between 23 million Tao galaxies and 23 million normal galaxies. That was 46 million galaxies that were fully connected. This was the hard work of 23 years, and he did it in a matter of seconds. Noah couldn't help but laugh as he found a way forward to quickly achieving the realm of a universe, and it was through the stupendous marks of antiquity that forged his Tao galaxies. Chapter 980, like hegemonies, I must influence the cosmos. 2. Marks of antiquity, something that only came by when hegemonies birthed a Tao that went on to affect an entire universe, with their rate of formation ranging based on what extent of an influence the Tao of the hegemony provided to the targeted universe. Valentina had her Tao of summoning that she spread throughout the animus universe. But the extent of its effect on the beings within the universe wasn't too massive, as while she regularly received marks of antiquity from them, the rate of their formation was only enough for her to collect a bit over 1 million marks after so many years. Yet Noah birthed a Tao that affected vast numbers of beings and went on to affect them at an extremely deep level as the course of their lives were forever changed based on the strength they could borrow from him. This caused for him to attain over 20 million marks of ruination in just days. Days, what a vast gulf of power! It was so drastic that Noah chose to spare Valentina's poor heart from the shock of seeing him collect 23 times the amount of marks she had collected in just days. Choosing to preserve the heart of this hegemony of summoning, now, it was these marks of antiquity that allowed for him to form Tao galaxies. It was these marks that showed the way towards the universal realm. It was something nobody but Noah could do, because there had not been a single being in history that could birth a Tao while not even being a universal hegemony to begin with. All paragons were limited to a certain amount of connections a day for their galaxies, as if they didn't have enough universal fortune and destiny, they would find themselves facing death after 1 million years as they never achieved the realm of a universe. Yet Noah could bypass all of this, as all he had to do was have enough Tao galaxies to do exactly what he just did: form connections instantaneously with the Tao galaxies and normal galaxies. As all he needed for this was marks of antiquity. He just needed 50 billion marks of antiquity to be capable of forming 50 billion Tao galaxies, and he could then form connections to his remaining normal 50 billion galaxies as the goal of birthing a universal seed would be achieved. The only problem was collecting such a large amount of marks of antiquity. Even after affecting a large number of beings in the dark universe and the recent fealty being sworn by billions of some of the most powerful beings in the animus universe, he had only collected 23 million marks of antiquity. For him to obtain more, an outlandish thought appeared in Noah's mind as he thought of the method to obtain more marks of antiquity, and it was something that the recent hegemonies he had contact with were already doing. For me to obtain billions of marks of antiquity, I have to be like all of these hegemonies and go on to influence many universes. WAA. His eyes were hazy as with the light of destiny around him, he saw himself descending onto places like the necrotic universe, the microbial universe, the liberated universe, and many more of the universes that he could instantly teleport to with the use of his cosmic treasure as he went on to use his paragon-level strength to dominate them and spread his influence. This thought and idea solidified so quickly that he almost felt like he could see it right in front of him. Good. But first, this universal war. His eyes were bright with ideas as a path opened up in front of him, his consciousness going back to the ongoing universal war in the animus universe. There, his primordial clone that had its aura continuing to rise up crazily was facing over 10 paragons of the supreme bloodline races all by himself. War, to Klaus, war never changed. Since he chose to betray Tiamat 100,000 years ago, he knew he was not just putting himself into a never-ending war, but all of his bloodline and all the supreme bloodlines of the animus universe. He knew that with this decision, he would betray his oldest friends and cause much bloodshed, but he did it as he believed in absolute power. The first war was won as Tiamat and many others fell, his nine-tailed fox race rising to the very top of the pyramid as his universal fortune greatly increased, where he saw that he now stood a chance of possibly achieving a universal seed as long as he kept his position. Yet, Tiamat had returned, rower, with power even more overbearing than her peak strength all those years ago. She came back as she now matched him and even seemed to be overpowering him. How? The progenitor of the nine-tailed fox race, Klaus, bellowed out as he evaded the grand plasma blasts filled with the essence of destruction and the cosmic Tao of annihilation from the heads of the 10-headed dragon he never thought he would see again. He was questioning how it all came to this, and which being could be responsible for bringing this development to fruition. Looking at such power and majesty that he felt he could never achieve, envy and wrath welled up in his heart as his eyes blazed while locking with the 10-headed dragon in front of him. Just what monstrosity did you attach yourself to, your multi-headed lizard, WAA? Tiamat's eyes released beams of light at this insult, her aura raging upwards as her wings unfurled. Gloriously, glancing at her betrayer with utter hatred as she spoke out while casting a skill, a being that your entire disappointing life could never begin to match even a strand of his hair. Someone of true power that you will only ever look up to. Rumble, wrath of the annihilatory dragon queen. The chaotic void that was filled with darkness and the occasional flash of light felt like it came to stop behind Tiamat. A hazy illusory image of a 10-headed dragon made up of the immense essence of annihilation formed, its gaze chillingly cold as it didn't just lock onto Klaus, but all the enemy races nearby. Its unfurled wings trembled as the jaws of the many heads opened, an ocean's worth of the essence of annihilation bubbling to be released as a dragon's breath, the wrath of the dragon queen descending down in waves as they threatened to drown all enemies. Chapter 981, Shifting the Very Paradigms of Power. An attack filled with the cosmic essence of annihilation. The planet-sized body of the nine-tailed Klaus shone brightly as the aura of a cosmic Tao emanated from him as well, his body shining with a bright rainbow-colored light as the essence he released was that of the cosmic Tao of Phantasm, a cosmic Tao more geared towards defense and illusions, one that Klaus had been using to survive the terrifying attacks of the Dragon Queen since the battle began. Like many of the bloodline progenitors of the supreme races, Klaus was among the few paragons capable of achieving comprehension in a cosmic Tao, the Tao of Phantasm being something that brought the nine-tailed fox race immense honor and made them deadly assassins. But in front of the might of a wrathful dragon queen utilizing the essence of the cosmic Tao of annihilation, BOM, the layers of illusions were ripped apart one by one as the chaotic void tore and reformed constantly, Klaus' figure being seen smashed back as his figure wasn't as magisterial anymore. Two of his 9 tails burned to cinders as his body carried heavy injuries. Those keeping track of the battle between the two bloodline progenitors were breathless at this scene, Tiamat not being showy like Noah and bask in glory as she simply continued her attacks that made Klaus feel like he was a tiny animal on a chopping block that was ready to be cut apart at any time. This bloodline progenitor grit his teeth as he bellowed out commands that shook those who heard them to their cores. His eyes tinged with shame as he spoke out nonetheless. Brothers, aid me, Rumble. The progenitor of the 9-tailed foxes called out shamefully for help as two paragons turned into streaks of lights to rush towards his and Tiamat's positions, but this was when a harumph rang out as these streaks of light were intercepted by two pristine-looking draconic serpents. It was Ava and Olivia, the new summons that just became contracted with Noah and were given the rank of a paragon not two. Long after, they hadn't gotten to spend too much time with Noah as from his actions since they met him. These twins only looked at him with utter reverence and even fear as they would try their best to prove that they were worthy of him to contract with them. So when they saw two paragons head towards their auntie, their bloodline progenitor, they appeared in front of these enemies grandly as they showed off their power for the first time. THRUM, his aid being blocked, Klaus was in an even sorrier state as Tiamat's planetary body rumbled with power, her wrathful gaze looking down upon this fox progenitor as she uttered chilling words that caused many to move away from this area. Nobody will save you today, little fox. Not even the hegemony you so willingly follow. WAA, a surreal scene as the progenitor of one race ran away from another progenitor. This was just the scene of Tiamat battling with another paragon. There were also the shocking scenes of the Cthulhu and Noah's other subordinates matching against great sages as they ripped them off one by one. With the Emperor Penguin and Cthulhu even choosing to put their clones in danger as they battled against monarchs while utilizing the 5% strength they could borrow from Noah to the best of their abilities. Shockingly, it was enough to match against Monarch as the being they pledged their fealty to had just chosen to straight up skip the rank of Monarch and go straight to Paragon. What gall he had to leave them all behind at such speeds. The Emperor Penguin and Cthulhu felt this need the most. As they clashed against monarchs in order to prove themselves, they weren't alone as a legion of undead led by a feisty Barbados and her summons were swarming around a Chilean monarch, their attacks relentless as many beings among Noah's people were making it their goal to attack monarchs after Noah's great leap in strength as they wanted to do something similar. As for who would succeed or who would have their clone destroyed? Only time would tell. Aside from these incredible scenes, there were also the battles with the paragons of the 4 bloodline races that pledged fealty to Noah. Their fights were particularly interesting as aside from the immense increase in their mana reserves, they now held 5% of Noah's strength as a paragon, these beings getting an even larger edge against their enemies. As what was most ridiculous was how, even they were surprised by their strength, their enemies were constantly and utterly appalled at their level of strength. But these allied paragons seemed to be just as surprised as they were as they tested their increased strength and began to push back the legions of the 5 enemy bloodline races. As for the being that made all of this possible, he was the one taking all the spotlight as his battle was just too bright. It was because streaks of 10 lights that represented paragons were rushing towards him while he nonchalantly bound a golden cyclops paragon with chains of annihilation, his pristine black-red claws thundering down to smash into the body of this creature as if it was a mere bug. This was the physical attack of a being reinforced by the boosts of galactic devastation. The forces of many annihilatory galaxies floating all over his body as whatever he attacked would take on the force of all of these galaxies. There were then also the 100 billion galaxies that he had within his origin. Causing a strike such as this to be something utterly terrifying, the body of the golden cyclops paragon was smashed into as his musculature deformed and twisted, nearly half of his body being turned to meat paste as the life essence of a paragon was strong, this being starting to reform his body fearfully in seconds. As to his newfound terror, he felt the essence of not just one cosmic Tao, but 2 cosmic Taos rush from the claw stomping onto him and rush into his body. It was the essence of the cosmic Tao of annihilation, and the paragon was alarmed only briefly before the essence of annihilation and ruination ravaged his origin, the 10 coming paragons watching in a stupor as for the first time since coming out of the Black Realm where he hiddenly killed 5 paragons. Noah now killed another as the golden cyclops paragon began to disintegrate in front of everyone. Chapter 982, Shifting the Very Paradigms of Power. 2. A paragon dead from just a few attacks from the tyrannical Dragon Emperor. The moment the kill was finished, the 10 rushing paragons steeled their hearts even further as these beings that had lived for hundreds of thousands of years knew something. It was the knowledge that this seemingly unreasonable being in front of them, if they did not put a stop to him now with all of their power, he would just continue to dominate the pace of the battle and pick them off one by one as soon enough. This universal war would be lost. Either they were cowardly and tried to preserve their lives by fighting others and eventually dying, or they grouped together and increased their chances of survival while also increasing their chances of taking down the monstrosity in front of them. They naturally chose the comfort in numbers to overcome this great enemy, and such an ideology would work for many instances and on many enemies, just not the one they faced currently. Such a strategy would not work on Noah. This was because he still held the frankly ridiculous plot armor for another 50-something minutes, and this granted him an invulnerable status for this entire time. This allowed for the jaw-dropping scene of 10 paragons rushing towards him on all sides, each of their bodies glimmering with their own unique abilities and reinforcements, as these paragons consisted of beings from all 5 supreme bloodline races. The glorious figures of Chilants, Cyclops, Phoenixes, Nine-tailed Foxes, and White Tigers descending their attacks under the tyrannical Dragon Emperor was a scene etched onto the minds of many as in the next second, their jaws dropped when they saw this being not dodge or even light up with defensive skills, his gaze merely looking at the paragons around him with utter disdain. This, yet, WAA. The figure of the tyrant dragon appeared just as majestic as before, his scales just as bright as not a single ounce of damage could be seen on his body. The 10 paragons came to a stop as they made sure their eyes were still working. What they saw before them utterly defied what they knew about the norms of power. And it further defied what their rank actually meant. Paragons could challenge other paragons and win their battles as long as they had many more Taos or comprehended something as beautiful as a cosmic Tao. There even existed instances where a paragon was powerful enough to go against 2 other paragons and survive, but this being in front of them had first somehow made 5 paragons disappear as his entrance, and he now withstood the attacks of 10 paragons that all attacked him at once. As these paragons truly did not know what to make of it, it was a scene that utterly shifted the paradigms of the power of paragons, where there now lay a possibility for someone to actually be capable enough to withstand 10 paragons all by themselves. The 10 paragons only came out of their stupor when they felt the essence of the ridiculous tyrant dragon in front of them bubbling, his voice ringing out to resound across the surrounding miles. Regardless of what you do, the debt of blood will be repaid as my promise shall be fulfilled. Noah said this as after crushing the golden cyclops paragon and before its disintegration, he had taken its memories as he had a very clear idea on the events that took place to cause the rivers of blood and dismembered bodies of dragons to be floating in the chaotic void before this war even began. You will not find a savior, nor will you have mercy when you begin to beg for it. Today, there shall only be blood. Rumble, The hearts of the 10 paragons and all those who heard the resounding words of the tyrannical dragon emperor trembled. They recalled the promise that this being made not too long ago when he stood against the hegemony of slaughter himself, how he had promised he would not care if it was a great sage or a paragon that unjustly carried out senseless slaughter, they would all be killed regardless. As the many billions of powerhouses watched this tyrant dragon right now, they were actually shocked to see this being was keeping to his message, powerlessness. All from the might and words of a single person, who knew words could be this powerful. This point in the war was one of immense significance. And it was even more significant to a certain being that was watching this and experiencing the real-time changes of it. Of course, the person in question is the hegemony of Slaughter himself, who could feel his universal fortune constantly decreasing. It was Ambrose who felt his influence over the many powerful natives of the animus universe that he had forged for so many years slipping away that easily, and all of it was done by a randomly appearing being in just a matter of days. Work that he had done for many millenniums, decimated in just days. Emotions of wrath that Ambrose never thought would arise within his heart broke to the surface at this moment, his gaze exceedingly cold as he looked at the illusory scene where he saw the tyrant dragon fully withstand the attacks of 10 other paragons. Salerno was standing nearby with an extremely somber expression, neither of the two hegemonies speaking, as it was Ambrose who broke the silence first. If even this is to fail, then we must proceed with the other method. A dreadful decision was made by the hegemony of Slaughter at this time, a decision that was just one among the many things to propel the future into a tumultuous direction. Chapter 983, If Paragons cannot do it, call a hegemony. If even this is to fail, then we must proceed with the other method, rumble. If the paragons and legions of all of these beings that term themselves races of supreme bloodlines turn out to be useless, then we shall just send a hegemony. WAA, words that directed actions capable of changing the course of destiny for many beings erupted out from the hegemony of Slaughter, his gaze becoming exceedingly cold the more that he looked at the figure of the tyrant dragon that was now facing 10 paragons alone without any sense of pressure. Ambrose thought about his goals, and how close he was at this moment to accomplishing something that was in the works for a great deal of years. Yet, this randomly rising being was now halting the progress of his goals and causing everything to come to a halt, something that he never thought to be possible from the hands of someone that wasn't even a hegemony. His cold eyes left the figure of the tyrant dragon as they gazed over at Salerno's figure, who was looking at him with a serious expression while deliberating his words. This gaze reminded Ambrose of a memory from countless years ago, a memory that actually started all of this and caused him to be on the path that he was on right now. It was hundreds of thousands of years ago, and Salerno was looking at him with a similar expression at that time as well. But at that time, Salerno wasn't alone, as he was accompanied by multiple hegemonies. Ambrose's mind drifted as he was taken back into this memory hundreds of thousands of years ago. Your Tao of Slaughter is very unique, especially the concept of the universal construct you want to establish in your universe. The voice of a powerful being had entered Ambrose's ears. This powerhouse being a hegemony with unmatched strength, as Salerno and 2 other hegemonies stood behind him with serious, respectful expressions. It was these 4 hegemonies that stood in front of Ambrose in an isolated realm hidden in the folds of space, golden waves of annihilation, phantasm, destiny, darkness, fate, a myriad of Tao and law essence fluctuating all around them as their conversation would not be heard by anyone aside from them. At that time, Ambrose was merely a freshly rising universal hegemony, having just comprehended the cosmic Tao of annihilation and birthed his Tao of Slaughter when this group of powerful hegemonies approached him for recruitment in something inconceivable. Ambrose had looked at them carefully as he replied to the hegemony at the very forefront that all others treated with respect. Who are you all? What would you want with the universal construct? At his words, the frontmost hegemony smiled widely as his body trembled with power, multiple cosmic Taos being sensed from this figure as he spoke out grandly. We are mere hegemonies like you, struggling to break the barrier stopping everyone in our cosmos. We wish to reach antiquity as we have looked at a variety of methods, but the incorporation of the universal construct you've thought of on top of what we can do, a method capable of allowing multiple of us to break into the ranks of antiquity, will arise. Rumble. The universal construct would only work to efficiently influence the inhabitants of a universe. What would you do with it that would allow for a path to antiquity? A lull of silence appeared when Ambrose asked this question. Salerno and the other 2 hegemonies behind the powerful hegemony all looking towards him as they knew SNSTYV. Information would have to be released if the being in front of them answered this question, and with a smile filled with profound ancientness and wisdom, this being did just that. Yes. Your construct would be capable of affecting your universe and help you collect marks of antiquity somewhat faster. What we will do with it is spread it to multiple universes, as with the proper usage, we will be able to carry out the universal amalgamation. Ambrose felt his heart palpate when he first heard these words, and he couldn't help but repeat them as they rang with a tinge of destiny every time they were spoken. Universal amalgamation, yes. It might take hundreds of thousands of years, but, when completed, it will bring forth opportunities one can only ever dream of. We are bound by our cosmos, as with the sea of ruination outside of it stops anyone unless they have comprehended its abstruse cosmic Tao. The universal amalgamation will provide a way past this. It will call upon the one that brought me and many other hegemonies together in this primordial cosmos, upon the one that, unlike us, has long ago broken the shackles that bind us. What? Ambrose had turned breathless at these words as the tremors of power released from this being only increased, his face glowing golden from an intense light of destiny and fortune as he nodded while saying a single word, a word that didn't need any others to complement it, as this word alone represented too much: antiquity, rumble, antiquity. The universal amalgamation can be induced with your universal construct, and with our help, we can keep the righteous oathkeeper and others from ever gazing your way, as with its full completion, a period of accumulation will start before an antiquity is birthed. Ambrose had played these words over and over again in his mind as he would go on to obsess about them. Hearing these words caused the expressions of Salerno and the other two hegemonies to become utterly grim as soon after they uttered something that Ambrose would himself come to utter in the hundreds of thousands of years to come. As it was, so shall it be; as it was, so shall it be. This was the day hundreds of thousands of years ago that something dreadful bloomed. Ambrose's hand grasping onto the mysterious hegemony that was a being of the same caliber as hegemonies like Oathkeeper, the heavyweights of the primordial cosmos. This memory played in his mind briefly as Ambrose reminisced, coming back to his current time point where he was just waiting for another few hundred years before his universal construct within the animus universe would have been ready and the universal amalgamation could commence. Even the hegemony of summoning wasn't his opponent as he was this close, yet, the roar of a tyrannical dragon emperor brought him back to reality as he saw this nonsensical creature receive 0 damage from 10 paragons, chains of annihilation erupting from all around him to lock onto the experts around him as he seemed ready to start another massacre. At this scene, even Salerno sighed as he voiced out grimly, "I shall call hegemony Dark Shadow forward. We will need to ask his permission to proceed forward though." Rumble, Salerno spoke as he mentioned hegemony Dark Shadow, one of the hegemonies that had been standing beside him when that person approached Ambrose all those years ago. It was the same hegemony they had to ask permission from before making any huge moves. Ambrose nodded as his eyes flashed with a light of cruelty. "Very well. Chapter 984, if paragons cannot do it, call a hegemony." 2. As many things happened behind the scenes, Noah had no idea whatsoever as at this moment, he fully put to use the invulnerability effect of plot armor to go against 10 paragons. They couldn't hurt him or do a single thing to him, the most that a being who extremely eclipsed him in power being able to do being to lock him away or isolate him in a unique space, and even then he had methods to escape. This was plot armor. A character's unusual ability to survive no matter the extreme odds, simply because the story had it so. Noah had culminated this power in the form of an ability as at this moment. He utilized it fully as just a portion of his strength. This was because to defeat paragons, one had to have more than just plot armor. And he had cosmic das and the support of a cosmic treasure. Under the utterly shocked gazes of 10 paragons that could not cause him any damage, chains of annihilation erupted out from all sides as before they could pull away. Noah uttered out words that actually caused fear to rise up from the hearts of the paragons. Life realm, a flash of light, a black realm formed. The words, life realm, had caused the 10 paragons to turn fearful, and they had a reason for that, as the last time they heard these words, a black realm they couldn't see through had wrapped around 5 of their friends. And they had never stepped out of this realm alive. No, now, they heard these words again with them being in the vicinity, all of them trying to tear the chains of annihilation that bound them to no avail, the realm quickly wrapping around them. Within the life realm, Noah's gaze was impassive as he wasn't averse to using the same technique again. So what if he used the same method of trapping 10 paragons into a life realm that nobody could see through, or he could turn it all into a sea of ruination? It was effective, efficient, and one of his strongest offensive attacks where he could utilize his cosmic treasure freely without worrying that hegemonies found out he held one. Why use it once and forget about it? Sheer horror leaked out from the 10 paragons as from Noah. A cosmic treasure glimmered crimson as it began to tear apart surrounding space in chaotic void. directly creating a sea of ruination that went on to wrap around then dreadfully, outside of the newly created Black Realm. The powerful experts of the numerous legions looked towards it in shock as a memory replayed in their minds. 5 paragons and a tyrant dragon went in, only the tyrant dragon came out. Was such a scene about to repeat itself again? And this time with the lives of 10 paragons on the line, many watched breathlessly as they were just among the few important figures paying close attention to this scene. The even more important figures were hegemonies, where 2 of them had currently begun communicating with a hegemony that could be considered a senior among the powerful hegemonies of the primordial cosmos. That is how the situation has developed. We might have to accelerate the beginning of the universal amalgamation as it won't be perfect, but it will at least start the process of accumulation before all my influence in the animus universe is lost and its activation loses even more power. Rumble. Ambrose was speaking carefully into a small crystal object that was swirling like a black hole, taking his voice across space and time as it reached a special being. From the crystal object, a voice carrying utter regality and power came out as it carried a hint of interest. Peculiar. Such a thing should not have happened. Alright, we shall utilize hegemony Dark Shadow. With his abilities, he should be able to escape and keep the attention of many hegemonies while the process of universal amalgamation starts. As for me, I'll go ahead and make a visit to Oathkeeper. An affirmation was given for them to utilize a hegemony to go against a lower level being, an action that would directly break an oath that all hegemonies were bound to, and yet it was taken nonetheless as the threat that a particular paragon could not be overlooked. At the affirmation, Ambrose and Salerno looked towards each other as they nodded with grim faces. Salerno being the first to speak, that time has actually come, a time of great change, my friend. Let's do this, THRUM. Waves of essence and destiny silently spread out as a hegemony was called forth to take care of a paragon. At the same time this action occurred on the other side of the crystal object that looked like a miniature black hole. A being could be seen with a calm gaze that nodded silently, his figure becoming wrapped in a light of teleportation as he disappeared from this area in space and carried out a long-distance teleportation that actually carried him from one universe and into another. The place this being had arrived into was actually the Elysian universe, the birthplace of a hegemony whose name resounded throughout the primordial cosmos. Oathkeeper, the hegemony that had just finished communicating with Ambrose and Salerno, uttered the name of the being he came to see with a light smile, his expression showing how he didn't put this being on any pedestal or showing any respect as when the name was uttered. There was even a tinge of hate hidden within. The hegemony ignored the incandescent beauty of the Elysian universe around him, ignoring the golden shimmering chaotic void that was nothing like the dark chaotic void of the dark and animus universes or the blue-tinged chaotic void of the cerulean universe. Chapter 985. An oath is broken. The Elysian universe was one of the most beautiful universes one could come across within the primordial cosmos. An entire universe filled to the brim with the essence of fate, light, karma, destiny, a great deal of extremely high-ranking laws and daos among the hegemonies. It was even an unwritten fact that the Elysian universe was one of the core universes that was the center of the primordial cosmos. This seemed supported by the fact that this universe was the birthplace of one of the first hegemonies, a hegemony that had risen in power and established the Tao of the Oathkeeper that created a semblance of order among all the chaos. The hegemony Oathkeeper, the abode of this being, was a magnificent one as a certain hegemony made his way over and appeared in front of an enormous galaxy. What was incredulous about this galaxy in front of him was the fact that among the trillions of stellar bodies one could see within it, there were also enormous golden chains spread throughout as they stretched across the galaxy, wrapping around it tightly as these golden chains the size of stars wrapped around the boundary of the galaxy, an incredible scene that very few beings would ever come across in their entire lives. A galaxy wrapped thoroughly with golden chains vibrating with the essence of fate and destiny, something that only someone like Oathbreaker could achieve. Rumble. A bright golden light shone out from the galaxy as before the visiting hegemony could enter. A horrendous aura leaked out as the figure of a stellar and devilishly handsome middle-aged man appeared. Hair as gold as it could be, eyes intensely white as they saw in the surrounding golden chaotic void. A simple white robe adorned him as on his back. Golden shimmering wings could be seen as they palpated with the essence of a myriad of daos. His eyes carried a hint of vicissitude and profound wisdom as they landed on the visitor that held similar eyes, this being that was known as the Oathkeeper speaking out lightly. Kronos. Rumble, that's right. The hegemony that Ambrose and a few others were connected to was a heavyweight of the primordial cosmos, a hegemony that was titled Kronos. For no other reason than the fact that publicly, many beings knew that he was the first and among the few to comprehend the Tao of Kronos. Oathkeeper and one other powerful hegemony had this Tao comprehended as well, but hegemony Kronos was the first as he reserved this title. Oathkeeper, do you have some time? This rift led to a small isolated golden realm hidden within the folds of space, the two beings stepping within it as uniquely. Oathkeeper did not invite Kronos into the galaxy surrounded by golden chains that he came from. Within the golden isolated realm, two ridiculously powerful beings looked at each other. Oathkeeper's face was impassive as he waved his hands and caused two cups to appear, these cups quickly becoming filled with a golden liquid as they floated in space, the two hegemonies using the space within the realm as if it was floor and sitting down in front of these two cups. Each of them grabbing one as Kronos was the first to speak. I came to propose another exploration into the Sea of Ruination, Rumble. The topic that Kronos chose to start with was a unique one, Oathkeeper's eyes rising up and flashing with light as he spoke calmly. We have discussed and tried this a great deal of times with the same result. There is nothing for us outside of the primordial cosmos, Kronos. Find contentment and strive to achieve antiquity in your home, no matter how many years it takes. A quick denial met Kronos as he smiled lightly while sipping the golden drink within his hands. Not if we stop sending out portions of our souls. Not if we go in fully in you. Bring along your cosmic treasure, THRUM. Kronos said these words simply as he dropped a bombshell, continuing to sip his drink as the gaze of Oathkeeper became utterly cold, his body erupting out with preposterous levels of power as he rose up, a phantom image of his figure that was thousands of miles in size appearing behind him as he gazed at Kronos. How do you know about that? When his voice released this time around, it seemed as if galaxies were exploding in Kronos' ears, but he still remained seated and sipping his drink as he spoke with a forlorn expression. The cosmic treasure that others know nothing about. A treasure of immense proportions that has given you the power to be unrivaled in the primordial cosmos. It's funny how the rest of them haven't connected the dots really. The gaze of Kronos turned from forlorn and smiled lightly again before he continued. Who could have guessed that such a thing would fall in the hands of someone like you? Someone with no ambition, someone that only used his power to bring peace and order. At these words, the aura of Oathkeeper rose ever higher as it turned palpable, his eyes in the surrounding space as he voiced out. And what would you have done with it? Senselessly try over and over again to find something that doesn't exist? Go on a conquest and rule the cosmos, WAA. His booming voice erupted all around as it seemed angered, but Kronos kept his smiling expression when staring at this being as he was waiting for a certain thing to happen. That certain thing was the movement of a hegemony under him to take care of a rising problem that interfered with his goals within the animus universe. The boundaries within the primordial cosmos were extremely hard to travel across, with the boundaries between universes being something that hegemonies or truly powerful paragons had the ability to cross. At this moment, a hegemony clad in darkness was making his way across universal barriers as he was about to enter the animus universe. The Tao essence of void space was just among the many this being carried, but the Tao that granted him the title of Dark Shadow, a being that could weave into the folds of space and run faster than many hegemonies while having camouflaging abilities that nobody in the primordial cosmos could compare to, was a special one. Such a being was currently entering the animus universe, his goal being a particular paragon that had shone too brightly. Chapter 986. An Oath is Broken. 2. Near the draconic Holy Lands, intense reverberations of essence erupted throughout as paragons faced against each other, the paragons of the four bloodline races that had the support of the tyrannical Dragon Emperor having the winning edge as time passed, while the enemies they faced became increasingly more exhausted. They themselves still had immense reserves of mana as their mana reserves were literally increased multiple times over. ROAR, the terrifying draconic progenitor that had just re-emerged was currently ripping apart the progenitor of the nine-tailed foxes, this paragon only being capable of keeping his life due to the cosmic Tao of phantasm that allowed for him to turn portions of his body into illusions. Weaving in and out of Tiamat's attack this way as he was burning a tremendous amount of essence, even this being felt like his life was on a timer as Tiamat's attacks were relentless and filled with hate, his expression becoming more and more drastic. But even in the midst of his battle, he was like many other paragons that had their eyes towards a certain location. It was the area where a black realm they couldn't see through existed, the area where the tyrant dragon had disappeared with 10 paragons of the bloodline races. They watched this place intently with immense apprehension as they hoped the scene that had occurred before the battle even began would not repeat itself again. They hoped to not see the figure of a lone dragon with all the paragons somehow missing again. That would be truly too barbaric. THRUM, mana overflowed in the area that many beings were observing, the black realm they couldn't see through beginning to shatter and dissolve apart. What was revealed within? No, how could it be so? The paragons of the 5 bloodline races cried out fearfully and unwillingly as they saw the lone figure of the tyrannical dragon emperor. His gaze was placid as the life realm shattered, overlooking every single being of the billions around him with utter calmness, as if he hadn't just locked himself with 10 paragons in a realm and come out alone. To Noah, it didn't matter whether it was 5 or 10, as long as beings who could not defend against the terrifying sea of ruination were wrapped up within it, they would ultimately perish. Rumble. His body was still rumbling with power as he seemed ready to move, the hearts of many beings becoming filled with terror as they knew if 10 paragons could not stop this being as he decimated them so quickly, what else could they do? This universal war would only end when the rivers of blood exceeded even those of dragons that they massacred just hours prior. Yet, as the tyrant dragon was about to move, something appalling occurred as the hearts of everyone nearly leaped out of their asius. In the next second, the figures of every single being in the nearby millions of miles came to a halt, complete and utter state of no movement, where even their mana could not circulate within their bodies. Darkness seemed to descend all around, covering the eyes of every single being as they couldn't even see millimeters ahead of them. Terror filled the eyes of every single being on the battlefield. The billions of beings that were just battling, nearly all of them felt a deep sense of terror as their hearts screamed out a single thing: hegemony. Rumble. Terror ran rampant as an instant later, the aura of a hegemony descended wildly. Everything was ushered into utter darkness as the essence of the cosmic Tao of tenebrosity covered everything. Even though everyone was terrified, all of them had an inkling of why this terrifying aura of a hegemony had descended down. Even though they couldn't see, their minds still remembered the location where a certain tyrant dragon was. It was there that the terrifying aura of the hegemony had bloomed from, the first area that utter darkness had spread out until it covered everything an instant later. The oath that every universal hegemony made when they rose in the primordial cosmos would be broken today for a certain being. In the field of utter darkness, Noah's body was utterly still like everyone else. His heart was calm as while nobody could see a single thing, he was one of the very few who saw exactly what happened. Right as he was about to move, a hand had bloomed in front of him, its size larger than even his entire body. This hand brought with it darkness that spread everywhere. Noah, sensing the widespread and senseless use of a cosmic Tao in the hands of a hegemony, it was a cosmic Tao he hadn't come across too. The essence of this Tao as well as the aura of a genuine universal realm expert pressing onto him as it locked down his movements and even his usage of abilities, sinking back all the essence and mana he released back into his body. This utterly black hand then came towards his body as pure darkness erupted from it and threatened to drown him whole. Yet in the midst of all of this, Noah's heart was calm, his thoughts were pure. He stared at this shocking development in the face as he wondered exactly what caused it all and what direction he would take, his mind actually calculating many things as he thought about Ambrose and the other hegemony he was talking to, many ideas and thoughts being formulated at such a time as this. When the utterly black hand appeared and the attack descended down with the aura of the hegemony, one of the first beings to notice it as she rose up in shock and full of wrath, it was Valentina. Rumble. Within her isolated realm, space tore open as her body buzzed with the cosmic Tao of annihilation, her beautiful face full of rage as she tore through the void of space and rushed towards the location. Her heart trembled as she had never expected a hegemony making a move against a being in a lesser realm, much less for it to be a being that she supported. With a wrathful gaze, she moved as her aura would also soon descend into the Animus universe. Chapter 987. Dreadful. Aside from Valentina, there was also another being that had not seen, but instead sensed something instead when the attack began. It was a being in the Elysian universe, a devilishly handsome being that had a cold expression before all this as he talked to hegemony Kronos that had confronted him with a shocking secret that should have not been privy to anyone but him. At this moment, the Oathkeeper's gaze left Kronos briefly as he stared towards a certain location. His impassive gaze shining with a sharp light as he spoke out majestically, "Someone is breaking the oath." Thrum, the one who birthed the Tao of the Oathkeeper felt at the moment that the intent and action of hegemony Dark Shadow was carried out, the location and the identity of the being responsible for it being shown to him right away as a shocking sequence of events was about to bloom. Dark Shadow, why? His gaze was somber as the action didn't make sense. The hegemony Dark Shadow that had comprehended the unique Tao of tenebrosity being someone that rarely made a move. In the primordial cosmos, Oathkeeper had rarely seen this being make any movements or associate with any other hegemonies. And that was why he carried a hint of confusion for what could have made this hegemony act out against a being of the lesser realm. Oathkeeper glanced back towards Kronos, who seemed to have a puzzled look, the voice of this magnetic being ringing out, an oath being broken? Now that is truly rare. Kronos had an impassive expression as he merely looked forward, the Oathkeeper's gaze remaining on this being as it didn't move. Normally when an oath was broken, he would be the first one to appear and question the hegemony responsible if not stop them, but after the bombshell Kronos had dropped on knowing about his cosmic treasure, the Oathkeeper could not move out at this moment. But the Tao of the Oathkeeper was taken very seriously as it was one of the few things establishing order in the cosmos, so Oathkeeper sent a message to 3 hegemonies that he thought would represent him and ones that would move quickly once he made them move. Essence silently moved from his body as he sent a message. At the same time, 3 hegemonies that were in universes sharing a border or close to the Animus universe received a message from Oathkeeper. An oath has been broken. The culprit is Dark Shadow. Contain him and find out why. The location is BOM. The 3 hegemonies receiving this information were shocked as they quickly moved, not bothering to ask why as they were strong allies of the Oathkeeper simply moving quickly. Boom RIP, it was the strength of a hegemony, it was undeniable, it was inescapable, and yet, Dark Shadow's entire body manifested after his hand as he looked towards the creature that should have been crushed in his palm by the essence of the cosmic Tao, but he only found a dragon staring at him calmly, a tyrant dragon staring at this hegemony with eyes that were seemingly looking at his as if he was full. BZZZT, hegemony Dark Shadow squeezed again as he shockingly found it. Was like he held an indestructible rubber ball within his hands, where no matter what he did an invisible layer existed on the tyrant dragon's body that he could not break through and destroy this being. A sharp look appeared on the powerful hegemony's face when faced with this shocking development, but his gaze changed as he looked towards the space above him. A second had passed, others had arrived, disgraceful, BOM, clad in the essence of annihilation. Valentina appeared in the space right above them as her slender hand reached out. In the utter darkness, her hand was the only bright spot as it exerted pressure. The horrendous aura of the hegemony and the darkness that had surrounded all the surrounding miles shattering just from her slender hand that struck down towards Dark Shadow. Darkness was pushed away as everyone regained their sight, their eyes open to observe the shocking scene of an oppressive dark phantom clasping tightly onto something within its hands. And then the slender figure of an incredible magisterial woman striking down again, this figure with an expression of wrath that would cause anyone to shudder fearfully. The essence of 2 cosmic Taos collided, Dark Shadow grasping onto his prime target within his hands as his figure melded into the folds of space and disappeared. Disgraceful creature, rumble. The essence on the slender Valentina vibrated and descended down like tides as she locked onto the aura of this hegemony and tore through the folds of space, giving chase even though it was against the one being known in the primordial cosmos for being the top assassin that could come and go anywhere as they wished due to their cosmic Tao of tenebrosity. Alright, the moment they left, 3 more auras of hegemonies tore through space and arrived in this location, scaring the hearts of the watching billions of the bloodline races as these hegemonies looked towards the turbulent area of essence where they could still sense the raging essence of hegemonies, their bodies also turning into streaks of light as they disappeared into the folds of space, giving chase as well. Silence reigned across the battlefield, all billions of beings looked forward in a stupor at what had just occurred, the minds of the 5 bloodline races turning jovial as they shockingly found the tyrannical dragon emperor that was domineeringly killed their paragons was actually targeted by a hegemony. Paragon Klaus could not help but laugh mockingly at such a scene, but this laugh came to a stop in the next second as in his period of stupor and mocking, the jaws of a terrifying draconic progenitor silently arrived atop his head, shining with the might of 2 cosmic Das as they swallowed the mocking head of Klaus in a single gulp. Rumble. The jovial feelings of the 5 bloodline races turned to incredulousness as they turned their eyes towards Tiamat, watching this paragon tear apart the body of the progenitor of the 9-tailed foxes as her body erupted with immense power, only slightly less than what the figure of the tyrannical dragon emperor displayed before, unbeknownst to them. In the period of very few seconds that Noah was attacked and taken, he had infused his multiple clones into all of his 8 animus summons as at this moment, they would all carry shocking power that might not reach the power of the primordial ruination clone, but it was more than enough for the remaining paragons on the battlefield, or OAR. Tiamat roared out in a magisterial fashion after ripping apart a progenitor of a race moments after hegemonies descended and took action against a paragon. Her many eyes were swirling around the chaotic void as a terrifying voice that many beings thought was taken away came out of her. It was the voice of the same tyrant dragon that should have been taken away and killed by a hegemony. I told you all, even hegemonies will not be able to save you. Shock, stupor, horror, boom. Chapter 988 Destiny is tricky. I told you all, even hegemonies will not be able to save you. Rumble. It was a sentence that caused dread to spread in the hearts of all the beings of the 5 bloodline races. they had heard this same voice in the past say such words, but they never took them seriously. After all, how could anyone deny a hegemony when they acted? So when a being said they would kill them all and nobody, not even hegemonies, would be able to save them, many would take it as just boasting. Yet, Lulu, the figure of the draconic progenitor, moved with even more vigor and power than before. Dealing onto the legions of the 5 bloodline races as monarchs began to be torn apart, the remaining paragons trying to collect themselves and match her after she tore apart Klaus, BOM. But she wasn't alone. All around the battlefield, 7 other auras of maddening powers similar to her rose: a nondescript cerulean-haired child with a shimmering blue crown, an enormous galaxy-devouring serpent, a planet-sized winged eye that shone with a deadly soul light, a planet-sized Helios Leviathan, the twin draconic serpents that had just begun to shine across the battlefield. Their auras rose up majestically as the forces of the bloodline races felt suffocated even more than a few seconds ago before the hegemonies had appeared. These powerful beings continued as if the shocking scenes of hegemonies attacking did not just happen. Even the paragons of the 4 allied bloodline races looked towards Tiamat and the others in shock, but when they saw them not worry, as well as the shocking voice that came out of Tiamat that sounded eerily the same as the being that should have been taken and killed by the hegemony, they also threw aside their reservations and continued. THRUM, in the folds of space, Ambrose watched this scene with an expression of someone that had eaten a pile of shit. Hegemony Dark Shadow's actions should have included the quick massacre of the tyrant dragon and then all of the paragons within his immediate force that followed him, resulting in the crippling of the enemy forces as they could no longer stand against the bloodline races. Yet, fucking hell, Ambrose couldn't help but curse as he shockingly saw even Dark Shadow not be able to kill the paragon someone the instant he acted, this action taking precious seconds as he also didn't get a chance to kill the paragons of the enemy force. Now, these same paragons were ripping apart the forces of the 5 bloodline races as they boasted even greater power. Every second that more paragons and monarchs vanished, his influence over the Animus universe continued to decrease as it was coming dangerously low to the levels where he would be able to carry out the universal amalgamation when including this universe. Thus, Ambrose's expression was grim as his essence moved, sending a message to Kronos, who was keeping Oathkeeper at bay at this moment. Dark Shadow's movements weren't ideal, and my influence in the Animus universe is still deteriorating rapidly. We might have to carry out the universal amalgamation right now as we utilize this commotion. Rumble. His shocking words reached the faraway Kronos that was sitting next to Oathkeeper, Ambrose only waiting a second before a reply came. How tricky fate and destiny can be. Go ahead. I'll have Dark Shadow pass through the targeted universes and draw out their hegemonies. It'll cause our plans to actually go much smoother in this manner. WAA. The end result would have always been Dark Shadow doing something to draw out the hegemonies from their universes. I just didn't think it would happen this early. Oh well. I'll let the others know to take their positions. Cryptic words came from Kronos after his affirmation, but Ambrose got what he wanted as he turned towards a somber Salerno on the side. You can take your position in the liberated universe. The others will be beside the universal constructs in their own selected universes. Salerno nodded towards Ambrose as his body began to disappear, but not before he voiced his affirmation. As it was, so shall it be. Rumble. Unbeknownst to many, a group of beings had begun to take shocking actions that would have far-reaching consequences. Their actions not being revealed until sometime later when the dust had settled. Across the folds of space, a chase had just begun to unfold as the holder of the cosmic Tao of Tenebrosity tore through space with multiple hegemonies giving chase. The slender figure of Valentina regally tore through all obstacles as she followed 3 other hegemonies not too far behind her as they looked at Valentina and then Dark Shadow before they voiced out with their vibrant essence. Dark Shadow, you need to stop. There is nowhere within this cosmos you can run, and nowhere outside of it. What you're doing now is meaningless. Rumble. The oath of universal hegemonies was one of the least broken rules of the primordial cosmos, and it had happened very rarely in the long span of time since its establishment. When it did occur at a time like this, the hegemony that had broken the oath would give a reason as to why it was done, and Oathkeeper and the others would decide whether it was justified. These set of events made the hegemonies perplexed as the 3 that Oathkeeper had called on sent messages to him about the situation in the Elysian universe, within the folds of space where Kronos and Oathkeeper were. The Oathkeeper once more stared off in the distance as he could still sense the constantly changing location of hegemony Dark Shadow through the Tao of the Oathkeeper, taking in the information others were sending to him as even he carried a sense of perplexion. At this moment, Dark Shadow and his pursuers entered the boundary of the liberated universe, Oathkeeper's essence moving as he sent a message to 2 hegemonies that were within this universe. You seem preoccupied, Oathkeeper. The situation with a mere oath being broken has not resolved itself. The voice of Kronos came out at this time as Oathkeeper turned back towards him coldly, waiting to resolve this situation as well as he spoke with a booming voice. What exactly do you want, Kronos? So you know of my cosmic treasure, why approach me about it? What exactly do you plan, Rumble? The might of two of the most powerful hegemonies coalesced within the Elysian universe is far from them. A chase that had just begun pulled in two more universal realm hegemonies from their universe, an unknown goal of Ambrose to pull away hegemonies from certain universes already beginning to unfold. Chapter 989. It's just that you're weak. The might of a cosmic Tao varied by a large amount. Some were highly offensive or defensive, with others providing nothing but support. But, depending on exactly what type of boon it provided, even a support or defensive cosmic Tao could take a very high ranking among all the cosmic Taos. The Tao of Tenebrosity was one of the truly unique Taos one could come across, as the boons it provided were immense. At this moment, this Tao allowed a single hegemony to cross the boundaries of universes while being chased by multiple hegemonies. And yet he still couldn't be caught. There were three hegemonies behind him, and fluctuations erupted out a second later as a large amount of essence began to coalesce and shoot out in front of him in the form of a punch. This punch caused the disintegration of the chaotic void it passed through as it K.D. and everything like a black hole. And yet the holder of the cosmic Tao of Tenebrosity used this Tao to dissolve his body into a shadowy smoke, passing through this fist seamlessly as he blended into the shattered void and continued. Boom. These two were the hegemonies from the liberated universe that Dark Shadow purposefully passed through, the current number of universal hegemonies chasing after him now rising up to 5. And yet he wasn't done, as after passing through the liberated universe, he headed towards the necrotic universe as he planned to pass through every single universe where an anchor to the Slaughter Star monolith universal construct existed, all of these universes being targets of the universal amalgamation that Ambrose would initiate. As for the reason they were pulling out as many hegemonies from these universes before the initiation of amalgamation, that was for us to find out later. Rumble, essence wildly tore across the folds of space as the chase continued, many beings seemingly forgetting or not noticing the being that had started all of this at this time. It was, of course, the figure of the tyrant dragon that was lying comfortably within the enormous dark hand of hegemony Dark Shadow. His body was covered with terrifying darkness all around, his senses being able to pierce through and sense the outside area, as it was like he was confined in a small world of darkness. As Noah saw the surrounding folds of space changing constantly and the hegemonies giving chase to this being that didn't even bother to spare them any words, his mind was utterly calm as he seemed like someone with no worries. Within the world of darkness, he stretched out his body lazily as if he wasn't in the hands of a hegemony, speaking out at the same time. So, you couldn't kill me. And now you're bringing me along for the ride, His voice was nonchalant and didn't at all match the terrifying situation at this moment, the world of darkness all around him shaking as the essence of Tenebrosity rushed out again and tried to pierce into his body. Boom. Yet the layer of invulnerability seemed to exist, as when it touched Noah's body, it couldn't pierce any further. This was still the effect of plot armor that Noah had a bit over 40 minutes remaining on it. How ridiculous that this trait born from the influence of a portion of a cosmic treasure actually worked even against the power of a universal realm expert. With such a thing still on him, Noah planned to use this time to observe the aims of this being in Ambrose, and also watch for any possible opportunities for him to use his cosmic treasure to deal a large amount of damage to this being. If he was confident in being able to create a sea of ruination and reap the life of a universal hegemony right away, he would have so instantly for the loot this creature would drop. Yet he knew that even in the case of the cerulean hegemony that had taken over the bodies of the spirit race of his dark universe, this being had a mere portion of his soul cross the sea of ruination towards the dark universe that was cutting itself off and floating away at that time, so he didn't want to reveal his trump card at this time, the moment he did being the day that the knowledge of him having a cosmic Tao all other hegemonies were searching for becoming known. So during this period of time, he might as well obtain information. When the essence of Tenebrosity failed to pierce Noah yet again, the world of darkness coagulated as Noah's nonchalant figure gazed towards a certain area, watching the formation of the humanoid figure that came towards him with a curious expression. What kind of creature are you? How is it that you cannot be killed? The holder of Tenebrosity, while under a chance by multiple hegemonies, used a portion of his consciousness to coalesce a figure as he spoke towards the being he came to assassinate. Towards this being's question, Noah was calm as he voiced out while coiling his draconic body into a resting position that seemed to scream how carefree he was in this situation. It is not that I cannot be killed, just that you are too weak to do it. Rumble. words shocking enough to cause anyone to roll their eyes back and have a fit erupted out, but the holder of tenebrosity actually nodded thoughtfully as he wasn't angered. You might be right. For this reason, I'll be taking you with me to study exactly why. You don't mind, do you? With his words, the essence of tenebrosity moved as it formed into thick dark chains that wrapped around Noah's body and limbs, strictly binding him down as the purpose of these chains was to prevent any spatial movement. All of these actions were occurring during the chase, or at this point in time, another two hegemonies had joined the chase after Dark Shadow passed through the necrotic universe. The number of beings chasing him increased, but Dark Shadow still didn't stop to even give an explanation as he continued towards the directions of another universe. In the liberated and necrotic universes that had just lost the presence of hegemonies, new auras of universal experts appeared, their figures coming close to the universal construct anchored within these universes. Salerno was in the liberated universe as another hegemony we had yet to introduce, but was a part of the few hegemonies that Kronos had recruited over the years. This being appeared over the universal construct anchored in the necrotic universe. The bodies of these hegemonies glimmered with light as they came close to the towering towers that were the Slaughter Star monoliths. Their bodies glowing with an illusory outline of this universal construct as well they neared. A silent eruption essence occurred as the universal construct lit up brightly. The steps were being taken as in a short period of time, something appalling would take place. Chapter 990, a plan in the works for an entire epoch, a chase. A chase across the primordial cosmos as multiple hegemonies chased after the holder of tenebrosity. Dark Shadow, you're making this harder than it needs to be. All for what? A paragon, Rumble, one of the hegemonies called forth by the Oathkeeper, spoke as his voice traveled across the folds of space. He was among the many universal experts thinking something larger was at hand as Dark Shadow continued to run without even giving an excuse as to why he acted against a being of a lesser level. But why run? The primordial cosmos was vast, but it was still surrounded by a sea of ruination as nobody could step out of it. There was nowhere to run, and Dark Shadow should know this more than anyone, but the hegemony in question gave no answer as with his usage of the cosmic Tao of tenebrosity, crossing the folds of space was as easy as it could be as he escaped from multiple hegemonies. Within the enclosed hand of the holder of tenebrosity, Noah's tyrant dragon form was actually lazily lying down with his eyes closed, the chains of darkness all around him seemingly meaning nothing to him as he gave the demeanor of not caring, but his mind was buzzing with possibilities as he was still carrying his cosmic treasure within this primordial ruination clone. And the voice of this treasure was ringing out in his mind at this moment. Master, we have passed the boundaries of the liberated universe, necrotic, and microbial universes already. This Dark Shadow is purposefully changing his course as he moves across the cosmos as he makes sure to enter the bounds of these universes before proceeding to another as soon as more hegemonies from that universe join this chase. Noah nodded silently within his mind as with the information he had obtained when he sat in the conversation between Ambrose and Salerno, he priced together a lot of the information and had a rough idea for what the goal of this Dark Shadow was, if he was working with Ambrose. It meant the shocking topic of conversation he had heard before, the thing known as universal amalgamation, would be happening soon. Rumble, waves of destiny and fortune swirled all around Noah silently, his main body in the dark universe looking over this wondrous scene as he quickly made his decision and took out Valentina's golden mirror, his mana flowing into it as he called out to Valentina, "Stop the chase. You should return back to the Animus universe right away." Valentina was among the many hegemonies chasing after Dark Shadow, so she didn't pull out the golden mirror as she only listened to the message, its contents shocking her as while all other hegemonies were bright streaks of light chasing after Dark Shadow. She came to an abrupt stop as she was very quickly left behind. This drop-dead gorgeous hegemony actually stopped the second after the words of a mere paragon told her to. Noah was surprised at this as he at least expected her to question him, but he didn't know that Valentina was simply furious at the fact that someone of her caliber would actually stoop down low enough to break an oath, and also thought his primordial ruination clone meant a great deal to him as if it was destroyed, it might harm a portion of his soul. She didn't know that Dark Shadow had already tried killing Noah multiple times, and this was why she was giving chase. This Dark Shadow is working along with Ambrose and most likely other hegemonies. They are hatching a plot that involves multiple universes. Rumble, Noah began to slowly feed information to Valentina as her expression changed, her figure turning into a streak of light as she headed back towards the Animus universe. He was ready to initiate the process of amalgamation as soon as the other 8 constructs spread across 8 other universes were activated, this action causing the start of something nobody within the primordial cosmos could have imagined, the action of pulling hegemonies out of these targeted universes had its own agenda, and Ambrose would find it even easier to carry out things on his end, as the only other hegemony within the Animus universe had left it to chase an unreachable hegemony. Never would Ambrose have thought that Valentina was already on her way back to this universe, a shocking battle destined to bloom between these two beings as they would finally clash to settle their differences: the liberated universe, necrotic, microbial, automaton, Thonian, Euthenia, Omicron, and the abyssal universe. The holder of tenebrosity crossed the boundaries of all of these universes in a short period of time, as it seemed like he took the aggro of a few universal hegemonies. Everywhere he went, these 8 universes, and the Animus universe included, made it 9 universes that each held the universal construct that was the Slaughter Star monolith within them, silently as other hegemonies left. New ones arrived as they appeared beside the Slaughter Star monolith of these universes, other universal realm experts even being locals of these universes already, even though they were moving with Ambrose's group. For this exact day, they had planned and gone over a great deal of possibilities as they moved swiftly to achieve their goals. This was something that was in the works for an entire epoch, and it was finally taking place at this time. Such an action caught even the chasing hegemonies by surprise, as this was where one of the most powerful hegemonies was, the being who told them to pursue him, as he couldn't leave his universe at this moment. Many of them were suspicious, but they wanted to see the end of this play as they continued the chase. Very rarely did something happen in the primordial cosmos, and the breaking of an oath that broke the order created within the cosmos, followed by the action of Dark Shadow on this day. These hegemonies all wanted to know what it was all about. More than half of them were only chasing for curiosity, the other half following the words of Oathkeeper, as this entire party of hegemonies made their way towards the Elysian universe, far away from the 9 universes where universal constructs were established, far away from the universes that would be affected by universal amalgamation. Chapter 991, Universal Amalgamation. The primordial ruination clone within the hands of Dark Shadow flashed with an intense light of destiny and fate. After the cosmic treasure had affirmed to Noah that passed across multiple universal boundaries, his eyes opened sharply as he stared at the coagulation of darkness all around him and spoke. Are things almost ready? His words were light, being heard only by Dark Shadow at this moment, as the hegemony had a dark humanoid form made of the essence of tenebrosity rise up and look at Noah. Are what things ready? Dark Shadow spoke back calmly as he still looked towards Noah with a hint of interest. The fact that this being was the cause of their plans being moved up, and the fact that he somehow could not be crushed even by the strength of a hegemony, made him a really interesting existence. Dark Shadow wanted to bring this being towards the person that seemed to have seen and known everything Chronos. He wanted to let this person be examined after the universal amalgamation was successfully initiated, and it seemed that this would occur very soon. He looked towards the chained tyrant dragon as he waited for its reply, this reply going on to cause his mind to become tumultuous. Are things almost ready for you guys to carry out the universal amalgamation? That's why you're leading all these hegemonies along, or rumble. In an entirely nonchalant voice, the tyrant dragon revealed their plans that had been underway for too many years and spoke about them so simply. BZZT. The essence around Dark Shadow trembled as he nearly stumbled from the folds of space, giving time for his pursuers to edge ever closer as he looked towards Noah, that he found interesting before with a grim face at this moment. How do you know about that? Who are you? The essence around Noah became even more destructive as it threatened to sink into him, but he just nodded nonchalantly after confirming everything as his own body began to glow with the essence of a cosmic Tao. It was the cosmic Tao of annihilation, Noah causing it to bubble up intensely as he gathered it all towards his throat and jaws, not releasing any attack but using the essence of a cosmic Tao to cause his voice to travel out from the shadow mass he was hidden within and into the folds of space outside where multiple hegemonies were pursuing him. You all are still chasing this guy even after seeing his obviously sketchy behavior? You best return back to the universes he pulled you all out from before something drastic happens. This guy isn't working alone. Rumble. His voice reverberated out from the darkness that surrounded Dark Shadow, the holder of tenebrosity glancing towards him in his shadowy form in utter shock. The chasing hegemonies outside were even more shocked as many of them came to a stop. Only a few hegemonies that Oathkeeper had directly messaged to chase after Dark Shadow continued with grim faces. As they relayed this development to Oathkeeper while still giving chase, with the folds of darkness, Dark Shadow's face became grim as his essence bubbled out. Sending a message to Ambrose and a few others right at this moment. You all need to start the process of amalgamation now. Information has leaked. Rumble. A shocking message reverberated across as it landed into the minds of all the connected hegemonies, the sequence of many actions being changed due to a single nonchalant tyrant dragon. Ambrose was one of the first to hear this message. his body that was already near the slaughter star monolith of the animus universe radiating intense light as his essence moved, this being acting as the first to initiate the first fulcrum of the universal construct that was just one of the 9 spread out across multiple universes. A blinding crimson light washed over the bloody battlefield's galaxy clusters where the slaughter star monolith was located. Ancient and terrifying runic sigils the size of stars beginning to form around the universal construct as with their formation, a unique and archaic light began to emanate outwards, this light rapidly expanding as it threatened to cover many light years in an instant and drape over the entire animus universe, but before it did, a powerful aura arrived within the universe as the figure of a slender dark-haired woman looked wrathfully at the glowing hegemony of slaughter, her body shooting towards this hegemony like a shooting star. Ambrose, seeing the menacing light coming from the universal construct, Valentina's body glimmered the light of battle as she prepared to fight against a hegemony. But the die was already cast, the first universal construct was activated, and the rest of them followed. In the liberated universe, Rumble, Salerno's body glimmered with a similar light like Ambrose, the slaughter star monolith he stood in front of radiating out an intense light as it became a crimson beacon in the starry chaotic void. In the necrotic universe, another universal construct lit up as a hegemony was standing near it with the same light as Ambrose and Salerno, the microbial, automaton, Thonian, Euthenia Omicron, and the abyssal universe, all of the locations where a slaughter star monolith existed lit up with an intense crimson light at this moment. It was the beginning of universal amalgamation. The bringing together of many universes, a process of unification, but with it came a great deal of other things. One of the firsts was something that the returning hegemonies that had followed the running hegemony Dark Shadow felt firsthand. When they gave up the chase due to Noah's words and they reached the boundaries of their respective universes, they found them covered with an intense crimson light that when they rushed towards to enter the OOM, it felt like they had hit an impenetrable wall as they were pushed back, denied from entering their own universes. Shock and stupor filled their hearts as this was about to be one of the many changes that would bloom. 9 universal constructs shining brilliantly across the primordial cosmos as a hidden group of hegemonies finally made a move to achieve their goals after an entire epoch. Chapter 992 Universal Amalgamation 2. What exactly would the undertaking of universal amalgamation entail? What would the group that Ambrose moved to achieve with the apparent unification of 9 universes with the use of universal constructs? Ambrose's mind was utterly calm at this moment as he stared at the bright crimson light given by the activated universal construct, his eyes also locking with the image of Valentina that had managed to enter the animus universe before the process began, and was thus not repelled out of the universe like many other hegemonies would be. As Ambrose watched this scene with cold eyes that were filled with calm, he recalled the meaning behind everything as a certain memory when this plan that was in the works for an entire epoch began all those years ago. He had agreed to go along with Kronos and those behind him, years passing before everything was put in order and a plan was presented in front of him. The scene was as clear as the day is on a certain year. Kronos and Ambrose were floating silently while staring at 9 completed universal constructs that were floating menacingly in a hidden realm of the Thonian universe. With the constructs finished, all that is left is for you to spread them across 9 cosmos. Many years have to pass for these constructs to adapt and absorb the core essence of these universes, their path of slaughter with all the beings dying within it only increasing its rate of completion before it can be activated to start the process of amalgamation. Kronos spoke simply as Ambrose nodded with shining eyes. That's right. The slaughter star monoliths used the very essence and souls of the destroyed beings within it while absorbing the very essence of the universe around them before they could be activated. Within each of them, I have placed a seed of antiquity as with amalgamation underway, they will draw an even more universal essence to feed these seeds through a process of accumulation, and when that is done, these seeds of antiquity will birth a genuine antiquity. An esteemed being that will show us the path forward as he has already achieved it. The shocking meaning of the universal constructs was revealed at this moment. Each of them carried as seeds of antiquity, which after they fully bloomed in antiquity would descend in the primordial cosmos. As for which antiquity or how Kronos had come across them, he didn't explain any of this. The period of the accumulation of universal essence cannot be disrupted with any of the universal constructs torn down, so there is a safety net placed with their activation. But due to the fact that this safety net bends the universal laws too much, we had to also place restrictions in order to bring them to fruition. The safety net is the fact that after their activation, all hegemonies aside from those already within the universe or had their core essence branded into the universal constructs, no other hegemonies will be able to enter these universes. This means that our jobs will be to only protect the universal constructs from any hegemonies that happen to be within these universes. Or we can simply concoct a plan to remove them before we activate the constructs, yes. This was the reason why Dark Shadow moved to have as many hegemonies follow him from the targeted universes after he broke an oath, reducing the work of protection that they had to do after the universal constructs were activated to null. If there were no enemy hegemonies within the universes when the process began, that was ideal. If there were any, they would simply move to eradicate them, and they could do this with ease as there would be many more of them that could move across the 9 targeted universes. To make such a thing possible, the restriction we will face is something I actually got from Oathkeeper, the restriction that no matter what, we cannot make a move against creatures within these universes that are lower than the universal realm. Give and take, for such a safety net, there had to be some form of a restriction. If any of us break this restriction, the seat of antiquity within the universe this occurred in will fall apart automatically, drastically increasing the time of accumulation and reducing the chances of our mission succeeding. The restriction that they would face would only be the fact that they couldn't move against paragons and those below them, but this was such a minor thing that Kronos and Ambrose knew would not be an issue. Even if multiple paragons rose to try and disrupt the absorption of universal essence by the Slaughter Star monoliths, all that the hegemony standing guard had to do was enact a barrier around the construct that no paragon or lower ranked being could break through. Thus, it was almost guaranteed that once the universal amalgamation was initiated and accumulation began, the successful descent of an antiquity was a given. These were the thoughts currently playing in Ambrose's mind as he looked at the beautiful figure of Valentina rushing towards him, the memory of him and Kronos fading away from his mind as he focused on the present. From now on, any hegemonies like Valentina that had managed to be in any of the 9 universes before the universal amalgamation was fully initiated, these beings would actually be the unluckiest creatures of all. This was because Ambrose could move to attack them and defend the monolith he protected, and he could also call forth support of multiple hegemonies from any of the other 9 universes that didn't have any enemy universal experts within. But I will not need to call forth any support. Rumble. This shocking thought erupted from Ambrose's mind as he coldly stared at Valentina, his essence moving wildly as a protective crimson boundary wrapped around the Slaughter Star monolith behind him. Unless he died, nobody would be able to get through this barrier and damage the universal construct whatsoever. All that remained now was for him and others to defend as the accumulation of universal essence commenced. Simply waiting for antiquity to descend, let me keep to my promise of tearing apart that fair skin of yours. THRUM, Chapter 993, A New Era. The gaze of the Oathkeeper turned towards the directions of certain universes as he received a great deal of messages of multiple hegemonies, messages of a shocking new phenomenon that involved 9 universes, the issue with Dark Shadow having turned into something much grander than many expected. As Oathkeeper received the many messages about this phenomenon, his ancient mind buzzed with activity as he sensed the aura of Dark Shadow and multiple other hegemonies entering his Elysian universe. After the chase he took many hegemonies on. It ended in the Elysian universe as he boldly came into the domain of a being that was known as one of the strongest experts of the primordial cosmos. Why? Why would he do what he did? What did he have to do with the phenomenon that inflicted multiple universes where hegemonies could at this moment not enter? Rumble. The gaze of Oathkeeper shone with a brilliant luster at this moment as he turned his gaze towards the calmly smiling Kronos that was still sipping his golden drink. I see. At these words, Oathkeeper disappeared from the hidden realm in the folds of space, teleporting in the golden shimmering chaotic void of the Elysian universe as he appeared right in front of the party of Dark Shadow and the hegemonies chasing after him that had just entered this universe. His devilishly handsome humanoid figure and golden wings caused him to be the center of attention, the eyes of all hegemonies constricting at his appearance as in the next second, an illusory image of a winged Elysian the size of a planet appeared in behind the figure of Oathkeeper. The gaze of this illusory figure was cold and righteous, its hand moving forth as before anyone could even blink. It had reached Dark Shadow's position and grasped onto him tightly. BZZZZT, the chaotic void quaked and shattered as the essence of tenebrosity wasn't even given the chance to squeeze through the illusory hand that contained the essence of innumerable numbers of dasus. Boom, the dark cloud of tenebrosity was crushed as the somber figure of a humanoid Dark Shadow was revealed, as well as the being he kept in chains of tenebrosity in the form of a tyrant dragon that looked around at every single figure with shining eyes. Any time now. THRUM. Dark Shadow didn't bother to explain or seek for mercy, simply voicing out cryptic words that caused the hearts of all hegemonies behind him to fall. It was because the words were those that held no worries even though he was in the grasp of one of the strongest beings in the primordial cosmos, words that seemed to be calling for someone else to act at this very moment. His dark shadow was confident enough in this person that he didn't put the Oathkeeper in his eyes. It must be the reason why he ran towards the Elysian universe. It must be this place that held the identity of the being that Dark Shadow knew could save him. But who was this being? Naturally, Rumble. The golden colors of the chaotic void shimmered and came to a halt. Everything came to a stop. A unique sound rang out across the wonderfully beautiful chaotic void. The hegemonies, and the figure of Noah that seemed frozen in space with only their awareness being able to move, seeing the appearance of an enormous clock. The sound that rang out was that of a clock hand moving in position. The image of an enormous purple analog clock appearing in the chaotic void as time came to a halt. Dawn. The hand of the clock moved back to a certain position as shocking changes occurred in the next moment. The illusory hand of Oathkeeper that held onto Dark Shadow unfolded as it seemed like time was reversing, a certain figure appearing next to Dark Shadow at this moment as his face still contained a tinge of a smile. Dawn. The hand of the clock stopped moving as the regal purple essence spread out wildly throughout, dominating everything in the surroundings as it threatened to drown everyone in the tumultuous river of time. This was the essence of a unique Tao, the Tao of Kronos, as for the being that appeared right next to Dark Shadow. Kronos, Oathkeeper's boisterous voice reverberated out as with it came a unique essence of the same quality as Kronos, an enormous analog clock the size of a planet appearing behind him as well. His clock shining the glorious color of gold, he looked like an archaic creature as his golden hair waves wildly, the massive color of gold gushing out like tides from the enormous clock behind him. Two utmost powerful hegemonies, both utilizing the Tao of Kronos. BZZZT. The void trembled fearfully as it nearly broke down from the ridiculous sense of pressure. I never thought you'd act so quickly. What gave me away? Kronos spoke with a smile as the purple clock behind him solidified even further, releasing a powerful purple light that caused his figure to become illusory as this purple light was only able to cover Dark Shadow before it could not expand any further, every other area in space being covered by the glorious golden light released from the clock behind Oathkeeper, as this included Noah's figure near Dark Shadow and Kronos that was extremely eye-catching at this moment. I'm already insulted that I was kept by you this long with your reveal of my treasure, but it is of no consequence. What is it that you are planning, Kronos? What have you done with the 9 universes? The resonant voice of the Oathkeeper rang out as those lucky enough to witness this scene were shaken, observing the power of Oathkeeper firsthand as they saw him utilize the Tao of Kronos at an even greater extent than Kronos himself. The golden light his clock released covering everything aside from the illusory figures of Dark Shadow and the smiling Kronos that replied to him while shaking his head. My plan is of no consequence either. I cannot clash with you yet, so I will take my leave. Or really, I've already taken my leave, huh? He spoke profoundly as his figure and the figure of Dark Shadow faded away as if they were never there, as if they had already left a long time ago. Time, the Tao of Kronos played around willfully with time, causing for mind-bending effects to come to light as the auras of 2 hegemonies disappeared as if they weren't there to begin with. All that these 2 hegemonies left behind was a single tyrant dragon that was bathed with the golden light that emanated from the clock behind Oathkeeper, the eyes of all hegemonies turning towards this paragon at this moment. The golden light that even halted time began to fade. The asunder of gold of the chaotic void of the Elysian universe made everything crystal clear at this moment. Especially the figure of the tyrant dragon that bore the gazes of many powerful hegemonies. Well, that was rather drastic. Rumble, Chapter 994, A New Era. 2. In the gorgeous Elysian universe where the color of gold permeated throughout the chaotic void, a set of hegemonies were all looking towards a single paragon that had been the starting point of a certain incident. The paragon they were looking at was a tyrant dragon that didn't seem to have a hint of nervousness when facing the gazes of so many powerful hegemonies, being the first one to speak when they all stared at him as the gazes of many hegemonies were filled with a hint of curiosity. Amidst the grave development, the eyes of Oathkeeper were utterly cold and devoid of emotion, the enormous golden clock behind him fading away entirely as his humanoid winged figure became clear to all, and he spoke, his eyes locking with Noah's tyrant dragon. You are the paragon that Dark Shadow attacked to begin all this. Why, THRUM? A simple question. One that even lesser hegemonies would be careful on how to answer, as the one they addressed was one of the foremost powerful creatures of the vast primordial cosmos. Yet the person that was asked this question was Noah Osmont, a being that seemed to be utterly tyrannical and arrogant without even trying. Noah craned his neck as he looked towards Oathkeeper with a hidden light. keeping his expression devoid of emotion even though he was bubbling with excitement inside. This was because this being and even the long-gone Kronos that he had met, they were uber big bosses that had the most profound daos on them. Others might not know, but when Noah stared at all the hegemonies around him with eyes of truth, a great deal of their details were hidden or unknown, but not the daos that the hegemonies cultivated. And Kronos, aside from the spectacular Tao that he and Oathkeeper just utilized, he had a Tao that Noah thought trumped everyone around here, one that even he didn't know how it would work, as its name alone was shocking enough: reincarnation. The being that seemed to be one of the leading figures behind Noah's enemies was a universal realm expert that hiddenly comprehended the Tao of reincarnation. Given the fact that he was given the name Kronos, as hegemonies thought this was his most profound quality, Noah knew that this benign having this Tao must be a big secret. But such a Tao led him to have many questions as he wondered more about the being called Kronos that had stood up to the Oathkeeper. What exactly was the status and mentality of this being? With this hidden Tao of his, just how many times had he utilized it? Did he live through all the events Noah was currently experiencing, as he even knew of the future? There were so many questions surrounding this being, but Noah found a singular thought dominating his mind through all this. If he could just have his cooldown of protagonist's bookmark, finish and use it on Kronos, Rumble, this thought caused his heart to buzz with the light of possibilities as he reeled in his mind and looked towards the Oathkeeper to answer his question. I was going against the forces of the hegemony of slaughter that Dark Shadow was working with and reducing his influence in the Animus universe. This action apparently interfered with goals that Ambrose and these beings had set up that planned to use the Slaughter Star monoliths they established across multiple universes to start something called Universal Amalgamation, WAA. Noah's words caused the eyes of many hegemonies to constrict as they looked towards him curiously, wondering of the identity of this being that seemed to speak so nonchalantly to powerful existences that he wouldn't even get the chance of meeting normally. Oathkeeper also stared at Noah with a gaze shining with golden light, nodding seriously as his essence shot forth vibrantly and wrapped around Noah. Let's go see these affected universes, starting with the one where this all started, OM. The essence of multiple hegemonies moved as Oathkeeper led the way, this hegemony being extremely fast as Noah was carried like an item for the second time today across the folds of space, the party of many beings making their way across the boundaries of 3 unaffected universes before they came upon the Animus universe in mere seconds. SHA, their figures began to very quickly arrive at the boundary as they found it covered by a layer of crimson bloody light, a light that repulsed all of their auras regardless of who they were. The figure of Oathkeeper shone with immense gold, luster as his eyes shone brightly while looking at this scene. They have laid down a unique authority that should not be possible unless it came with huge restrictions. Oathkeeper spoke with seriousness as he gazed into the Animus universe that was locked behind a crimson veil, his gaze shining with the light of destiny and fate as this expert tried to discern a few things. Within seconds, he turned towards the nonchalant figure of Noah as he spoke. You try, THRUM. At this moment, Noah was merely taking in the sights of the universal boundary that he had crossed before by himself with the use of his cosmic treasure, even though this time he had the essence of a peak hegemony wrapping around him protectively to defend against the destructive spatial storms surrounding universal boundaries that could even rip apart weaker paragons. His figure went forward as his claws neared the crimson veil that hegemonies could not cross, passing through it easily as nearly half of his body sunk in before Oathkeeper pulled him back. There was a silence in the surroundings as everyone looked at this scene, the powerful Oathkeeper having his eyes flash with a golden light of destiny as he spoke out grandly. Whatever process they have begun is extremely dangerous and must be stopped, but they thought far ahead as they made it so no hegemonies can enter these universes until this amalgamation finishes. Only those of the lesser realms can enter, which means there should be a restriction along these lines as well. In a blink, this being was quickly able to figure out what was going on as his face turned grave. This was because with this knowledge, the scene in front of them was all the more dreadful as these hegemonies were looking across the crimson veil that prevented them from entering and looking at a scene within the Animus universe. It was the scene of a valiant dark-haired hegemony that was fighting against Ambrose. Chapter 995 Under Siege. While they could not enter or give any support, the hegemony of summoning was currently fighting with Ambrose as he stood in front of the huge Slaughter Star monolith that stretched across the bloody battlefield's galaxies. Oathkeeper and the others stared at this scene with somber eyes as the golden hair hegemony that kept order all this time spoke as he moved multiple hegemonies with his words. Check out the situation with the other 9 universes. Find which ones are protecting these universal constructs and those fighting against them. This barrier might just prevent any new hegemonies from entering, but not from leaving. THRUM, multiple universal realm experts nodded at his words as they disappeared into particles of light. Oathkeeper keeping his gaze at the battle between Valentina and Ambrose as he spoke towards Noah, who had begun to look at this battle with a serious expression as he also saw its progression. Tell me more of the events leading to this, and what is happening within the Animus universe. He finished his words as he also spread his gaze to the area near the Holy Draconic Lands where a shocking war between billions was taking place, rivers of blood being created in the chaotic void at this same exact time that two hegemonies were fighting. Noah's primordial ruination clone nodded towards the Oathkeeper as he began to give more information to this being, his own mind moving rapidly as he himself thought about what he should do at this moment. There were a variety of options for him to choose from, but he kept his focus on the battle between Valentina and Ambrose at this moment as the state of the battle was not too favorable. Within the Animus universe, shocking impact resounded out as beings moved at speeds faster than light to attack each other. The surroundings had turned into an apocalyptic scene of constantly imploding galaxies in the billions as they released horrendous explosive forces in the surroundings, such attacks being capable of shredding apart paragons in a matter of seconds. But this was only the surroundings of the two battling hegemonies. Chains of annihilation were swirling throughout the space like snakes as they chased after the fair figure of Valentina. The gaze of the hegemony of summoning that wasn't a hegemony geared towards the offensive side of battle being on the losing side, even though she valiantly rushed towards Ambrose when she returned into her universe, like a streak of light, she avoided the grasps of Ambrose, who protected the Slaughter Star monolith behind him, her essence never being able to go past him to even touch the protective barrier that Ambrose erected. This was the true might of the hegemony of slaughter. Ambrose living up to his name as he dominated the pace of the battle. His gaze was that of an T looking at a child as he spoke towards Valentina's evading figure. I told you in the past to simply align with me, but you chose the path of destruction instead. Let me see what made you so special to be able to deny me. Boom! The chaotic void shook fearfully as the cosmic essence of annihilation moved about freely, Valentina's gaze turning more and more somber as in the next instant, she turned utterly ashen. This was because both she and Ambrose picked up the fluctuations of two other hegemonies, and they came out of the direction of the Slaughter Star monolith that Ambrose protected. It was Salerno. And another hegemony that Valentina actually knew as the hegemony of necromancy, a terrifying lich that ruled over vast regions of the necrotic universe. These two powerful hegemonies entered the scene as they looked towards the battling figures of Valentina and Ambrose. A deadly light passing through the dark-robed hegemony of necromancy and the abyssal flaws within its skull shone brightly. We came to check the situations of other universes. Ambrose, why didn't you tell us there was a little mouse on here that was trapped in? The voice of the terrifying lich was filled with cruelty as he moved without even waiting for Ambrose to reply, a shocking cloud of death descending towards Valentina as she now faced the attacks of two hegemonies, vile schemers and cowards. Her voice rang out with majesty as her dark hair flowed beautifully, her eyes relentless as she evaded the shocking might of two hegemonies. Ambrose looked towards the coming lich with displeasure as he planned to take his time with Valentina. But he might as well wrap this up and make sure everything with the universal amalgamation continued to proceed smoothly. As for Salerno, his gaze was silently on the figures of Oathkeeper and a few other hegemonies that were watching this scene outside the boundary of a smile appearing on his face as he felt like he could finally look at these hegemonies that made themselves more exalted than him on the same plane. This is just one of the many changes that will occur in the coming era. You all can watch its beginning with the death of one of your hegemonies, Rumble. His words caused the valiant eyes of Valentina to dim, the essence of Salerno moving in waves as he appeared above her, this action making three hegemonies all attacking her at once. All routes of escape were closed off as their essence continued to roll off their bodies and descend towards her in a terrifying manner. At this time, the gazes of many beings were filled with anger and solemnity, many of them helpless at this moment on what exactly to do. But this wasn't so for a single being. This wasn't so for Noah Osmont. Since the universal war began, his overpowering universal fortune had continued to swirl around him along with the light of destiny, telling him of a grand future that was coming as the war proceeded, the capture by Dark Shadow, the events of the universal amalgamation, the meeting of the most powerful hegemonies of the primordial cosmos. All of them had gone to help him in the end, and now, such a scene of danger lay itself in front of him again. A being he knew was being besieged on all sides within her own universe by three hegemonies. She had no routes to escape to as she seemed like she would be drowned out by the massive essence of her enemies at any time. At such a time point, the gaze of his main body in the dark universe was solemn as he held on to a golden mirror and spoke into it. I might have a solution. Rumble, his message reached the ears of a valiant Valentina that faced the horrendous might of three hegemonies without fear. the essence of a certain Tao beginning to wrap around Noah as he prepared for something big. It was the essence of fealty. Chapter 996, A Hegemony as a Vassal. The scene was a glorious one, to say the least. There was a cacophony of colors and universal essence swirling throughout, the entire chaotic void constantly sundering and breaking apart as it was under the influence of apocalypse, cast by the hegemony of slaughter. Enormous and deadly chains of annihilation were stretched throughout as they all aimed towards a singular figure of a woman that had a valiant expression. These chains of annihilation were not just tinged with the cosmic essence of annihilation, but they were also wrapped with the essence of phantasm that was the other cosmic Tao Ambrose held, which Noah chose against selecting when he used protagonist's bookmark. Such deadly attacks all rushed towards Valentina. Her body was covered with layers of the cosmic essence of annihilation as well, but she was utilizing a different set of skills from Ambrose while she utilized the same Tao as hegemonies comprehended different ways to utilize the Taoist they could call forth. Valentina had an armor of annihilation coalescing around her body, causing for the appearance of an illusory figure with her beautiful expression to rise around her as whenever her hands moved, this illusory figure would smash away the chains of annihilation while allowing her to swiftly move within the region of apocalypse that would decimate even the defenses of a paragon. Yet in the midst of all this, two more hegemonies joined to pressure her on all sides, making sure she couldn't even try to escape if she wanted, a terrifying lich that was known as the hegemony of necromancy, and a hegemony merely known by his name as Salerno, who didn't particularly stand out among other hegemonies in the vast primordial cosmos. Facing the might of three hegemonies, Valentina was truly unwilling, as her gaze was that of utter coldness and regality, not an ounce of fear, not a shred of despair. She had lived for many years, and feared very little things, even death itself. She also had a large amount of universal fortune, as she had comprehended deeply the Tao of destiny. Her eyes within the illusory figure coalesced by annihilation, turning up to see her destiny and fortune as it didn't seem dim. It meant that even in this situation, she would not be dying today, so she wondered, just what exactly would be her salvation? Would the hegemonies that arrived on the boundary of the animus universe be able to break in? Or would another situation arise that allowed her to impossibly turn the tables while being surrounded by three hegemonies? I may have a solution. Rumble, from her golden mirror that she had given a certain someone, a voice rang out as even with her body creaking as she faced the pressure of three hegemonies, Valentina was surprised. Him? The being she had been working with as destiny told her he would bring her an immense amount of fortune. I see. Was it always bound to be him? Not other powerful hegemonies or even the Oathkeeper that was only watching silently from outside the boundary of the animus universe, but a mere paragon that she had watched rise to this rank in mere seconds from a great sage just a few hours ago. BOM. While evading tendrils of death that came from the cosmic Tao of necromancy and the chains of annihilation from Ambrose, as well as the oppressive force of Salerno, who was growing ever larger to become the size of a star while moving to attack her, Valentina moved her essence into the golden mirror as she sent a message. What solution do you have that could withstand three hegemonies, THRUM? She asked, and took this being with utter seriousness as he always surprised her. Even as she sent the message, she also had an inclination of an idea of what this being might propose. Her thoughts were proved to be true as a second later, her dark eyes fluttered as a blue-colored box holding a prompt of shocking words appeared in front of her. In exchange for a portion of his power, bind a portion of your soul to Noah Osmont and become his vassal. Do you wish to swear fealty to the tyrannical emperor? Silence, and then, it was something that she had even thought about when she first came across this being enhancing the strength of billions as long as they bound a portion of their soul to him. Valentina knew that with such a tool in this being's hands, his journey to hegemony would be smooth as his collection of marks of antiquity would be even smoother, but she didn't expect that a situation would arise where the cosmos seemed to even be allowing this being to put his hands on someone like her, a universal realm expert. Is this the true power of beings with immense fortunes? Her mind was clear as many thoughts ran through, the prompt in front of her remaining vibrantly glowing. As it seemed like the answer she was waiting for, you have the gall to laugh amidst all this boom. Ambrose's face was tinged with cruelty when he saw the swaying body of Valentina that was pressured on all sides and seemed just about to break apart, still utterly cold and calm. Even choosing to laugh at such a time, essence exploded wildly from him as he seemed to go for the killing strike. At this point, Valentina pursed her lips as she sighed, her eyes shining with an unknown light. The strikes of Ambrose and the other two hegemonies seemed to fade away, the only thing in her gaze being the single prompt in front of her, and the voice of a certain being she came in contact with just days ago. Well, what could go wrong? She trusted in her destiny and fortune. If it was leading towards this being, she would follow it. Her fair lips moved as she spoke words that shocked Ambrose and all the others watching. Hegemonies, I swear fealty. Chapter 997, a percentage of infinity. I swear fealty, boom, words that were uttered simply but held immense meaning, words that caused the hegemony of necromancy to look towards Valentina in shock, while Ambrose and Salerno looked towards each other in incredulousness as they had seen such a situation before hours ago in a universal war. But to many others, to Oathkeeper outside the boundary of the Animus universe and all the other remaining hegemonies, their eyes constricted as they truly heard a hegemony pledge fealty. Fealty to who? Just who was worthy enough to have a universal realm expert pledge their fealty, and what would it do in a situation such as this? The answer was displayed just seconds after the slender figure of Valentina uttered these words. If one thought about it logically and simply, they would analyze her current situation to be extremely dire as she was facing attacks of three beings in the same stage as her, and she would not be able to stand against them much longer as their attacks would drown hers out in a matter of seconds if not in the next minute or two. The problem presented itself in the fact that she was burning as much essence as she could in the form of the cosmic Tao of annihilation, using this essence to defend against the three hegemonies as she could not even attack, when this cosmic essence that protected her ran out, when the mana within her body could no longer push out the essence of her only comprehended cosmic Tao. Her figure would be drowned out by the attacks of these three terrifying beings as only death waited for her, so her main problem was one that plagued almost all other beings. Oh, mana. After she swore fealty, Valentina felt a portion of her soul flow away, feeling a momentary feeling of weakness before, boom, and her body gushed out with an oppressive feeling of strength that came out much too fast because of her universal realm, causing her to unexpectedly release a small m? And that she stopped a millisecond later. The origin of a hegemony was much different than those that had sworn fealty to Noah before. A being that had forged their own universe was special, the power they could wield not even being accurately quantifiable in comparison to paragons. The genuine force that their forged universe could release, the efficiency and conduction of mana, the conversion of mana to the essence of different types of laws and Taos, all of this was elevated to such a great degree that the effects that Valentina was able to receive when she became a vassal under Noah, these effects were magnified more than any of the beings that had sworn fealty to Noah before this. From her body, the essence of the cosmic Tao of annihilation gushed out maddeningly. As her slender figure opened her eyes majestically, tendrils of blue light momentarily being released from them as she didn't fully grasp the overabundance of mana flowing through her. It's so much, boom, mana cascaded from her in waves as Valentina found herself shaking from stupor and shock. This guy, she didn't even have any words to describe what was happening at this time as she could only close her eyes and try to enjoy it, simply allowing her body to do what felt natural in this situation. Rumble. The wild eruption of cosmic essence pushed the collective attacks of three hegemonies back, the illusory figure of the being wrapping around her becoming even more solidified as the golden crimson illusory image of Valentina became even more real, the essence of annihilation being much too thick, aside from the percentages and boosts in Tao comprehensions and assimilations. His purification from two different sources, and many more things. There was mana. What was 5% of infinite mana? What was 5% of infinity? Truthfully, there wasn't a mathematically accurate answer because infinity is not even a number, with mathematical operations involving infinity being undefined. But for many of the vassals, they experienced an explosion of their mana reserves by factors of tens to over 100 times what they originally had. Uniquely, they didn't gain infinity, even if it was a small percentage of it. For Valentina, this feature was even more magnified as the mana reserves of a universal realm expert were over 100 times that of a paragon's, so if paragons became Noah's vassals, it was equivalent to them gaining the mana reserves of a hegemony. What an emperor! What boons he gave to his vassals. So she listened to her body. Yoo-hoo, her hair danced wildly as top-tier skills she had been using reservedly erupted out wildly. Layers after layers of annihilation formed around the illusory figure she held, her body being protected by the robust essence of a cosmic Tao over and over again as the illusory figure that matched her own beautiful figure bloomed up to become the size of star instantly, her blank eyes staring coldly towards the three hegemonies that had surrounded her. The fair hands of this enormous illusory figure then silently moved at speeds multiple times faster than light, thundering down towards the star-sized Salerno and the human-sized hegemony of slaughter and hegemony of necromancy as if they were mere flies. Rumble. The gazes of Ambrose and the others turned grim at the abrupt change, seeing the aura of the woman they considered dead just moments ago to continue rising as it wasn't her breaking into a new realm or anything shocking, it was merely her casting a great deal of skills and enhancements upon herself as she called upon the many Taos she comprehended while wildly letting out the essence of annihilation in the greatest amounts. All that changed was her having an exuberant amount of fuel to work with, this fuel elevating the battle power she could release from before to be 3 or 4 times greater. All from her having the mana reserves that the 3 hegemonies in front of her could never hope to achieve. The cold eyes of the star-sized phantasm of herself turned towards the slaughter star monolith that Ambrose was protecting. She didn't want this ugly structure within the Animus universe anymore, so she moved. The slender hands of a drop-dead gorgeous illusory image of a star-sized Valentina pulsed with the essence of annihilation as while she put pressure on 3 hegemonies, she struck towards a universal construct as well. WAA, Chapter 998, You Should Have Already Died. 2 illusory hands that were simply the coalescence of immense essence of the cosmic Tao of annihilation descended down. One was swatting towards 3 hegemonies as if they were mere flies, and the other was thundering down towards a crimson universal construct that had a powerful barrier of light enveloping it. These hands were connected to a star-sized apparition of a gorgeous dark-haired woman, her gaze strikingly cold at this instant as her eyes had given the verdict of death to those around her. OOH. A bellow came from the hegemony of Slaughter as he couldn't believe the outrageous scene in front of him. A hegemony pledges fealty, and then her strength increased by this much an instant later. Ambrose was unwilling to believe this, however. He and all other hegemonies that were currently watching this spectacular scene had one thing wrong as they tried to discern how it became a reality. It wasn't that Valentina's strength increased by a lot, it was simply because she could now cast and use her abilities at a frequency even the strongest hegemonies would not dare to do, as they would have their mana depleted in mere seconds. Her reserves were simply unthinkable at this point in time, as Valentina could be unequivocally called the number 1 being in the primordial cosmos that had the largest amounts of mana reserves, all aside from one person, of course, Ambrose's. Bello was followed by his body emitting the aura of 2 cosmic Daos, annihilation and phantasm working hand in hand as his figure instantly disappeared from its current position as he appeared in front of the slender hand striking towards the universal construct. He couldn't let the slaughter star monolith of this universe be taken down, as that would reduce the speed of accumulation by too much, their goals taking much too long to be accomplished. Boom! The slender hands smashed into Ambrose's figure and the bodies of Salerno and the hegemony of necromancy. Crack! The star-sized Salerno was smashed aside like a statue as he was flung thousands of miles away, the hegemony of necromancy summoning a dark skull hundreds of miles long to protect him. This skull gaining numerous fractures as the deathly flames within it threatened to dim. The figure of Ambrose trembled in pain as this ancient being was smashed back towards the crimson barrier that protected the universal construct. Why being able to stop the advancement of the slender hand as the essence of 2 cosmic Daos burst from him. The gazes of many hegemonies were shocked at this development, as the change in the flow of power was simply too drastic. Yet, just a lousy bunch of old men. Let's see you talk about ripping apart my skin now. Valentina let out a loud bellow as while expending a ridiculous amount of mana to cause the slender hands of her phantasm to pull back, spending an even more absurd amount of mana as a second later. Tens of hands erupted out of the illusory figure the size of a star, the sight of over 100 hands instantly being realized. The palms of annihilation all thundered towards the universal constructs and the enemies protecting it. It was the shocking sight of over 100 star-sized palms rushing towards them, Ambrose's expression turning entirely grim as his entire sight became filled with them. This was it. It wasn't an increase in strength, it was purely mana. She threw out 2 palms before that were counterattacked, so she simply spent nearly half of her current mana reserves to throw out 100 more palms. With the origin of a universe, the speed and efficiency of her mana usage and conduction was unthinkable as it brought such an attack to fruition, an attack that threatened to cause the downfall of one of the 9 universal constructs spread out over 9 universes. Salerno watched the scene in horror from a distance, his figure cowardly, not even returning back after he was knocked away, leaving the hegemony of necromancy and Ambrose to face this attack alone. Kakaka, the hegemony of necromancy laughed out eerily as it put its skeletal hands on its splitting apart its ribcage as a horrendous amount of essence was ready to fly out to defend against the 100 palms. Ambrose bellowed out as his bones creaked, never having thought he would be put in such a predicament, but he also went all out to protect as much as he could, but his heart knew that it would not be enough. Oathkeeper and the other hegemonies watched this scene breathlessly as they took in Valentina in a brand new light. Never expecting for this new hegemony that rose not too long ago to be able to do what she was doing now, time seemed to slow as the palms thundered forward. Then, time slowed so much that it came to a halt. Dong. An instant later, a regal purple clock materialized in front of the protected universal construct. The hand on this clock moved back. The terrifying palms filled with the essence of annihilation that had come to a stop beginning to pull back as the scene returned to a second ago. Before they were even summoned forth, rumble, Kronos had a somber expression as he domineeringly floated in the center of the purple clock, looking towards the figure of Valentina as his eyes flashed with an unknown light. He uttered cryptic words that only he understood the meaning of. You should have already died, rumble. The words were ly, a discernible whisper, but even Valentina was able to pick them up as alarm bells rang in her mind. This was because they weren't words of insult or the plans of someone that didn't go the way they wanted, but they were words of confusion, as if the person saying them was seeing a different reality than they knew of playing out. Chapter 999, A Goal of Universal Conquest. A different reality than the one they knew playing out. This was actually exactly what Kronos' words meant, as this terrifying hegemony had been at this point in time before. In his prior lifetimes that were brought to fruition by the cosmic Tao of reincarnation, he had passed this time point where in all of them, the hegemony of summoning would fall under the hands of Ambrose and the others. They would use the death of this hegemony to cause the others watching outside the boundary of the animus universe to be disillusioned with even finding a way to enter the 9 universes and stop their plans, the problems occurring only much later when Oathkeeper did something he shouldn't have, yet the one who should be dead was not dead. Kronos' eyes flashed with an unknown light as he was met with an anomaly in the history he knew. Who? What has interfered? Far from this location, within the dark universe where Noah was watching the unfolding citation train, his eyes gazed above at the storm of fortune and destiny that was turning into a sea, hundreds of thousands of marks of antiquity that had begun forming ever since Valentina had become his vassal, never stopping as they came with even more frequency. A single being became his vassal, but he had changed the course of a predestined history. He did not know this, but he turned his gaze as he saw the line of destiny holding him and Valentina shaking at the appearance of Kronos, and he listened to his rumbling sea of fortune as his gaze turned somber, speaking into the golden mirror right away. Pull back outside of the universe for now, and quickly. Noah spoke with urgency as Valentina heard his words and felt a tug of her soul. Her origin unconsciously listened to Noah's words before her brain could even process it, as it was because of this that she was able to evade a deadly attack that came next. Rumble, from the newly appearing Kronos, the essence of the Tao of Kronos erupted madly as his gaze was somber, his hands moving forth mysteriously as he moved to quickly correct the sequence of events and reap the life of the hegemony of summoning. But Valentina was already long gone from within the illusory figure, her origin unconsciously following Noah's words as she had already weaved within the folds of space and was shooting towards the boundary of the animus universe faster than the speed of light. The eyes of Kronos turned up with solemnity at this as he still wanted to try, but the vibrant light that was Valentina reached and pierced the boundary an instant later as her gorgeous figure joined the group of hegemonies that were peering into the animus universe. Oathkeeper appeared beside her a moment later as he gazed towards Kronos and the hegemonies around him with eyes full of power. He had tried. He had failed. Time seemed to flow smoothly again as Valentina let out rapid breaths past the boundary of the animus universe, looking towards the small figure of Kronos that had appeared with a tinge of apprehension. If Noah had not used the small portion of her soul she agreed to let go to become a vassal to cause her to follow his words unconsciously, she might have been gravely wounded or fallen from this being's mysterious attacks. A second passed as those involved took in the situation, a standoff occurring as many powerful hegemonies from the nearby universes peered into the animus universe where Kronos and a few other hegemonies floated next to a universal construct. As for how Kronos and Dark Shadow could enter the universes that all other hegemonies could not pass the boundaries of, they had long since branded their origin essence into the universal construct before their activation, their appearance here being only natural. As some of the powerful existences of the primordial cosmos stared each other down, none of them were paying attention to a particular tyrant dragon floating near the boundary of the animus universe. At this moment in time, Noah's mind was buzzing with information as he pooled in everything he knew about Ambrose and what he heard during his conversation with Salerno with current events. He recalled Oathkeeper's words about a restriction they had to create in order for them to use an authority that caused hegemonies to not be able to enter the 9 targeted universes. With all of this information, his mind moved as he created a hypothesis. An instant later, he moved to test it. Fluctuations of mana silently rang out amidst the tense situation, the eyes of the hegemonies finally noticing the aura of a paragon that had actually begun to pass through the boundary of the animus universe. He seemed to even be doing so with ease, something that only the most powerful of paragons should be able to do as he crossed the universal boundary in mere seconds. You, Oathkeeper and the others looked towards the scene with sharp eyes as they saw Noah's tyrant dragon appear within the Animus universe a second later. Kronos and the others also turned their eyes towards this being. The distance between the universal boundary of the Animus universe and the bloody battlefield's galaxy. Clusters that existed deep within this universe was vast, but Noah's figure disappeared in a flash of light as he carried out a long-distance teleportation that made him appear right in front of the powerful figure of Kronos. Dark Shadow, Ambrose, Salerno, and the hegemony of necromancy, he appeared in front of these beings fearlessly as aside from his plot armor still being active, he also had an inkling that he might have found what the restriction these beings placed in order to pull off the authority to deny entrance to all hegemonies was. The eyes of Kronos and others flashed with a sharp light as their terrifying gazes locked onto him, but they did nothing. I see, Noah spoke of with a domineering tone as he stood in front of some of the most powerful beings within the primordial cosmos fearlessly. He turned up towards the direction of Oathkeeper and the others, voicing out nonchalantly as if the grave situation around them was nothing in his eyes. It seems the restriction they placed is that they cannot move against those below the ranks of hegemonies in exchange for denying entrance to hegemonies in all the affected universes. Nonchalantly, domineeringly, and fearlessly, Noah addressed some of the powerful hegemonies of the primordial cosmos as he kicked off the new era with a bang. Chapter 1000, A Goal of Universal Conquest. 2. The arrival of Kronos had even made Valentina, who was showing off terrifying battle prowess, to pull back. It had filled the watching hegemonies with apprehension as they looked at his heavy weight in the same tier as Oathkeeper and wondered just what plans he had within this group of hegemonies. Yet in the midst of all this, a paragon came and stole the spotlight as he appeared in the middle of the intense standoff. Finding the restriction that was present in all the 9 universes after the process of universal amalgamation was initiated, Ambrose looked towards the figure of Noah with intense wrath. This being accounting for many of his plans being knocked out of order, as his entrance at this time was like getting slapped multiple times. What was worse was that he couldn't even move against such a creature that he thought would be dead, expecting Dark Shadow to have killed him first even before the amalgamation began. But he now watched as this being domineeringly stood in front of them, his figure smiling as he began to float towards the universal construct that was behind Ambrose and the others. All eyes were on this nonchalant tyrant dragon as he came upon the crimson barrier enacted by Ambrose, his body lighting up with the essence of destruction as he released attacks upon attacks at this barrier. Boom! 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 The explosive force of galaxies dying emanated from his body as he attacked a barrier enacted by a hegemony to no avail, only stopping seconds later as he let out a sigh. No hegemonies could attack those in the lower ranks within these universes, but those in the lower ranks didn't stand a chance of stopping their plans as they couldn't break the barriers of protection that would no doubt be enacted across all 9 universal constructs. This was why, even though Ambrose and the others were maddened by the disrespect of this paragon, they weren't the least bit worried about him. Trum. The purple clock behind Kronos faded away as he gazed at Noah with a somber light of curiosity, this being not appearing in the past lives he lived, as he took him as one of the many changes he was experiencing in this life. Any changes that deviated from what he experienced before, he had to pay attention to, so he watched with utter clarity. As the tyrant dragon gazed towards the direction of the boundary of the Animus universe where he knew Oathkeeper and the others were watching, as he spoke once more, paragons and below cannot be harmed by this group of hegemonies. But we cannot get past their protection of their universal constructs. Unless a strong enough paragon who has the power capable of contending against a hegemony while in the lower ranks appears. This mere paragon, was he boasting that he would get the power of a hegemony at his rank as he worked to stand against Kronos and the others? He seemed to go at his own pace as his words continued for one more time before he disappeared in a flash of light, only to reappear in another location within the same Animus universe. You all figure out other ways to stop their universal constructs. They are gathering the essence of the universes for a reason, and I think none of us want to wait to find out for what. With that, the figure of the tyrant dragon disappeared as it left behind multiple hegemonies that looked at its position in shock. In front of the bloody battlefield's galaxy, Kronos turned towards Ambrose as his eyes gazed towards the direction of the draconic Holy Lands, where he picked up the aura of the same domineering tyrant dragon reappearing. Tell me everything that has happened since the appearance of that paragon. Past the boundary of the Animus universe where Oathkeeper and a few other hegemonies watched, many of them stared at Valentina as the archaic gaze of Oathkeeper locked onto her as he posed out a question as well. Tell us about this paragon and the things that happened within the Animus universe. As the powerful experts tried to find out their enemies and allies amidst the dreadful actions taken by a certain group of hegemonies, the identity of one particular paragon popped up throughout as both sides sought to understand his role. As for the being in question, he appeared on the battlefield of the Universal War where 9 bloodline races were still fighting. The state of this battle already edging towards completion as his animus summons backed by his own power were ripping apart any remaining paragons of the 5 bloodline races. His appearance was the nail in the coffin as with his return, the legions being led by a few remaining paragons felt utter despair as the mere presence of Noah was that suffocating. A hegemony had acted against him, and this being didn't die. What would they be able to do? Noah gazed at these despairing eyes with a sharp expression as his main body continued to sense his continued rise in power, as well as what his influence and actions within the Animus universe were doing to contribute to his continued forming of the marks of antiquity. For his goal to obtain 50 billion marks of antiquity and forge 50 billion Tau galaxies that would enable him to have complete connections of all of his galaxies, he had told himself he would have to explore other universes and expand his influence. In order to birth his universal seed and go towards becoming a hegemony, he saw the fastest way to be the one he just did with the universal war of the Animus universe. A little bit of bloodshed. Obtaining vassals. Standing as the being with the strongest influence within that universe, such a reality caused Noah's heart to bubble with an intense longing, a longing for marks of antiquity, a longing for vassals that could provide him with such marks in the millions, a longing for the many beings within each of the 9 universes currently affected by the universal amalgamation, a longing for a universal conquest.